Let's do it.
All right, I think we're ready to go. We just have a few more people coming in, but we wanted to welcome you to our Embedded Ethics Conference at Stanford. Thank you so much for coming. We have people actually joining us from all around the world. My name is Mehran Sahami. I'm the chair of the Computer Science Department, and this is Rob.
I'm Rob Breach. I am the faculty director of the Center for Ethics and Society. The Embedded Ethics program here at Stanford is a joint venture between the Center for Ethics and Society, the Computer Science Department, and the Institute for Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence. I'll just say a couple brief words of thanks right at the start before we get into the substance of the program. I want to give a big shout out and ask you all to help me thank Casey Peel. Where is Casey? Casey has done an incredible amount of work in running the logistics and the meetings that have happened on almost a weekly basis for approximately a year to bring us to this date. I want to thank all of you for traveling so far to come to talk about a topic that's near and dear to our hearts, this burgeoning new effort to bring embedded ethics as a kind of pedagogical curricular orientation to many different places. One more quick shout out. I want to also acknowledge Ann Newman, who's the director of the Embedded Ethics program here at Stanford University. Ann is right up here in the front row. Thank you, Ann. And here at Stanford, the way the Embedded Ethics program works is through a combination of a bunch of postdoctoral fellows who are appointed in the Center for Ethics and Society, along with the Computer Science Department and the Institute for Human-Centered AI. And 3 of our postdocs have played an extraordinary role in helping to facilitate the content of today. And just want to do a quick shout out to them. So here's Diana Acosta-Navis, has been an incredible help. Katie Creel, who was here for 2 years and now is at Northeastern. Katie, are you somewhere in here? Maybe not yet. And Benji Shi, where's Benji? I saw Benji already. Benji back there. Great. So quick round of applause for them. All right, we're going to have a few more substantive things to say, as of course all of the rest of you will, in the content of our day-long agenda. One thing which we'll be talking about today is not merely the pedagogical and curricular aspects of championing embedded ethics in our institutions, but the kind of organizational or institutional challenges in putting together a robust program. One of the most obvious keys to administrative support is getting the endorsement and variety of kind of a headwind with the ways you're moving forward. I guess it'd be a tailwind, not a headwind. Thank you. We're really lucky here at Stanford to have the full support of 2 of our deans and indeed the upper levels of our administration. Deborah Satz is a philosopher. She's the current dean of the School of Humanities and Sciences. And then Jennifer Whittam is the dean of the School of Engineering, both of whom have been instrumental in the work of the Embedded Ethics program here. So we're really pleased to have Dean Jennifer Whittam join us today for a few brief introductory remarks. And I'm looking for Jennifer. Jennifer's right over here. Please join me in welcoming Dean Jennifer Whittam.
Thanks very much, Rob and Mehran. So welcome everybody to Stanford. I am the Dean of Engineering, but I am a computer scientist. I've been here at Stanford close to 30 years, and my research area is data and information management. And I wanted to start by mentioning a freshman course I've been teaching called Working with Data, Delights and Doubts. In these freshman seminars we offer here, you have to have a cutesy name if you want to get enrollment. But that is a course that does bring together computer science, data science in particular, and brings in some of the ethical and aspects as well, mostly through guest speakers. I'm no expert on that area, and part of that is just figuring out how to bring things together in that way. And so I just wanted to say I've had some firsthand experience. But back to my role as dean, bringing ethics, bringing tools for responsible thinking into our curriculum is actually a very high priority here in our School of Engineering. So it's obviously important in computer science. That's the subject of this conference. I think it's also very important in bioengineering. That's very clear. Product design, environmental engineering, management science, chemical engineering, so many areas across the school. I think it's really vital for us to think about the impact of our work. History has shown that our work in computer science can have really profound impacts on society, and so I really think students need to learn how to think about ethics and about societal impact. So then comes the question, how do you bring it into the curriculum? And as I said, I've had my own little firsthand experience. I think that Stanford is actually in a very unique position. We're a great engineering school, great CS department in a great liberal arts university. And by the way, speaking of Deborah Satz, the Dean of the School of Humanities and Sciences, she and I work closely together, and we have interesting complementary history. I began as a music major and turned into a computer scientist. She began as a math major and turned into a philosopher. So we actually get along really well, and we made a little video where we talked to each other about that. Anyway, we certainly work together, and again, as I said, Stanford's in a unique position, having strengths on both sides. But it doesn't work to just send our students to the philosophy department. That's really the key. We can't just do that. So we actually have at Stanford a really long history of collaborations. They're usually around research collaborations, but I think this is a great example of where we can draw on our history of collaborating in a new area. We're in early days. I think having a conference like this is really critical. This is a big challenge. It's a challenge not only for Stanford, it's a challenge for many universities. So I can say we're going to be watching closely what all of you talk about today, what you learned today, and I'm sure others will be as well. So welcome to Stanford and have a great day.
Thanks very much, Jennifer, for those comments. And once again, thank you also for your tremendous support of the Embedded Ethics program here at Stanford. I'm now just delighted to introduce our first keynote speaker today. I like to say I met Barbara Grosz in the last century because we actually met back in the 1990s. But Barbara is the Higgins Research Professor of Natural Science at Harvard University. Interestingly enough, she's both a member of the National Academy of Engineering and the American Philosophical Society. So when you think about that crossover, she's got both of them, in high degree. And you might also know her, obviously, as the person who founded the Embedded Ethics program at Harvard, and since then it has spread out to many other universities. So without further ado, Barbara.
Thank you, Mayrin. Thank you, Rob and Mayrin and Jennifer. Are we there? We are there. Great. Okay, people can hear me from this mic, not that mic. Hi, Kathy. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you, Jennifer, for supporting Embedded Ethics, and to all of you and to the people that Rob mentioned for organizing this conference. It is just so exciting to see a room full of kindred souls, kindred spirits, like-minded souls. I will say Embedded Ethics is more important than ever in these challenging times, and it's just fantastic to see all of you. And it's an honor to be invited to launch this gathering. My remarks are divided into, I'm not going to read my slides, by the way. I'm counting on you to be able to multitask and read and listen at the same time. Into two categories on this slide: the experiences and factors that led me to launching Embedded Ethics at Harvard, which I think gives some insight into why we designed it the way we did. And some lessons we've learned and indications for the yield for the future. So here's what got me started thinking about embedded ethics. It didn't have a name at the time. In 2015, I started a course on intelligent systems design and ethical challenges, and this course had in-class activities. It was a Tuesday-Thursday class. On Tuesday, Mary Gray spoke about the Facebook emotion contagion experiment, and the discussion was all ethics. On Thursday, 48 hours later, I gave the class this activity. So they'd had a class that was focused on ethics. The students in the class were all very motivated and committed. They actually had to write essays saying why they wanted to be in the course and what they would bring to it, because it was a small seminar course, and there were more students interested. And this is also to note to Jennifer, wherever she is, 140 some students applied for 20 slots. The hardest part of the class was deciding who to take. So one of the thing listed at the bottom, lists and features of the user. I started writing on the board what the different groups had. It was good I was looking at the board and not them. And then I turned around and I said, well, I'm just curious, how many of you in your groups thought about ethics when you were coming up with this list? None of them. Astonishing, none of them. So we actually went back and changed the assignment for the class to ask them why not, and they said because it wasn't on the assignment, it wasn't part of the description, and people tell us to write efficient code, they tell us about efficient algorithms and clean code, but ethics, that's not part of what we're taught. So I thought, okay, we have to change this. It's sort of like implicit bias. It has to be something in front of your face all the time. I have this dialogue up because it's from a 2015 magazine article, which came out just as I was teaching the course the first time. I will say Siri and Watson drove me to develop this course because I would go to dinner with friends and they would say, well, you better find some new research. Natural language is solved. And I was like, well, not yet. Have you? So then I would borrow their phones or whatever, and I would ask a question, and 2 questions, and that was broken. So I thought everybody should know how to do this. By the way, that class was half computer science majors, half not computer science majors. So anybody who's a linguist will notice that negation was hard for this. This was a doll, advertised itself as being your daughter's new best friend. Think about it. What did it teach this, who gets Barbie dolls, 3, 4, 5-year-olds? It teaches them not to listen to anybody who's talking to them. This is not what this society needs. Well, it's worse now, guys. ChatGPT is out, with some 100 million people worldwide using it. So we need this more than ever. Oops. So the collaboration between computer science and philosophy was launched by undergraduate students. At the end of my course, they agitated we want more courses like this. I spoke with my colleagues in computer science at one of our faculty lunches, and like Jennifer Whittam, they said, I think it's a great idea, but I don't know enough to teach ethics. And I, fortunately, in teaching the course that I just mentioned, had terrific graduate students in philosophy as teaching fellows. And my last year teaching it, actually, Jeff Behrens, who's a faculty member and an ethicist, co-taught with me. And when we did the exercise, by the way, he walked around the room asking students how they were doing, and a whole third of them then actually thought about ethics and coming up with their list. So I thought about, that's where the idea came for having graduate students and eventually postdocs also as part of the teaching to bring philosophy expertise into the teaching of ethics. What's interesting now is my colleagues have learned some ethics, and some of them are kind of antsy. Well, maybe I don't need those philosophers. They still need those philosophers. They still need you, don't worry. But I needed a faculty person in philosophy to help me out. And so really embedded ethics was co-founded by me and by Allison Simmons, who had been prompted by an undergraduate to think about engaging philosophy with the world in which this undergraduate lived. So that's where embedded ethics started. This is how it has evolved. We launched in 2017 with 4 courses and 1 graduate fellow at teaching. Starting small is always a good idea in my mind because nothing works exactly right the first time. And I remember, I don't know if you remember this, Miran, but Kathy Pham, who's here, and Mary Gray had a workshop at Harvard in the fall, and you came up to me and you said, how did you get all those people to agree? And I said, start small and let the faculty for whom it succeeds convince others. Lucky for us and the world, in 2019, Omidjar, Mazzillo, Schmidt, and the Craig Newmark Philanthropic Foundations started the Responsible CS Challenge, and 17 schools started to try to embed ethics into the undergraduate curriculum. Some of you from there are here today, and there is a result, a wealth, the beginnings of a wealth of knowledge about how to do this. So takeaways from, and I want to say that we all have contributed to different kinds of module repositories so that we can all learn from each other and contribute to other people learning. It was important to us between the launch and now to develop a teaching lab. So this is really, we've made a team of the people involved in teaching. So scientists are used to having labs where people come together and they support each other. This was a novel idea for the philosophers, as was co-authoring papers. And that was an interesting cultural lesson for me. And I'm looking at some of the early graduate fellows. You know, I tried, guys, but I just couldn't fathom it not being beneficial to students to have faculty co-authors. But this is how the humanities run. So we all learn from each other. And we have actually also evolved to using postdocs in teaching, as I think you do here at Stanford, and just recently co-piloting with faculty who want to help teach. So lessons from those early years: start small. I think embedding is key, and that goes back to that exercise that I showed you from the class. It's really important to have it be tied to the technical material, not some add-on that somebody from outside comes and tells you. You know, if it's required, students hate it. If it's optional, the converted come. The philosophy graduate students and the CS and philosophy postdoc fellows have been crucial to the success of this. And I can't emphasize enough how important it is to collaborate, to bring people together. You need to learn. I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir here, but to appreciate the questions and approaches of other fields. This is, in fact, one of the things we find is hardest for computer science students. You know, they know if a program works or doesn't work. I mean, there's a lot of issues around whether it works well or not and whether it should have been built, but they understand when they've succeeded. They understand when they get the right answer to a math question. To deal with a world that doesn't deliver 2 + 2 = 4, where you tangle with questions and issues and value trade-offs is really new for them. And we have computer science postdocs as well as philosophy, having them in the same room is really, really important. So the graduate students and the postdocs are crucial, and it's been a delight for me to see that this is a win-win. That this was a kind of tiny little thought in my mind when we started, and I mentioned it to Allison, but we weren't sure it would happen. Many of them adapt their research in some ways because of their involvement. Some pursue new research projects. Just as our students become competent, feel that more competent in handling ethical matters, they feel more confident in their abilities to handle technical matters. It's a win-win for teaching because it's not just teaching a section of somebody else's course, but really organizing your own content. And it's a win-win for them job-wise, as there's new opportunities both in and out of academia. So I hope you've had a chance to read at least one of those tiny print quotes from, and Diana is here. Wave, Diana. Thank you, Diana. So embedded ethics has spread. These are places whose shields we could find and who I know we have directly helped. I know there are many other places doing things like that, and I'm looking forward to hearing from all of you about what you're doing. Each place adapting to its own constraints, its own environment, its own culture. There are new efforts that I want to just, of different sorts, just mention one. Harvard and Northeastern collaborating to offer training sessions in the summer for grad students and faculty, and keep your eyes open for more information about that to come. So it's an exciting time for this emerging field. I use these two posters in talking about my own work, which is on collaboration and collaborating systems. But it's applies here too. We want to be like the team on the bottom, not like the guys in the boat up above. Really pulling together. No one school can develop a strong subfield on its own. We can help each other. I've listed, and so we collaborate philosophy and computer science, but it's really our schools working together, and that's one reason I'm really excited about having everybody here and the ability to talk with each other. So among the joint ventures, I want to call out the ones that are listed here, the one for assessment. And I know some people are going to talk about it here. I think that's really, really important. And I'll hark back to something that Rob and Jennifer both mentioned, which is the importance of sustainability of these programs, which takes both financial support and administrative support are really, really important. And I'm hoping we can share ideas, at least informally, about how to get more support for more people and more institutions. So I mentioned the roots of this effort in the beginning, but there's actually an earlier set of roots right here at Stanford. I used to work at SRI, a research institute down the road, and in 1983, this is 40 years ago, which just astonished me to think of. Just like, what? I mean, I'm not 40, so how could that be? Oops. John Perry, a faculty member in philosophy, who some of you know as a philosopher of language and mind, were co-founders of the Situated Language Project at CSLI, which brought together philosophy, linguistics, and computer science. There were two major structural outcomes from this. Computational linguistics became an important subfield in a radically different way in computer science and in linguistics. It also is the roots, for those who don't know it, of the symbolic systems program at Harvard. At Stanford, sorry, at Stanford. I wish it were at Harvard. So I learned about philosophy of language and mind from John, but I learned something more relevant to embedded ethics. He implanted in my mind the importance of starting with undergraduates. And as we started CSLI, John kind of harangued the rest of us on the executive committee and said, if there's a new program at a university, it needs an undergraduate component, and that's where symbolic systems came from. So I think that's part of why I thought if we were going to get ethics into computing, we had to start with them. David Israel, my colleague at SRI, who is here somewhere, over there, way over there. Right. I have to look left. Yes, thank you. That's an inside joke. He taught me that there are philosophers who will do pragmatic work. So even though his engagement was through logic, I thought, well, you can get philosophers to tangle with the real stuff. So I owe a lot to both of them, and embedded ethics does, because I knew the philosophers and computer scientists could work together. So I will just close by saying I want to thank the Harvard team over the years. You can see it's a diverse set of individuals. Many of them are here. I meant to mention on the things we can do together that we are hearing from K-12 institutions. And Tristan Gocci, who's here from the Harvard team, is the lead person on this. We have an undergraduate group at Harvard that now wants to work with us and with K-12 to help get embedded ethics into those schools. So let me conclude by saying what I said at the beginning, that embedded ethics is more crucial than it ever was. It's broadly applicable across not only engineering, but science, and we hear from other departments. Your efforts are really important. I'm just thrilled there are so many of you, and it's spread so far. I look forward to hearing what you say, and I want to thank you for carrying the torch forward.
Thank you so much. It's really great to have so many different people in the room, and here at Stanford, we've learned so much from you, Barbara. And what's so exciting about today is that, a systematic way for us all to learn from each other, this burgeoning new effort. Before we get started with the first panel, I'll just add a couple extra words about at least what's in my mind and what I hope to learn from some of today. I feel like sometimes these kinds of efforts are the product of, a few heroic individuals who either know each other or begin to collaborate together, even conspire together at universities. And then in certain respects, against the odds, they craft a program. And that is, in fact, a longstanding way in which new things happen at universities, whether it's in teaching or research. But the goal that I think, I hope we all share, certainly it's the goal here at Stanford, is to put it in an ambitious way, is to say that one thing that embedded ethics strives to bring about at this university, and perhaps at many others, is a kind of fundamental rewiring of the institutional connections between units within the campus. Here at Stanford, philosophy department, political science department, where I'm appointed, exists within the School of Humanities and Sciences, and the computer science department exists within the School of Engineering. And although campus is, of course, relatively speaking, compact here, and students routinely cross between the different parts of campus, faculty often don't. And so one of the things that embedded ethics has brought about at Stanford is a way for the kind of collaborations that indeed, Barbara's correct, of course, for all of you in the room who are philosophers, it is relatively unusual to co-publish with multiple other people. It is not all that common to co-teach with people from outside your own home unit. And rather than that have the profile of, I said at the start, a kind of heroic effort by individuals against the odds of the institutional arrangements, the aspiration is to bring about institutional pathways that are routinized so that for new people who arrive at the university, whether as students or as faculty or as postdocs, you simply join the bridgeways between the units with relative ease. I'm excited to learn more about all the different efforts that are going on here, and so let's kick off our first panel. I have the task of introducing the moderator for the first panel, Dr. Jay Nias. I want to make sure I'm pronouncing your last name right. Did I get it right?
Is it on?
It's
oh,
coming.
It's on now.
Dr. Jay Nias is a computational social scientist at Spelman. There's a fantastic acronym on the program that you direct that I learned about called CURE, which stands for Course-Based Undergraduate Research Experiences. And Dr. Nias is going to introduce our panel.
Okay, hello everyone. I think I'm going to start out here because I need this. All right, so welcome to our first panel discussion on embedded ethics. We have a fantastic group of panelists today who are excited to share their insights and experiences on their topics and their in-course integrations. Each panelist is going to take you on an amazing journey through their school's embedded ethics programs or their course curriculum, highlighting these pedagogical structures and aspects. They're going to talk about the 5 W's of embedded ethics, which are who teaches the content, what the content entails, when and how often it occurs, which courses it focuses on, and why these choices are beneficial for their institution or their institution's goals. Our goal for this discussion is to showcase the options available, provide some comprehensive understanding of embedded ethics programs in different academic settings, all while keeping the energy high and the conversation engaging. I'm a computer scientist. We do not have an embedded ethics program at my institution, so I'm really excited to serve as moderator and learn along with the rest of you what everyone is doing. So I'm going to invite my panelists to the stage. We'll start with Katie Creel from Stanford. And we have, secondly, Diane Horton from the University of Toronto. Irina, am I saying your name correctly? Resu from Santa Clara University, and Vance Ricks from Northeastern University. And we're going to pass it off to Katie, who's going to start. Awesome. Go ahead.
Great, thanks so much. I'm really excited to be here talking with you all today. I have a few slides, but I promise I ran them and they fit within my 7 minutes on the dot, so we're just going to take it away. So like other people on the panel, the Stanford program is focused on the core goals of the program. And for us, that's training the next generation of computer scientists to consider ethical issues from the outset, rather than building the technology and seeing what problems surface downstream. And so that means we have to integrate the skills and habits of ethical analysis into the whole curriculum. And so I just want to focus on how that sort of drives the curricular decisions about how to set up the program. So if that's the goal, and we're thinking about these different aspects of the program structure, if we're trying to really build habits and set up this curriculum from the outset, what does that mean? Well, one of the most important parts is going to be the frequency and the location of the embedded ethics modules. So really trying to make embedded ethics occur often, to make it pervasive, and to make it start from the very beginning, so with the undergraduate core curriculum. So let's take as an example this course, Artificial Intelligence, which is sort of a gateway course. So if our goal is for embedded ethics to be everywhere, in everything that students do, because what they do is more important than what they hear about, that has to start with the assignments. So getting embedded ethics in as many assignments, labs, and assessments as possible. So for example, in this course, we are really lucky to be able to put embedded ethics on every single assignment that the students did. So either these assignments look like the regular assignment that they had, but with a new ethics component that asks them to reflect on some of the issues raised by the assignments, or we've sort of completely overhauled the assignment, reskinned it, given it a new theme, so have it keep the same learning goals, but be about a completely different topic that will raise different ethical issues that we can then encourage the students to reflect on and make genuine choices about. So if they just hit these assignments cold, they won't have learned anything, right? You can't just ask the students to make these robust ethical choices on an assignment without giving them some kind of prep. So backing out from the assignment, we then have the need for lectures that will prepare the students for each of these assignments that they're doing. So for example, in the CS1 course, which is called CS106A, we have this goal of having ethics questions on all of the assignments to different degrees. And so that means we have multiple short 5 or 10-minute lectures throughout the semester that give the students just enough to prepare for those reflective questions on the assignments, and then one long lecture that allows the students a more in-depth exploration of the topic that's on one of the assignments that's been more thoroughly revamped so that the whole assignment is about ethics-related topics. So an example of that from the CS1 course is an assignment called Bias Bars. So this is available as a nifty assignment. And in Bias Bars, we took an existing assignment, Baby Names, which asked students to create a GUI to chart and graph the prevalence of baby names over time, over the last 100 years, and take that same basic assignment structure, but now make it about plotting and visualizing word frequencies in a ratemyprofessor.com dataset. So looking at how often certain words like brilliant or genius are used in a gendered way that has a split between professors who are identified as being different genders. So they still do the same computer science tasks, but now we have these additional ethics learning goals that are connected with the lecture of comparing definitions of fairness, distinguishing different kinds of normative language, and figuring out new problems to solve based on this data set. Okay, so that was the when. Now we have which courses. So again, due to this focus on pervasiveness and building habits, the program focuses first on the core undergraduate curriculum. So what are the mandatory required courses that undergraduates have to take? The nice thing is both that these have the highest enrollments, that they are first, so they kind of lay the building blocks, but also that because we know the students have to take all of them, it allows us to build a curriculum that we can then draw on in later classes. So if a concept is introduced in computer organization and systems, we can then later come back to it in a higher level systems-related class because we know that students have already touched that content. So after starting with the intro courses, we added the sort of gateway courses that students would naturally take on their way to a certain specialty, like Intro to AI or reinforcement learning, or design for behavior change. Okay, so that's the when and how often. Ideally, as part of every assignment is an assessment and multiple short lectures throughout the course. What courses are the focus? Prioritizing core undergraduate courses to build habits. Why do these courses support our particular learning goals? Well, if we're trying to build moral habits, then we want to integrate reflection into every single time that the students practice doing these activities. Okay, so who is doing it? What's the program staffing? We have normally 2 postdocs who are able to cover about 8 courses per quarter. About 6 grad students, course assistants. So the postdocs, who are drawn from a range of backgrounds, work with with computer science grad students who, as part of their normal grad student roles, will take on certain 50%, TAing or research assistant appointments. So this is just another one of those, but funded by the Embedded Ethics program. And then the incredible faculty members who are working with us and the existing TA staff of the course. Those are the sort of 3 parts of the team that will make the Embedded Ethics course materials. And then PowerPoint didn't let me add more buckets, so I have the faculty leads, program director, and administrators shining down like the beneficent sun, overseeing us all. So here's a list of many, but not every single person who has worked on embedded ethics. So we've been really lucky to have all of these incredible people: the faculty leads, the program director, the executive director, the student services officer, and then the postdocs and course assistants and research assistants who are creating and implementing the content. Okay, so what's the cycle of course development? So you can think of it as this sort of leading edge, trailing edge model as embedded ethics sort of advances through the curriculum. Hopefully not like, Hannibal's army crossing the Alps, but the leading edge of new course development is a postdoc, a CS grad student, and the CS faculty member and teaching team working together as this unit. Those of you who have done it know it's just a really special and magical experience. I see Christina in the back. To create these new assignments, new lectures, overhaul certain parts of the course. Okay, but we all know when you create a new course, inevitably it's not done, so you might have to have a second touch on that course, maybe just with the postdocs. But then eventually, if we keep adding courses and we never turn them over, that's sort of like a pyramid scheme, right? Like you're adding more and more courses that the postdocs have to cover, and it's too much. So luckily, there are different ways that we can sort of turn over courses and move on to the next new developments. And depending on the needs and desires of the faculty member, that can look like certain different things. It could look like the CS faculty member lectures from the prepared slides or the prepared materials that we've come up with together in a previous term, so we can just turn it over directly to the faculty member. That's a really great option. Or in some cases, you might film video lectures. That can be the lecture part. In both of these cases, the assignments are stable. The assignments have been created. Or in some cases, the postdoc might keep lecturing but not do any new preps. Okay, so who's teaching it? This triumvirate. Where are we doing it? In what students do and the prep for what they do. How often does it occur? As often as possible. Which courses are the focus, these core undergraduate courses? And why do they support our learning goals? Because we're striving for this omnipresence that starts at the very beginning to allow students to build moral habits. And with that, I'll turn it over to our next panelist. That's it, advance. Thank you.
Great, thank you, everyone. It's great to be here. So I'm going to set the stage by telling you a bit about some factors that influence the design of our program at the University of Toronto. U of T is a large publicly funded institution, and our CS undergrad program has over 2,700 students. Our classes are large, so it's a big environment. Our TAs are unionized, and that's actually a factor in what we're able to do because they have a single rate of pay, and it's quite high. And so it doesn't allow us to have hierarchical structures where we pay more to the TAs who have more responsibility and experience, and we can't have volunteers on the team. And overall, TA support is quite expensive in our context. Our term is also really short. It's only 12 weeks. And so that means class time is super precious to us. It is to everyone. I'm sure that's a factor. We're all trying to figure out how to fit these things in. And we don't yet have a sustained budget for our program. So these are all some challenges that require us to be really wise with our resources. And we certainly can't mount right now, anyway, a program that has massive numbers of modules in all of our courses. So what we need to do was just be really wise in order to try to get something done that would still be effective. And because of this, we also built assessment into our program from the beginning because we wanted to know if something on this more modest scale could nonetheless really have an impact on students. Before I get into the W's, the first one being who, I want to tell you about who's on the team so that you'll understand who's doing what. So the program at Toronto was initiated by 3 computer science faculty, Sheila Malkaraith, who's with us, myself, and our colleague David Liu. And we began with a 2-year pilot, during which time we had each year a postdoc from philosophy who brought the all-important experience in ethics and expertise. And now we're at the beginning of a 3-year expansion phase, and we have a 3-year faculty position joint between philosophy and computer science, and 50% of the time of this faculty member is devoted to embedded ethics. And Steve Coyne, who's with us today also, is the philosopher on our team, and he's wonderful to work with. So now with that in mind, I'll tell you about who does what. Our modules are delivered and developed as a joint effort between Stephen Coyne, the philosopher, and the instructor of the course. So computer science and philosophy working together to design the modules and deliver them with a lot of involvement from Sheila, David, and myself as well. So this joint effort allows us to weave together the computer science and the ethics right within the module. So it's a very, very tightly integrated kind of teaching. And it also allows us to integrate in the module strategies, technical strategies for mitigation of ethical issues. And so that's something that we really are excited about. Because of this joint effort with the course instructor, we're asking a lot of our instructors, no doubt. So it's a big commitment from them to get involved. It's also more work for us to do all this partnering, but we think it's really worth it. So that's our approach there. I'll tell you about now the content and the structure of the modules. They typically have 3 phases. Students do a little bit of preparatory work before class. Then we have some class time together, and there's always some homework afterwards. In the preparatory work, it might be on the CS side or the ethics side. For instance, in our module in the CS2 course, students watch a video that teaches them some basic concepts around privacy that we build on in the module. And on the other hand, we have in our algorithms course, students solve a network flow problem before class. And it's applied to a very specific context that gets them thinking about fair distribution of resources, which is the topic of the module. So they do a little bit to get ready and sort of set the stage, and then they come into lecture. It's usually 2 hours of lecture for a module, either all together or split over 2 hours, 2 separate hours. And the lectures are a really nice flow back and forth between the ethics and the CS. We include a lot of active learning discussion and active learning exercises as well. And these, again, might be very technical, so we might have students solving problems. Like what, for example, in the computer vision course, we give students a graph with a bunch of plots laid down, and we ask them to just by hand put down a line that will define a linear classifier and literally count up how well it's doing as a way to lead in to the trade-off between overall accuracy and accuracy for subgroups, which we then get into talking about in the module on discrimination. We like to use discovery learning where possible because we think it's really impactful. And we also include conversation about avoiding ethical issues and also mitigation, as I mentioned. The homework, again, afterwards could be something really modest and small, or it could be larger. It could be on the ethics or the CS side. It depends on the module. Sometimes we ask students to reflect on ideas from the discussion so they can develop their own response to the issue. Sometimes we give them something very technical. So again, in the vision class, they go and they train some neural network classification models in a particular setting as a way to observe how bias impacts performance. So those are the 3 phases of our typical modules. When the modules happen depends on when that technical topic comes up in the term, the one that we're building on for the module. And finally, I'll tell you about which courses have embedded ethics modules. We have, because our program is a bit more modest in size, our aim is to have students encounter embedded ethics every term or so throughout the 4-year degree. And so we need about 12 modules in total in order to accomplish this. So it's really a modest-sized program. And as I said, this is why we've built assessment in from the beginning. We have a paper coming out at SIGSI next week, actually, that is our first look at impact over multiple modules. And so far, the results have been encouraging. Now, which courses we choose to have modules in is based on a bunch of factors. Really important to us is that we have an enthusiastic instructor who wants to partner with us, especially since we have such a deep connection with them and they're really involved in all of the work. So we need them to be enthusiastic partners. And we also are looking for courses where there's a really nice, natural, and strong pairing between the ethical and the technical material that will just beautifully fit into the course material and won't feel like some artificial thing bolted on the side. We also try to make sure that our topics across the whole embedded ethics curriculum are complementary to each other, so we're covering a good range of issues and nobody's seeing the same thing twice. In order to reach many students with not that many modules, we're very strategic also about which courses in terms of, we pick key required courses and we pick very popular optional courses. And we make sure that we cover courses through the whole range of years of the program so nobody has any big gaps. So to sum up, we have a program of modest size. We've done a lot of work on formal assessment. Our development and delivery of modules is collaborative between the instructor and our team. And finally, we try to include strategies to avoid or mitigate ethical issues. So those are the sort of distinctive things about our program. Thank you.
Hi, everybody, and I'm going to ask Vance, since he's close, to just poke me if I go over 7 minutes, because I could probably talk about this for a very long time, as some of you know. So I'm at Santa Clara University, and we have a really different experience. I joined Santa Clara 10 years ago, and they were already doing engineering ethics and software engineering ethics in a variety of courses and in a variety of ways. And Santa Clara has a 4-unit undergraduate requirement in ethics. So every undergrad has to take a 4-unit ethics class. And as you might imagine, the engineering and computer science students tend to gravitate toward courses that blend their interests with the ethical aspects. So you're going to hear from me, the word that's probably going to come up most often is it varies, because the answer to all of the W's is it varies at Santa Clara. It's very decentralized because it's been going on for so long. So in terms of who teaches embedded ethics content, multiple faculty from philosophy, engineering, computer science, and the Markkula Center for Applied Ethics, which is where I work. All at various career stages. So for many years, my main partner in crime was Shannon Valor, who is a premier philosopher of technology, who was teaching in the School of Engineering, who wrote modules for us, which are all available on the resources page that I think will be provided for everybody. A lot of our engineering faculty have been encouraged for a long time to just embed ethics into their courses in whatever way they think is best, with support from the philosophy department and from the Markkula Center. Again, as you will hear, that varies. In terms of what the content is, it varies from 4-unit ethics courses that undergrads take, like Technology and the Good Life, which they tend to take in the first or second year, or Ethics in Technology, which juniors and seniors might take. The School of Engineering is now developing a 2-course sequence to fit between those, so there might be a 4-course sequence that undergrads can take that would satisfy the culture and ideas requirement as well. All of the courses are oversubscribed. So we're adding units all the time. But we also have full courses, especially graduate level courses on AI ethics, software engineering ethics more broadly. There's an undergrad course on differential privacy and AI fairness. And there's content woven throughout introduction to software engineering courses. So one professor, Navid Shagagi, has a background in philosophy as well, and he's been integrating all kinds of activity and movie clips, for example, from about 15 different movies that raise ethical issues. And then as he introduces the technical concepts, he'll also talk to the students about the issues that come up in the clips that they watch. Other people might just do one case study, right? And we have a tool that the Markkula Center has developed called the Framework for Ethical Decision Making. So just any instructor might do a case study, ask the students to use the framework and apply it to the case study, and do it that way. There are, of course, also a lot of in-class activities, and again, those vary course by course. We really want the instructors to make it their own. And so I'm going to talk a little bit later about why, as much as I was thinking about this and how I really like the embedding ethics metaphor. And in fact, our resources page is also called Embedding Ethics into Computer Science Curricula. I want to push on that metaphor a little bit, but I want to get through the W's first. So when and how often the content occurs in the typical course. Again, it varies depending on the course and the instructor. The courses that we focus on, I would say, again, I mentioned some of them already. The whole effort at Santa Clara is pretty decentralized. So there are probably all kinds of things happening in classes that I don't know about because people are kind of doing their own thing. Why these choices support our learning goals given the particular institution. So Santa Clara is a Jesuit institution, which is why I think engineering ethics and computer science ethics has been embedded for such a long time. And the Santa Clara way is, quote, educating women and men of competence, conscience, and compassion. That's the motto of the university. And I know my engineering colleagues would argue that this requires knowledge about engineering ethics because without it, you can't have engineering competence, not just the compassion and the conscious part. And so I just, again, to give an example, last Friday, I was invited to talk to a graduate level generative AI class. And we asked the students to read the Framework for Ethical Decision Making, which offers people 6 different ethical lenses through which to assess a particular case or sort of a general ecosystem issue like generative AI. And then with the students who had just read this for class did not have, did not have particular philosophy training or anything, to just use them to show them that by using these lenses at the end, they will see more. They will be able to do a better ethical analysis because they would have seen the ethical issues much better than they would have otherwise. And I really like what one of our professors said when I asked him for advice for people who are just getting started with embedding ethics into their courses. He said, don't overthink it, just do it. Right, wherever you start, just get started. There are by now, as you've heard from many of us, pages out there, resources. If you happen to be at a university that doesn't have a whole supportive model happening right now, go and find these other resources and just do it on their own. And because I was thinking about this metaphor, I realized that I think at Santa Clara, because it's such an old program, it's more about being woven into the curriculum than about it being embedded. There are so many different strands, and they intersect and overlap and parallel and in really interesting ways. And I think ultimately that's what we want to get to. It makes sense to me to talk about embedding into a course, right, if you're doing a model or a module or a case study or something. But I think we want all this stuff really woven through. And I think that's when students get a sense that this is just, you know, a natural part of what they're expected to be doing, not something that kind of comes, like others have said, sort of bolted on at some point. So I'll stop there and looking forward to questions from everybody later. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks for coming. Let's see, how do I make this work? There we go. Okay. So here's what I'm going to talk about in 6 minutes and 54 seconds. So the background to Northeastern's program, which is where I am on the faculty, comes from the good folks at Mozilla and a few other foundations. Northeastern was awarded one of the inaugural Responsible CS Challenge grants for the period listed there on the slide. And the model that Northeastern had proposed and for which it received funding is part of what I'm going to talk about this morning. So who are the people teaching in the Northeastern program? There's my colleague Mika, who is in the back row there. And that's what I look like when I'm grimacing and not wearing a mask. So what do we teach? So part of the way that we think about our teaching ethics in the CS curriculum is listed here in the progression from left to right on the slide, that part of what we want students to understand, as well as our faculty colleagues, is that any choice you make in a technological realm is at the same time a socio-technical and socio-political choice. And so surfacing the values that you're using to guide those choices is important. And we want our students to get more comfortable at doing that. So you'll notice that this doesn't refer specifically to ethical values, it just refers to values. But in the first instance, we think at the very least, it's important to understand that you can't divorce technology and values. So we talk in terms of 3 different kinds of investigation, and I want to say a little bit more about what that means. So we use an approach that's called value-sensitive design, which will be familiar to many of you in the room. This is a methodological framework developed primarily by some folks at the University of Washington. And it asks people in design context especially to think about things from a variety of perspectives. The perspectives that they refer to those perspectives in terms of investigations. So on the one hand, you have empirical kinds of investigation, you have value or normative kinds of investigation, and you have technical or sometimes technological kinds of investigation. On the slide there are the kinds of questions that the investigators, or the people doing these kinds of questioning, would raise about whatever the technological system is that they're thinking about designing or that they're reviewing. Each of those columns also, you might think, is naturally associated with particular academic disciplines or subject fields, but that's not necessarily a necessary part of what VSD is asking us to reflect on. In addition to the investigations, it's asking us to reflect on the concept of stakeholder, so that there are different people whose interests will be affected by the different technological systems that you're designing or that you're evaluating. And so these are the kinds of questions that you might want to ask, both from the perspectives of different stakeholders and from the perspectives of people who are themselves designing the systems, but who may or may not actually be affected by the operations of those systems. So the word module can be used in a lot of different ways, as we all know, and it can mean very different things in different kinds of curriculum and different kinds of educational institution. So let me explain what we mean when we use that word. So a module for us is a specific unit of instruction. That can occur over 1 class session or ideally 2. So somewhere between an hour and a half and 3 hours, give or take, total time. One of the first things that we do is introduce students to the value-sensitive design framework, because that itself, as many of you know, is fairly heavy conceptually. And so it's very difficult, we have found, both to introduce students to the VSD framework at the same time that we're also asking them to reflect on ethical values. So what we're doing is moving that to a separate thing that they do before the class where we come to visit. In the classes that we visit, we focus on specific technical systems that are connected to the subject matter of that particular course. I'll give some examples in a minute. Focusing on some of the questions, ethical questions and problems that are connected to those systems. Then we introduce some philosophical concepts that we believe students need to understand in order to help themselves make sense of those questions and problems. we do a few in-class activities, at least one, often more than two, in which students get practice clarifying those concepts and applying them. We then also give them some sort of out-of-class activity in which they're meant to apply the VSD framework itself to the design of a hypothetical system or to the evaluation of an actual system. What we've also been doing over the last couple of years is administering a pre-module survey and a post-module survey. These are all undergraduate courses, by the way. I should have said that at the outset. So the pre-survey is asking students to reflect on questions such as, I believe that technologies are neutral, or whether they think of themselves as CS students, do they have particular special kinds of ethical responsibilities that others might not have. So we administer that survey before we visit their courses, and then we give them another version of it afterwards. We've been doing this for the past several years. Mika and I have been at Northeastern for only, this is both of our second year here. So we were joining a program that was already running to some extent when we came on board. What we do when working with our CS colleagues is to talk to them about how early can we come into your course in the semester, because we believe the earlier that we can introduce students to these concepts and skills, the better that will be as they go throughout the rest of the semester. We have had occasion where someone will invite us to come in maybe in the last unit of the course, or maybe after the students have turned in all of their projects and there's nothing more for them to teach. And that's not ideal, right? We much prefer to come in within the first month if possible. And we also prefer that there be at least 2 class visits. One class visit is a lot to ask. It's a lot to ask for us to do anything effective and that students will retain in a single class visit. So again, keeping in mind, this is an undergraduate curriculum that we're talking about. So these are the courses that Mika and I have visited this semester and over the past couple of years, in fact. So each semester we are in front of anywhere between the two of us, 300 students to 500 students, give or take. We are considering expanding this to include courses in the design school. And we've also done some work with private industry to give them VSD modules. Why do we take this approach? So I see I'm running out of time. Okay, so I will let this be the final slide. So there are things that we think are beneficial about a modular approach in the way that I've defined that term here, which is, first of all, that you don't have the resistance to the notion that you should be doing anything by thinking, well, if I'm bringing you into my class, that means I'm not doing something else. So part of what we're trying to convince CS colleagues of is that this is a way, at least initially, to introduce these concepts and skills to your students that doesn't require you to redesign your course from the ground up. It also is tied to specific concepts that arise in that course. So rather than just being a generic course or generic lesson about don't be evil, it's connected to specific things that the students are already thinking about in the context of their courses. The VSD approach, we think, has some benefits as well, not least because, as it says on the slide, it's introducing the idea that values are inescapable. And so the more fluent you can become in the way that you reflect on those values and then sort of the way that you reflect on the trade-offs that you may have to make between certain values and other values, the better. Also, as it says, it highlights all of these different connections between what you're doing as a technical systems designer and the larger societies of which you're a part. And yeah, that'll be the last slide. Great, thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank all our panelists. We're going to take about 10 minutes for some Q&A here, and then we'll have another 10 for audience questions. And we have some mic runners, so I'll show you at that point. Awesome, thank you. All righty, so my first question, I think I'm going to start with Diane. Yes, and so from what I understand, at your program at the University of Toronto, you have a lot of engagement from your community. So your community that's implementing it is TAs, graduate students, professors. How do you manage your assessment goals with so many players in place?
Do you mean our assessment goals in terms of assessing the impact of our program?
Impact, yes.
Right, right. So we've been studying the impact of our program. In the first year, our first module is in CS2, and we ran a study where we ran a survey, sounds quite similar to yours, Vance, before and after the modules, which included questions of two types. One set of questions were about students' attitudes towards ethics and technology, whether they thought it was important, whether they could see it as relevant to their career, and so on. And the other part was about their sense of self-efficacy to raise technical issues and discuss them with some competence and so on. So attitudes and self-efficacy, we measured before and after, and we also had a control group, which was a sister course, very similar. And we gathered demographic and other information, sort of leveled the two. They were indistinguishable, so a comparison was fair. And we found that there was a significant increase in attitudes and self-efficacy after receiving the module in the treatment group, but not control. So that was an encouraging start. And since then, we've been following our cohorts through, running these assessments before and after every module that we run. We always have some sort of control group, and we're just starting to look at the effect of multiple modules. And so one thing we did was look at what happens over time. So after the first module, then there's a little gap. The summer comes, they don't get another module for a while. And we found that the scores on this instrument fell significantly, but were still higher than had they never had those modules in the first place. So they were still getting a benefit if one attributes causality, which of course we can't quite do because we couldn't do random assignment. But so they dipped a bit, but then after having a second module, they went up significantly again and were restored to previous levels. So it's like a booster shot. And so this gives us some hope that having a spaced series of modules without too big gaps might kind of build these attitudes and confidence and sustain it over time. And we've also looked at what happens if you have multiple modules in the same term, and we weren't able to find any benefit to having 2 modules versus 1. Wow. So that's something we still have to keep looking at. We've only followed a cohort for 2 years. And we also really would love to see more efforts to measure actual skills and knowledge. Mm-hmm. And one thing we're planning to do is to contact our students some years out when they're working, or at least after they've had some internships, and find out if they feel this has affected their behavior as well, and a bit more about their experiences in work.
Amazing, thank you. Quick question. So your TAs are students or outside?
Our TAs are graduate and undergraduate students, but we don't have a lot of TA involvement in the program.
Okay, awesome.
Can I add one thing to
Absolutely.
that we have to acknowledge that the success of efforts like this is notoriously hard to measure, to assess, that taking ethics training does not immunize you against unethical behavior. And so that can't be the goal. And it's difficult, but I can tell you that we ran a survey for students who had used some of our modules, and one of them said, I hope that if I run into my career, I will react the way I said I would.
Right.
And I think that's one way of sort of self-assessment, right? They'll be better prepared when those issues do come up.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Irina, you were actually next on my list. So some of what you spoke about being at a Jesuit institution really, and the values that are present and prevalent there, spoke to my experiences at Spelman to a certain degree in my work. And a question that has come up with my peers here at the conference and in the past is there's an assumption that everyone who is there is kind of rooted in the same grounding of values, but sometimes we get student pushback. And how have you ever experienced that, where a student is just giving you some kind of pressure against maybe a discussion or a topic, and that you would have assumed would have been embraced by your community? And how do you handle that, if you have?
I have not had that experience, and I will say actually the opposite. One of the things we do at Santa Clara sometimes are sort of evening programs with the ACM or IEEE student groups, where we'll invite students to come and work through a case study and talk about the ethics of it, over pizza. And students will come out of class just to do that because they're really engaged and interested. I haven't really had pushback from students, but I think that's in part because we don't go in ever as sort of the ethics police, like to tell you what the right thing to do is, right? Our whole way of interacting with the students and with the instructors that we try to help is to say, you know, we want to help you make decisions that will be better aligned with your own values, that you will be less likely to regret later, that would have been made more thoughtfully. And here are some tools that will help you do that, right? So then people don't push back because they would like that.
Absolutely. I find that the pushback that I'm getting, and through my engagement in some of these communities, I'm learning that working with students who are in the margins, a lot of times we can talk about topics that may be personal to them, and that may provide some discomfort, and we're going to assume that everybody wants what's great for everyone. And I'm learning now that there may be a need to provide alternatives as far as topics for people who just desire to opt out for various reasons. It may not be because I don't agree or I don't like this topic, but it may just be fully uncomfortable. So I'm always interested in learning how we address the meta, I guess, of the humans that are in front of us and how they're engaging in sometimes some challenging discourse.
Absolutely, and the conversations about trade-offs can be difficult because different people will want to make different trade-offs. So.
Absolutely. Did everyone get an aha moment with the ACM and IEEE groups after classes? I never even considered working with those student organizations in that way. That was really powerful. Thank you for sharing. All right. Let's see. Katie, did I ask you a question yet? No? Okay. So Katie, I think my question for you is, I had two here. Let's see. How do you see your program evolving in the future? Stanford is unique because it's within a tech ecosystem that's pretty powerful. And what do you see the evolution of this program, both within the campus, but also potentially outside the I'm used to saying the gates. Do you say that here? The gates of your campus, the walls of your campus as well.
Yeah, outside the sprawling multi-acre, 1,000-acre campus. Yeah, great questions. So I think other people in the room can probably speak more to the long-term evolution of the program, but I think certainly some of the goals are continuing this sort of march up into the higher level courses. So now that we have a foundation in the intro courses and the gateway courses, can we move to those higher level courses, some of which will require different strategies that we're already practicing. So the project-based courses, maybe it doesn't make sense to have as much of a strict module approach. Deanna has done some really cool work with project-based courses where there are multiple check-ins that I hope she'll talk more about later. But different checkpoints along the way as you're developing your more independent project. Mm-hmm. So certainly that progression through the course. One thing that other institutions, such as but not limited to MIT, have done is trying to have sort of like a side-along program with student internships. And I think that can be really powerful. So when students are going out in the world and encountering some of these ethical issues kind of live in their placements or their jobs, can we have a structure that supports them in exploring some of these questions in real time? I think that would be really cool. Another incredible resource that we have at Stanford, in addition to the amazingly well-funded program, is the resource of all of these undergraduate students who are part of teaching the CS1 and CS2 courses. And these students are unbelievable. And some of them have approached us and said, hey, due to our various life experiences, like we have connections. For example, one of the students was formerly incarcerated and she has connections with a nearby prison. And at the prison, they teach computer science classes, but in a very different way. There's no internet connection, like that kind of thing. So she was like, I would love to work with you guys to move some of these modules to that program. So there are lots of avenues, I think, with all these resources that everyone has produced, like trying to figure out how to spread the resources to other programs that could just sort of take them up and implement them. So I think thinking about other institutions that we could partner with in the local community is really exciting.
You know what, I didn't even think about that. I immediately thought about industry partners, and I think that our students can be very focused on the next step, their career goals, right? And I wondered if having industry partners show up in this way that talks about the ethical issues, would encourage them to see future career goals, one, within this discourse, but also see how it situates itself within their future jobs a little better. Okay, so Vance, I gave you a chance to rest. You feel well rested? You good? You ready for this question?
We'll see.
No, I'm joking. You should know this one. So can you elaborate more on teaching at small liberal arts colleges? As someone who comes from a small liberal arts undergraduate institution, what you did here really, what you spoke about really hit home for me and felt very doable. Whereas sometimes when we speak about large institutions and the work that they're doing, it feels overwhelming at times. But you had a lot to offer. Can you elaborate more about that?
Okay, so before coming to Northeastern, I taught for several years at Guilford, which is a small Quaker college in North Carolina, 4-person philosophy department compared to the 24-person philosophy department that I'm part of now. So what I did there looked very different, and the institutional resources were very different from what I now am able to benefit from. So part of the way I cut my teeth on this kind of work, in fact, was in the context of a much smaller, much poorer institution, where I worked with a colleague who was one of the CS professors. We spent a year planning a course, the intro programming course, that would include a variety of exercises and topics that would embed and interweave, to use your metaphor, the teaching of ethical concepts alongside the teaching of the more technical kinds of concept. That's very labor intensive. It is very personality driven in the sense that after I left Guilford, that thing that we built isn't there anymore. There was no one for me to hand it off to. So that's my experience a little bit with a small college program. It connects to what you were asking about in connection to Spelman and to Santa Clara, which is, as a Quaker college, Guilford does have a particular kind of identity, at least institutionally. It has a vocabulary that it's not ashamed to talk about in terms of particular kinds of values, which is not to say everyone there agrees with them or accepts them, but that's part of how the institution defines itself, and I think itself. And I think that's not quite the case at Northeastern. I don't claim that it's an institution lacking values, but it's certainly not one that speaks in quite the same language of values and the same kind of traditions. So am I answering your question?
You totally answered my question.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, so I think we'll take some time for audience Q&A. Yeah, are you comfortable walking around the room, or do you want to stand in one place? Okay. Do it.
Hello. Is this on?
It's coming.
Hi. I'm so happy right now just sitting here. I will attempt to make this question coherent. I mean, I'm sitting here mulling over what you said earlier about woven throughout and not just embedded. And so my question is ultimately about the workplace and industry. And what do you all think from your experience from working with, so seeing where students go, how do we take what we teach in the classroom and woven or embedded throughout the curriculum, and then once they reach the workplace, some of the things are pretty directly transferable, like maybe like an assignment about coding a GUI, you can do that same thing in the workplace, but a lot of the other questions they now encounter, cultural issues, hierarchies, pushback, and now they're in this environment where they are like, I learned all these awesome things in the classroom and I want to apply it, but there are dynamics like the engineers are always the highest paid in the room, so other disciplines are not respected. Or most recently with the tech layoffs, a lot of engineers were safe and other fields were not. And so how do we think about both, I guess, how do we prepare students for that kind of weaving and culture change and dynamics? Jay, to your point too, of also marginalized communities and different communities who have power to speak up and those who don't. How do we think about that for preparing them for the workplace, recognizing that industry needs to catch up with figuring out what to do in industry as well? But yeah, how do you all think about that?
Okay. I mean, I'm just raising my hand that I can answer, but I didn't mean that I was the only one. But okay.
We'll jump in.
All right. So I want to talk first about a thing that I'm especially proud of that Nika and I were able to organize this year that we expect to continue, which is to bring people who are in the workplace in CS to talk with our students about some of the kinds of ethical challenges that they face in their workplaces and how they have dealt with them. However much they may love us as faculty, we all know that our students often get more attentive to people who are guest speakers, and in particular guest speakers from the world that our students hope to be parts of. The other thing that we're taking advantage of at Northeastern is its long tradition of a co-op education component, whereby students, they have an experiential education requirement, most students fulfill this through doing a sort of cooperative education program. So we are working with our co-op coordinators to actually create more placements for students who are interested in tech ethics and tech policy, as well as working with the existing co-ops that students are taking, maybe to set up a sort of seminar that they can take when they return from co-op, in which they reflect on and have a chance to discuss with each other the kinds of ethical questions that they have seen at their workplaces. Because I agree with you that we can give them a lot of very sophisticated conceptual tools and help cultivate sensitivities that they may already have. And then they join a workforce where they're the lowest person in the organizational chart and may not feel any sense of efficacy there. So talking about how do you identify allies, how do you build coalitions, where do you look to get hired in the first place, all of those kinds of questions are ones that we try to make explicit for our students.
Yeah, I guess my first reaction was to say we're the wrong people to ask, that there should be an industry panel where people get asked, how did you manage that, or how do you manage that in your daily work? But I know we had an event a while back where Professor Lily Irani from UC San Diego was talking, and she does technology and labor issues, and I believe what she told our students was find the allies, find the other people in the company who are interested in this and feel the way you do. And I think we've seen that, you know, in the tech world, people pulling together to push for certain changes they want to see. I was kind of smiling to myself that in Silicon Valley, I don't think the engineers are feeling really safe right now in terms of job prospects, so everybody's kind of nervous. But I think that's probably an ongoing challenge for anybody who works in a business context where some of the pressures go against some of the things that we're talking about. I don't think it's any different. It's not only the case for engineering CS students.
All right, next question.
Hi, good morning. First, thank you all to the panel for a very enlightening discussion. My name is Raja Suryamurthy. I'm with the Information Systems Program at Carnegie Mellon, and we're just getting started on some of these issues over here. So let me couch it, the question that I have, in the context of two things that we are already doing and how it relates to what this meeting is about and your experience with that. So one of the things that we're wrestling with is that by the time you emerge from college, you're supposed to be a good writer. And I think all institutions have an intro-level writing course, and what we are now working on is writing throughout the curriculum, so that you don't just take a course at the beginning, okay, I'm done with writing, and now I forget about how to write well for the rest of it. How do you see it throughout the curriculum? And the same thing is we have, with the information systems, we have a capstone experience, and what we've been trying to do is the United Nations came up with 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and we're trying to see each one of the projects that we do, how do they map onto that? So the question that I have for the panel members is that it was briefly mentioned, like the project course, or in my case, okay, this is the capstone experience. And it's a two-pronged question here, like one, there's course 1, course 2, course 3, they're taught by different faculty members. How do you maintain a thread of continuity between them so that they're all sort of saying the same thing, and you can actually say, like I do say that, you know, in your intro writing course, they taught you this. That's what I want you to apply in this course over here. So that's my first question. How do you maintain that thread of continuity when you're talking about ethics? The second question that I have here is the capstone experience. I think that's a beautiful place to tie in everything that we've been talking about here. We don't do it yet at Carnegie Mellon. We're just now getting started on that. So I'm curious about what your experience has been in terms of the project course and how you tie in ethics to the capstone experience.
Okay, before someone answers, I just want to say this is our last question, unfortunately, for this panel, but hold your questions, put them in our document, and find our panelists, ask them during some of our break time. Does anyone want to address this question? Yes.
So just speaking to the first part, how do you maintain that continuity? I think the program you're describing sounds really exciting. And one way that we've tried to approach it in the embedded ethics program at Stanford is, unfortunately, we're just able to rely on a great degree of centralization. So, there aren't that many people teaching it. They can all put all of their course materials in a Google Drive. And so you know what everyone else is teaching. And so you can draw on those course materials when you're building your new courses. I imagine it's a lot more challenging when you have a much more decentralized system, which of course has its own pros. But yeah, we were just able to rely on that kind of centralization, and that everyone would look to one unique spot when building out their courses that build on other courses. I don't know if someone else wants to address the capstones.
Yeah, first of all, I will say that at Santa Clara, there is an ethics component to the capstone project that all the engineering students have to submit. And so, again, there are some resources to help them write that. I'm not at all sure that there is a sense of continuity at Santa Clara. I think the continuity is in the fact that we care about technology ethics, and this is part of what you're supposed to do, but they probably get all kinds of different flavors and messages around that from their different professors. And this is where I think we really probably haven't talked enough about the need to have the engineering professors and the CS professors themselves feel comfortable to take on some of this without help from the philosophers. This is applied ethics, right? We all make ethical decisions all day long, and those professors actually have had to deal with those particular ethical issues directly.
We have a course that is called Technology and Human Values. It's a philosophy course that fulfills a requirement in the CS college. So in fact, most of the students who take that course are a data science major, a computer science major, or a cybersecurity major. And so although they may take it at different points in their curriculum, that does provide something like the kind of common vocabulary that you're describing. But I do certainly agree also with the need to think in terms of an ecosystem, so that you're not putting the burden on 2 people or 4 people or this specific course, but that you have the whole curriculum being one in which people are just accustomed to having to reflect on ethical questions. And let me say also, I think the framing of this conference suggests that maybe there's a special challenge to teaching ethics in CS. I don't know that anyone knows how to teach ethics, right? I think it's a broader challenge. So I think it's exciting just to think about what that looks like in these particular contexts.
Yes, and it's also growing and evolving each year in what that means for our society, technology, and its ethical implications. So yes, I would like to thank our panelists. Please give them a round of applause.
And thanks to our awesome speakers. Thank you.
I'm gonna pass the mic, metaphorical mic, to someone who knows what's happening next. Is it you? And you have a mic? Okay, good. Thank you.
We have a 15-minute break, and then we come back in 15 minutes for our next session. Thank you all. All right, welcome back, everybody. Our second session is on generating buy-in to embedded ethics initiatives. And we've got another great lineup of folks. Our moderator today is Dr. Alison Cuellar from St. Michael's University in Vermont. And so I want to hand it over to Professor Cuellar.
Hello, can you hear me all right? So I actually am no longer at St. Michael's College. No, it's okay. I just thought I would mention that I'm now teaching at Edmonds College, which is a community college in the Seattle area. So it's kind of a change up for me. St. Mike's was a small liberal arts college. So I would just like to say a little bit about the goal of today's panel. Because I'm new to Edmonds and I'm sort of interested in this topic, I thought this would be a good panel to moderate because I'm interested in starting something up at Edmonds College as well. So the goal of the panel is to discuss different approaches to implementing embedded ethics initiatives. So our panel will address questions such as how are ethical contents integrated with technical contents in the courses? What guides the choice of courses? How are assignments and lectures developed? And, oh, I'm sorry. I'm actually, reading the wrong one. My computer is, forgive me. I seem to be working from a Google Doc that is not That is not, oh, sorry. Yes, okay. I thought none of that sounded quite right. Okay, so the panelists will address issues involved in getting their institutions, units, departments to provide the resources and support to add ethics-related materials to technical courses and programs. So the panel will look to examine both challenges, funding, faculty acceptance, staffing, et cetera, that arise, as well as ways to overcome them in building and maintaining programs that integrate ethics material in computer courses. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our panelists. Kathy Fissler is research professor in computer science at Brown University. She is also associate director of the computer science undergraduate program and co-director of Bootstrap, which does K-12 outreach. Maren Sahami is Tencent chair of the computer science department and the James and Eleanor Chesebro, not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, professor in the School of Engineering. And Atri Rudra is Katherine Johnson chair in artificial intelligence in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at the State University of New York, Buffalo. I'm not sure if I got that correctly. I know there's a special way. And then finally, I'm not sure if Allison Simmons is, hello, Allison. So Allison Simmons is Samuel H. Wolcott Professor of Philosophy at Harvard University, and she is co-founder with Barbara Grosz of the Embedded Ethics program at Harvard. So Kathy,
want to just launch us into our?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So good morning. Welcome to the conference. So I tend to think about these issues from multiple levels. I'm in department administration. I teach intro courses. I'm one of the faculty involved in running the responsible computing program at Brown, and I do this work at K-12. So I'll kind of cover a little bit of all of this. I think when we talk about buy-in, which was the title for the panel, one thing we haven't really hit on much yet is buy-in from students. It's easy to find the students who sign up for the classes and are excited and tell us, and then you read the course evals. And there are the students who are decidedly not excited that we are wasting their precious technical time on covering this stuff that they don't need. So I'm actually going to think a little more about the student buy-in component with this. And I think one of the ways that we've really thought about the buy-in component is in two ways. One is we don't frame it as ethics. We frame it as responsible computing. And I think this has two positive impacts, three. One is it sounds better than ethics. Like I don't take computer science to study ethics for crying out loud, right? It's got the word computing in it, that helps. It makes faculty more comfortable because we know there's a department of philosophy with courses on ethics, right? It lowers the resistance and the kind of apprehension from faculty to say, oh, I have to talk about responsibility in what I do. And third, it's a broader umbrella to talk about responsible computing rather than just ethics. A comment I've made to a couple of people is I don't really hear many of us yet talking about the way sociologists are involved in what we do. And their work is another critical component to all of this. So we frame this as a socially responsible computing. And when we're thinking about how to get that buy-in from students and even from colleagues, we're trying to think about what does a student need in this course right now to connect to what they're trying to do? I think this conversation about how to embed this content is very different talking about the first 2 years of a CS program versus the upper 2 years. In the first 2 years, they're focused on getting an internship. And if you can't explain to them why what you're doing is relevant for that, unless they already care about the issues, they're tuning them out. So we try to pull these in and say, see this code you wrote for homework? You see that thing you just did there? You picked that schema for your data. You put that particular prioritization on a sorting algorithm. You have just made a decision that can have implications for what you're doing. So that's one way that we do it. We also frame what we're doing in the intro levels around threat modeling, not value-centric design. Now, personally, I think value-centric that's a good way to be thinking about what we're trying to do. I don't think my apprehensive students are ready for that framing in year one. So we're really starting to think in Brown about the 4-year curriculum and the perspective shift you take from getting them a little more comfortable with the idea in the first 2 years by talking about this being, threats and responsibility, and bring the values and ethics-based framings in a little later when they are also more intellectually mature, when you look at the intellectual development literature for college students. So I think that's a big piece of it. Another way we did buy-in at Brown, we do this through undergraduate TAs. We don't have graduate TAs, we don't have postdocs, we have undergraduate TAs out of our pool who are designated as socially responsible computing TAs. They work in specific courses, assisted by a philosophy professor and an advanced graduate student in media studies who does a lot of responsible technology for his work. And the two of them and me, we're the faculty leaders of this, and we work with the students to figure out what are the assignments in their current courses that have these issues in them that we can help them highlight, bring up, enrich through the expertise of others, but really keep it grounded from what the students are already doing and what the students already value. For those of you thinking about cost, it's also, for most of us, much more cost effective to work with undergraduate TAs than with postdocs, and I understand Toronto's situation was a little different, but that's something that's helped us. I think the one other thing I want to bring up at this point, I know some people are starting to talk about K-12. When we talk about embedding in K-12 and buy-in, anybody who's starting to do work in K-12 should think about the idea that embedding is a whole lot harder in the K-12 space. I've been doing deep K-12 intervention work at a national scale for 25 years. It's not just make a module, hand it out. The only people who will use that module are people at a very select number of schools serving fairly privileged students who have the freedom to make those choices. Most times when you're working in a K-12 context, you have to embed into an existing course that's on the books, and guess what? That's not computer science, because computer science is not an existing course on the books almost anywhere, right? So for anybody who really wants to talk about that, I'd be happy to talk a little more about how you think about framing these kinds of questions in ways that you can work them into K-12 contexts, but in ways that they can be scalably deployed. And I think I'll just leave it there for opening remarks and see where else we go.
Hi. First of all, I just start off with, I completely agree with Kathy on ethics versus responsible computing. I personally always I really don't know if I want to do ethics or whatnot. The second thing was, when I got invited to the panel, I was like, maybe they got the wrong email address. I was like, I don't think I have that much of a buy-in. So I just wanted to kind of put that out there. But I'll try to address as much of the topic as I can based on that. Maybe it's also good to clarify that don't take anything as quote-unquote advice. Think of more as a narrative, right? Whatever worked in my school might or might not work. But to give you some context, we are a state school, so State University of New York. We are, I think, the biggest campus, around 30K undergrads. Our students are not going through a liberal arts education, right? So these are students who are like engineers. They want to avoid all of these liberal arts stuff if they can, right? So the amount of, say, for example, I think it's different at Brown, for example, or at Stanford, right? So what we can assume our students know when they come into class is really different. The other thing is the way decisions are made in my department. The people who are making the decisions are typically called tenured faculty, not teaching faculty, right? And I'm not giving out a big surprise here, right? People who care about teaching are not typically tenured faculty, right? And so we have people who really don't care about teaching, making big decisions about how teaching is done. I'm being unfair, right? I mean, of course, I have tenured faculty colleagues who are really passionate about teaching. So I think there was a question, is like, which faculty are more supportive? The quick answer is those who care about teaching really, which are, of course, all teaching faculty, but there are also certain exceptions among research faculty. So one of maybe the only effective thing that I've maybe seen in our work is just basically go take over those positions. So for example, there is the director of undergrad studies in my department. And now there's actually two, one of whom is actually, once I started, is a teaching faculty as well, which is good from getting more perspectives. But those directors are basically responsible for undergrad curriculum. And so most people don't want to do the work. So if you are willing to do the work and be the director of undergrad studies, you can make a lot of change. Similarly, like take over as the coordinator of the big courses. So I'm super excited. We have the first year seminar. My colleague Kenny is taking over the coordinator position for next time. So I think if I were to say one thing that has worked is just go take over those positions. Most people will complain, and then you tell them, well, do you want to do the work? And they'll slowly slink away. And so then you get your stuff done. A couple of other points. Maybe, again, not surprising, funding matters. So again, thanks to all the wonderful folks. Kathy, big shout out to you for leading the RCS program that really changed a lot of buy-in from that. Conversely, I am now certainly the ethics expert in the school, and I'm like, do you look at these 20 people who've been working on these for 10 years, and so you should probably go talk with them instead of me. And so that helps, like having kind of that, oh, you actually got a grant to do this work, so hence it must be something serious now, right? So if there's ways to kind of do that, that's a good way to kind of get buy-in. And then you can try to multiply that. Like, for example, you can say, if I'm applying to this proposal, talk to your chair and say, hey, can you actually give me a couple of extra TA lines because I really need to do that? So you can kind of sometimes leverage that to get a bit more of extra resources, which can be helpful. There was also, I think, a question about working with folks outside of the. So I'm curious, how many of you are computer science folks here? Okay, computer engineers? Yes, all right. So I'm from a computer science and engineering department, so I'm like very, I've been taught really well by my computer engineering colleagues to not miss out the E part. How many of you are philosophers? Oh, wow. Oh, there's a big intersection, interesting. Anyone from history? No? Okay, I mentioned it because one of my dear collaborators is from history. So again, working with folks who are not in computing, and if you are in computing or computer science or engineering, you have to realize your privilege. It's like you get so much credit. It's going back to the thing that now I'm certainly the expert in ethics, where my colleagues in humanities have been working this for a long time. And so one way to kind of, again, not really buy in, but one of the things I've realized is, again, if you have privilege, you have to make good use of it and help your colleagues out. So kind of figuring out ways to kind of nominate them for awards, for example, in your school for the kind of work that they're doing. Anyways, we are sitting between you and lunch, so I'm going to stop here.
So I put together a few slides. I don't know if we can get the slides real quick. But I think one of the things to think about is at a high level to sell it, at least one thing I found useful is to think about what is the broader vision. So there's the notion that we want to have students think about ethics, but sort of what are the broader things we want to accomplish? And so part of the vision, one of the things we talk about, and Rob and I and a colleague of ours, Jeremy Weinstein, who's also in political science, sort of put this forward, is we want to try to change the way people think about how computing should be done and how software should be developed in a fundamental way. And I won't go too much into the detail, but if you sort of think about the evolution of software engineering, there was a time when people hacked code, and then at some point people realized quality assurance was important, so QA functions got instituted. Then there was a time people realized user interface was important, so UI, UX got instituted. Then there was a time people realized security was important, that got instituted as part of the software development process. And what we try to think of as our vision is that thinking about social and ethical implications of computing is something that needs to become part of that process and codified in the same way those other things have been done in the past. And so in some sense, the vision is not just to get students to think about ethics and computing, but to change the way the software industry runs in terms of integrating ethics into it. And so that idea behind that vision is something that we can go talk to administrators or potential funders or faculty about to get broader buy-in to what we're trying to accomplish is this bigger thing. There are smaller ways that we then need to implement to actually get there. And so the idea that was discussed is to make ethics inescapable in the same way that, when you develop software, doing debugging is inescapable. We want an ethics evaluation to be inescapable as part of that development process. And that means normalizing the consideration of these kinds of things as part of the way it's done. And so that's why we think of embedded ethics as being particularly critical, because it brings it up over and over again. It's not a one and done kind of thing to ethics. So in terms of some of the issues, I'm just going to get up so I can see some of the slides. In terms of faculty buy-in, I think Barbara said this more eloquently than I could, which is start small and start with people who are proponents, right? There's not a lot of surprise there. But the one way to actually get people involved is computing, as you probably have seen in the press, is increasingly cast in a dark light. And if we don't get involved in helping write what the narrative of computing should be from a social perspective, other people will write it for us, right? And so that behooves us, for the faculty who have resistance to this and say, well, we're not ethicists, we're not going to get involved. We say, okay, if that's the take you want to take, you're letting someone else write the story. So either you can be involved or you can let someone else essentially take the reins. So getting the word out, faculty meetings, emails, kind of all the standard stuff, but making it easy to get involved. So where possible, trying to minimize the workload for faculty instructors, because as faculty, everyone's very busy. So things like the use of postdocs, undergrads, graduate student teaching assistants. I'll talk a little bit about that. But we repeatedly bring this to the attention of the faculty. And we highlight people who are involved because, as Atri said, you want to give credit for involvement. You want that to become an expectation that there is involvement, right? So the more you bring it up, the more people see their colleagues getting involved, the more they realize they should be doing it. And it's especially important for the faculty who believe, I'm sure there's many of you who've encountered this, that ethics should not be part of computer science, right? They weren't trained as computer scientists. They feel weird talking about ethics. But when more and more of their colleagues begin to talk about it, it normalizes that as part of what the field actually is. We find more resonance with some of our newer faculty. There certainly are some of the older faculty like me who also care about it, but it tends to resonate with some of the newer faculty coming in and makes it easier, because if a new faculty member comes in and they're sort of taking over a course or developing a new course, that's an opportunity also. They have more malleability there to integrate some of the material. I won't belabor students too much. As Kathy pointed out, getting student buy-in is very critical. Having them be part of the narrative for why this is important to do, because students listen to other students, and if you can convince students that this is important, then it's not just something that's talked about in class, it's something that's talked about in the dorms or in the apartments or other kinds of social actions that students have. We also extend this narrative through student groups on campus. One of our big ones is CS plus Social Good, and so we try to have this not just be something that we do in classes, but something that is part of a larger program across the university. And getting feedback from students. So this is, also not rocket science, right? But talking to them or surveying them to see what they are getting out of these programs so you can make adjustments or understand what kind of impact you're actually having. So final thing is partners, working across areas. Here we actually work across multiple areas. The Ethics Center, which actually hires postdoc fellows. The Human-Centered AI, where the fellows hold a partial appointment, as well as the work they do through the Ethics Center. The Computer Science Department, where we hire research assistants from the computer science side who work with the fellows in terms of developing the modules. But administrators are critical to all this. Thinking about department chairs, deans, presidents. Part of the reason is that no one says teaching ethics is bad, right? At least they won't say that in public. So what you want them to do is understand the importance of being a proponent for this, because they realize that teaching this is an important component of their education. It's something they can talk to their faculty about, or talk to funders about, kind of the broader spectrum. And so it's a win-win for everyone, and those partners are crucial. Last thing is sustainability. We need to plan for the future, and the truth is it's harder. Maintenance is a harder challenge than it first seems. We actually thought there'd be a lot of stuff where we could develop in terms of modules and hand them over, and that would be very easy to do, and the faculty member could take it and just run with it. We're realizing that's not the case, and it actually requires more resources to maintain the program than we thought. That's just something that's important to plan for from the beginning. So with that, stop there.
Can we get...
All righty, I think I'm up. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, but we can't see you.
Okay.
Oh, there you are.
Oh, wait a minute. Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, everybody. I wish I could be there. This is very exciting. Well, I'll repeat a few things that have been said, and then I'll try to take up a question that hasn't really been answered, which is, what do you do when you want to go to your dean? What do you say? But let me start by reiterating something Barbara said and something Mayron said as well. The start small. I can't emphasize that enough. You know, find another person to work with. The people who are going to make the magic happen are going to be people in the classroom, right? It's not going to be the administrators. It's not going to be the institution. It's not going to be the foundations. You need to collaborate. So you need to work on building a relationship. That said, Rob is right. We want to see change, and Arena is right. We want to weave this stuff throughout the curriculum and throughout courses. And that does take building bridges at the institutional level. Structures need to make it possible for us to connect. And I will tell you, I spent really the first 3 years in Harvard's program trying to find the right administrators to make things work. For example, our engineering school uses completely different platforms from our Faculty of Arts and Sciences. So we couldn't get our TAs paid. That was a real problem. So that stuff will happen. But for most of the people in this room, you want to think about building the relationships. Let me underscore some things that folks have said, especially for the philosophers and political theorists and social scientists working with the CS folks. You need to manage expectations and be respectful. As Diane noted earlier, we're asking CS faculty to give up very precious time that you wouldn't want to give up time in your philosophy class, probably. So we decided that one class is about right. At Stanford, they're doing, as you heard, mini modules. We're trying to do some mini modules now on the Stanford model. Like William Cochran, who you'll hear from later, is working on mini modules in our big intro course. You also need to recognize the legitimate anxieties of somebody trying to answer questions on ethical issues or political issues. On the other hand, we've had the opposite problem. We've had CS faculty who want us to teach all of Kant's ethics to them. Like, no, we can't do that. We don't have the resources for that. So it takes a conversation, figuring out what appetite does this person have for their course. And then check in. I mean, we meet with the whole CS faculty once a year just to make sure we can all talk together about what's working and what's not. But that's a way of building up. That said, administrators. I mean, it's really nice if you're at Stanford and the dean of engineering is a computer scientist and the dean of arts and sciences is a philosopher. Most of us don't have that to work with. Here's what I would say if you want to build something, you're starting it up. Do talk early to an administrator. Go to your chair and go to your nearest dean. Don't go to the president's office. You know, somebody who's going to be invested in your department. And again, manage expectations. First thing you want to do is explain what's the problem that you're trying to solve. And it's really what Mayron just said. Like, we want to train a new generation of engineers and designers who can wrestle with the social implications of the stuff that they're designing. Regulation is just too slow. I mean, they'll get that. You can now point to the efforts that all of these schools have been engaged in, and nobody wants to be left behind, including your dean. So that can be helpful for you. Another thing that I think is important is to acknowledge that every school, including yours, has its own DNA. It's going to work differently at different places. So you need to make it clear that you understand that. Stanford has a core CS curriculum. We don't. Our students go through the curriculum every which way. So our program is a little more haphazard. Santa Clara has 4 ethics units. That's a totally different model. So you need to recognize that and talk with your administrators about that. Show them that you know it's going to be different here. Some schools don't have grad students. You have to think about using undergrads and so on. Then I think the thing to do is say what you'd like to do is do a pilot. Like, you're not going to try to change everything all at once. I want to start a pilot program, see if I can make it work. And what I'd like from you is some seed money. Like, I'm not asking you to fund this thing forever yet. I just want to, see if I can give you proof of concept, show you that it can work. And then you can stress the benefits to both the computer scientists and the humanists who are involved. As people have been talking about what those benefits are, but there are jobs for philosophers in this area. It's good for philosophy. It's not just that we're doing a service to the computer scientists. I'm probably running out of time, so let me just say one last thing. you don't have to do it alone. One thing that we've started to do is connect with area schools. So some of our Northeastern colleagues are there, and we banded together with them and sort of dragging MIT in to create a consortium called TechThing. And the idea is no one school can make a big change all by itself in this area. We want to grow a subdiscipline in tech ethics, and we're going to have to do it together. We'll have a conference together. We'll try to build workshops together, thanks to all the work that Northeastern has been doing. Find people in your area that you can work with who have different strengths and challenges from you. And then, of course, there's this big community, so we're all here. So reach out to any of us as you're trying to start a program. We're all going to want to try to help you along. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. So I have a few sort of questions for each of you, but I have an extemporaneous question for the computer scientists. So I'm hearing that there's a lot of resistance from faculty, but also from undergrads with this notion of ethics, right? And if it sort of really relabel it responsible computing. From your perspective, have you had a sort of a change in perspective after adopting these programs, teaching these modules? Does ethics seem less scary? And if so, is there anything that you've learned from that might make it easier to approach those of us who want to get buy-in, approach our computer science colleagues?
So you're asking about the students or the?
Well, both, actually.
Both. So I agree with Kat, like most students, like I don't care. Some would be very upfront about it and very vocal about it, that they don't want to hear about these issues. I think it's a bit of a, you have to test out a few things to figure out what works with your kind of cohort of students. I should also mention that after COVID and BLM, students are at least way more aware than used to be, like maybe even 5-10 years ago. So that's a kind of a good thing that you can build on. But otherwise, I think if you as an instructor are doing this, I think the main thing to tell you is don't get disheartened. Like you are gonna get tons of pushback from everyone. Just, it's like your course evals, right? I mean, you look at your course evals, you kind of pick the ones that you think you can improve on and just brush off the others. Sure, you'll be down for a day or two, but
I think there's maybe a little more. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I think there's something of a factor, too, that you say ethics, and most people think they know what that means. I'm not saying they're right, but it's a term we've heard enough that I think a lot of people have this knee-jerk, oh, I know what ethics is, and that doesn't apply to me. And I think, using a phrase like responsible computing, it's vague enough that it's not clear what it means. So I think it helps that a little bit. But I also think it broadens the base of things that we can do to bring these concepts in early. Like, where do you put things like accessibility? That's a form of responsible computing. And yes, it can come up through a values-based, ethics-based language. But I suspect to most people, if you said, give me 5 association words with ethics, accessibility doesn't come up. So I think that's the way in which it lets people think more broadly and imagine a little more freely. And then, some of the ethics stuff can come in to help frame the conversations people are having. But that's really been my concern, and I see more brainstorming around what we mean when we start from the word responsibility.
Yeah, I mean, I would say there is some resistance, but there's less than you would imagine, and that we don't shy away from the term ethics. And I think it's actually important to distinguish the fact that ethics and social responsibility aren't the same thing, and that when you want to talk about ethics, you need to say that these are issues we need to confront head on, because if we try to somehow avoid the issue or try to couch it in something just to make it more palatable, it does a disservice to the fact that these are serious issues and they're seriously affecting people's lives. And I think that's the thing that we really want to try to convey, is that if you choose not to interact with these things, right, it's not that they go away because you don't interact with them. You need to understand that there's consequences for your work, and if you're going to be seen as someone who is uncaring about the consequences of their work, that has consequences to you. So it's from that standpoint, there are some faculty, I think the main thing we see is not resistance because they think it's not worth covering. It's resistance mainly out of fear of this is not something that I know, this is not something I'm comfortable with, and it creates the potential to have some very tense conversations when we get into it. And I think part of the understanding there is that's part of the human condition, and we need to have these conversations because we are creating these situations as computer scientists. We can't shy away from it, and let's have the conversation. And I think part of it's also the computer scientists come from this background of there must be a right answer, what's the right answer? And getting people comfortable with the notion of there is no right answer, we're going to have a conversation. And Rob likes to say, well, there's better and worse answers, which I think is a fantastic framing. Let's talk together to try to figure out what might be a better answer. And we can all do better if we do that.
I think there is also an idea that you've heard from multiple people, start small. And some of this may also be figuring out where you start to get everybody comfortable, and then you make the conversation harder once more people have a toe in the door, is another way to think about it. We shouldn't think that how we frame it today is how we're going to be having these conversations in 3 to 5 years.
Right. I mean, so I teach ethics regularly, and I think the main thing is just to make it a conversation with students. So I guess what I was sort of after in this question was, how much do you really need philosophers, right? I mean, once you get comfortable with those sorts of conversations, do you need us? And I mean, again, I'm a newcomer to this entire conversation. I worked in history of early modern philosophy, so but I was wondering if there's a point at which you get comfortable having these sorts of conversations where they are more open-ended, and then that's something that you can sort of use as a way of getting buy-in from your colleagues as well.
Hubris has led us to a pretty bad place so far. I don't see that changing, from a computer science perspective, right? I think we do need conversations with people who have different and deeper perspectives on some of these aspects.
Yeah, so I mean, expanding for philosophy, like humanists in general, I think are super crucial. I came into computer science and engineering because I didn't want to deal with the pesky human issues, right? It's like, I'm a theoretical computer scientist. I'm still happiest when I'm proving things, right? But talking with folks from humanities that thought about these issues is very helpful for changing a mindset. So working with my colleague Delia Muller from history, one of the things, one of my epiphanies was, in CSE, we are taught, and we teach our students, here's the problem, break it down to smaller and smaller problems, so you can solve each small of them and do it. But no one questions the question, which is a very humanist thing to do, right? And me as a computer scientist, even if I've talked with humanists for a few years now, I lose sight of that once in a while, right? And so having humanists kind of constantly question why you're doing it and how you're doing it. And there's always the next step, right? So maybe I'm okay doing this in some intro to algorithms course where it's fine, but if I want to do it in a dedicated course, like a machine learning and society course, which is teach it, I don't have the chops to do it, and I don't think I'll ever will.
Yeah, I think that the expertise coming from philosophy, coming from the humanities is critical for two things. One is it gives a level of credibility to the conversation when you have the conversation with computer scientists, when you bring in people from outside, because as academics, we tend to value expertise. And so when there is a view of there is people who are experts in this area and they can teach us, that's an important thing. I think that's also valued by the students. I think the other thing too is it reframes the conversation. I'll just give you an example of how the reframing happens. There's an expectation for computer scientists to solve problems, and an expectation for people in philosophy to find out what are the issues and the subtleties and continue the conversation. And we had this event here a couple years ago where Fei Li, who's one of the directors of the HAI Institute here, and Yuval Harari, the historian, were on stage. And so they were asking about issues having to do with ethics. And so Yuval gives his thing about the long history of discussing ethics and all the issues involved. And then the moderator turns to Feifei and says, so how do we solve this? And she's like, you're expecting me to solve this problem in 5 minutes, and he just told you people have been thinking about it for 2,000 years. Like, why is there this different expectation? And so when you bring in those cultures together and get people to talk, you re-level set about what you're actually trying to accomplish. And I think you just have a healthier conversation.
So let me throw something in about the reverse direction. The more you talk to computer scientists, you're going to get great examples that are real world examples to use in your ethics class. So it's not just that we're here to help the computer scientists. They're actually going to help you with your ethics courses so that your philosophy concentrators are going to be going and talking to their friends who do CS. And I think it's really important to keep the conversation going in both directions.
Okay, I have some individual questions. So for Kathy, so the socially responsible computing program at Brown runs largely through undergraduate TAs. Why did Brown choose this model, and what have you had to do to make this successful?
So we chose to work with undergrad TAs. The first reason is we run our entire department on undergrad TAs. We have 8 grad TAs per year and 350 undergrad TAs per semester. So part of that was just the DNA of our particular institution. But I think doing this through the undergrads has really been valuable for us because the undergraduates know the assignments, they're in the room. The students who sign up to do this are the ones who are highly passionate about finding ways to bring all this together. And they have ways of reflecting on the materials and what is and isn't going to resonate with their colleagues. That's really important. Now, the downside to this, the people who first started this program said, yeah, we'll just put the undergrads on it. And the first year, everybody read the ProPublica article on recidivism in 6 classes. Right? So clearly that needed a little more coordination. The other thing the undergrads really needed was basic training in how to think about developing teaching materials. And it's not that we leave them on it just to their own, but they did not have any training in pedagogy. So in the second year of the program, we said, oh, we need to bring in folks from the Teaching and Learning Center to help the undergrads learn to frame the way they were thinking about these as they worked with the content experts in the guise of the faculty who are supervising the program. So, you know, I think those, giving the undergrads that proper balance in perspective, thinking beyond, say, the most recent news article and helping them probe deeper has been a big part of what we do, but also paying attention to the fact that they don't have pedagogical training. Many of them, their idea of a writing assignment was, read this article, tell us what you thought. It's like, that's not going to be a very good prompt. But that's another place where our colleagues from other disciplines are really valuable. I have no experience whatsoever in making a good writing prompt about an open-ended humanistic question, but that's what my colleagues from other disciplines really know how to do. So there's also good conversation at the pedagogic level that I think we really benefit from these collaborations.
I just wanted to get a show of hands. How many people have questions for the panel? Because I wanted to make sure that I saved enough time for a Q&A. So why don't we move to audience questions then? Yes, Barbara, the mic is coming.
So I have a few quick comments and then a question. For all of us, the question. So first, my answer is yes, we need philosophers and social scientists. In my many decades teaching computer science, I remember many faculty meetings at which we discussed why departments A, B, C, and D shouldn't be able to start their own introductory computer science courses just because they didn't. So why not? Because we have expertise and they don't. And the same thing is true, and I think I don't want to, Mayron's already said it, there is expertise in those who are ethicists and those who are philosophers that's needed here. And I did just chair a committee for the National Academies on Responsible Computing Research, which report does bring up doing this. And it argues that the roots of responsibility are in understanding ethics and values trade-offs. So I think that is really important. One of my favorite student comments from a course is, thank you, now now I know how to argue with my manager when I have my next internship. And I think we as a group should start collecting those examples and share them, and that those can be used in the beginning of the class to explain why it is relevant. Various of you have made the argument for why it's relevant, but those examples can be compelling to students. And finally, I used to have this fantasy that every computer system, when it booted up, would say, "Have you thought about ethics today?" So I now have a new fantasy. And that's not going to happen in my lifetime, maybe in yours. But now I have a new fantasy, which is that every industry internship program would ask students an ethics question, not just a coding question. And I think we need to figure out as a group how to get them to do that. And it depends on how your students find out about internships, who you know there, and so on. But I think this is absolutely crucial, and it's the right time to do it, because people are freaking out about ChatGPT. I'm not kidding you, and rumors are there's worse to come, and there's all sorts of political issues, et cetera. So we need to think, maybe we can brainstorm as a group about that, unless you guys know how to do it.
Yes, you in the fourth row. Yes, you.
Hi, so I just want to take the conversation back to student pushback. So I teach computer science, and I try to integrate ethics-related topics or discussions. And in my HCI class, for instance, we talk about this, like, essentially addiction by design. So should you code an Instagram now that you know that it actually leads teenagers to feel bad about themselves? So mental health and all of that. So right after the hearing at the Congress, so about that whistleblower and how Instagram knew all about those, let's say, mental health issues that teenagers faced. So we held the activity, we conducted the discussion, everything. But at the end of the day, some students mentioned that, well, I'm just a computer scientist. I'm going to code this. I'm going to get my 6-figure salary out of this degree. I do not care. And in one of my evaluations, some mentioned, okay, he sounded very passionate about ethics, as if it was a bad thing. But this was a computer science class. So why do I have to listen to this guy pontificating about these issues? So how have you handled that case? And maybe this is a greater discussion point, because I'm pretty much sure I'm not the only computer scientist who has faced this issue.
Can I add to that? And I'm sort of thinking of something that you said, Maren. So you said that we have to make ethics inescapable in the same way that debugging is inescapable, and you described all of these things that have happened in the past that are now sort of inescapable in terms of programming and coding and so on. How do we address his question in such a way that it appears to be inescapable? Because I think the problem is that it does seem escapable, right?
So I'll give you an example of one of the assignments we're having the students do right now in one of our classes, which is you start from the standpoint of no one is ill-intentioned, right? So when you have a conversation around ethics, people feel as though they're being attacked. They feel as though you're viewing me as a bad person. And what we want them to understand is that you can be a completely good person and believe you are doing the right thing, but the dynamics of what happens impacts the result on other human beings. And so the example we give them is we give them a simulation of a small social network, and we say you're tasked by a company to do what most companies do, which is to maximize revenue or to maximize click-through rate in that social network. You are not ill-intentioned, you are just doing your work as a software engineer. But then we show them what happens in the network, which is you get polarization. The network basically breaks when you try to trade off, or when you try to maximize revenue, because you're getting people to look at articles of like-minded people. And we give them all the code and everything and say, look, you can look at this. There is no ill intention in this. But what we want you to understand that this is part of your work as a software engineer. If you don't want a polarized society, if you don't want these kind of things that happen, like what happens on Instagram is that you get particular pieces of information that are inflammatory or that are shameful or whatever, and that's what people engage with. right? But it's not some software engineer that says, I want to promote changeful material. It's some software engineer that says, I want to maximize click-through rate, right? Because that's what they're tasked to do. So what we're trying to do is build the connection between the kinds of work you might do as an engineer and what its social consequence actually is. That's why we want to get them to engage on why these issues matter to them, because we're not saying that they're bad people. We're saying in the course of your job as a good person, there will be bad outcomes. If you understand what are some of the dynamics and how to mitigate those bad outcomes, you will do better in your job and you will do better for the world. And so that's why you should pay attention, not because we're wagging a finger at you.
So we have a question here.
Hi, I'm Eliane Weezy from University of Utah. Thinking about practical outcomes for the workplace, to what extent do issues of responsible computing and ethics overlap with issues of inclusive computing, teamwork skills, communication skills, so that students don't just feel like I can understand the implications for what's going on in this particular assignment, but I can talk with my teammates about it. I can think about what is in my job description and how to navigate what I perceive myself to be responsible for and what I see impacts downstream.
So I don't know if I have a super great answer, but maybe a couple of things we have tried to kind of, so you're right, like having them discuss in groups is really helpful. I mean, this is actually true in teaching in general, right? You ask, do you have any questions? Everyone's like, and then you ask them to talk to each other and the room is buzzing and it's like, so kind of having students talk to their peers is useful. One of the new things that we are trying this semester, which I'm super excited about, is through the machine learning course that me and my colleague teaches, and my collaborator Dalia Muller is teaching a history course, Rage Against the Machine. We're having them work together, and like the project is common across both things. So we have computer science and engineering students talk with history students in their group, and that has been interesting. Among other things, someone talked about like CS folks are really like trained to go to solutions first, right? And so we are getting this feedback from the history students that, oh, our CS group mates are freaking out because they really want to find the solution. And they're like, no, let's spend 2-3 weeks at least trying to figure out what the problem is. And so I think having students talking with the peers is very important, but also kind of having them, if you can get them to talk to their peers outside of CSE or maybe even engineering, like humanist students, I think that's a great way to kind of go about it.
Yes, right there.
Hi, I'm Andrea Tartaro from Furman University, which is a liberal arts college in South Carolina. This is kind of related to two things that people, or a couple of things that people have said. So I think, I can't remember who said it, but somebody said responsible computing and ethics are not the same thing. Is that you? Yeah. They're not, I can see that statement, but they are intertwined, right? So they're related to each other, and ethics is a basis of responsible computing. And then Allison on the screen, I believe, said, you said something about trying to build a tech ethics discipline. And then the person in the middle, I'm sorry.
Okay.
You were asking about fields, right? The one you didn't ask about was sociology, but I heard somebody mention it, and I also heard somebody mention BLM when talking about these issues. So that leads into my question, a lot of background, which is about tech justice. And I think there are some people trying to build, some excellent people doing work in that area and potentially building a discipline. So my question is, what is the appetite for kind of joining forces there? And yeah, that's my question.
I can take it. I can start. Sorry. I think you're absolutely right. I mean, I think both ethics, moral philosophy, social responsibility, all of these things have to be working hand in hand. We started with ethics thinking it's a person-to-person enterprise. But of course, people build societies, and justice is going to be just as important. So we have, Seth Lazar is big on, like, we need to think about the political philosophy angle. And that's absolutely right. I think we need all of these things. I don't think that they're distinct. So, and I also want to reiterate what Kathy said. The social sciences are really important too. We need data to work with. We need to understand how societies work in order to bring our thoughts to bear. So really, it requires all of us to be working together. So, yes.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, absolutely, social justice is really important. So maybe one way to kind of think about this is, again, as been said many times, like think about the curriculum, like 4 years, like not everything is just intro courses or advanced courses. So if you have more dedicated courses, that's a great place to be talking about social justice, because you need those difficult and nuanced conversations, which if it's like a module in an intro to programming course, you're not gonna get, right? So yeah, absolutely, social justice is really important. You have to kind of think about it. Just to kind of give a quick anecdote, we were polling some of my algorithms colleagues in various areas. We were trying to pitch a kind of a workshop in one of the theory conferences, and one of the responses was, I don't want to pollute my pure math course with politics. And I was like, okay, I mean, that's fine. It's like, and again, I'm not saying this to diss that person, because I was in that thing 10 years back. I would have been much nicer about it. But I literally didn't like, I mean, it's like, algorithms, math, that's what it should matter, right? Why should I kind of quote unquote waste my time? But yeah, sorry.
Do we have time for one more question from Marina?
Was Irina a question or a follow-up comment?
No, go ahead. That's fine. Last question.
The point about, I'm the one deploying the algorithm, your students specifically pushing back. Thank you, sorry. So that assumes that you're only the maker, not the recipient of all of the impacts of all of those technical tools. And if you tell them, you might then be screened by an algorithm that never lets you get in front of a recruiter because it's picking all the wrong factors, maybe they will care about tech ethics then, right? You're not just the maker of the technology. Or if not you, then your children will be impacted in ways you can't even understand yet, right?
Well, I think we're out of time, so let's thank our panelists. Thank you so much.
A couple words before we break for lunch. So first, I want to acknowledge a couple people who are here today who have been instrumental in supporting the work that we're doing in embedded ethics here at Stanford and for this conference. So Dr. Song-Yi Yoon is here in the back of the room. She's a president at NCSoft, which is a leading video game global company. She's also on the board of trustees at MIT. She's on the advisory board at the Institute for Human-Centered AI. And the NC Foundation, which is a nonprofit organization based in South Korea, dedicated to working with the socially disadvantaged, and in particular on issues of corporate social responsibility and AI ethics. A whole variety of folks from NC Foundation are here as well. Find them over lunch or sometime during the conference to hear more about their work. So I want to make special acknowledgement to all of your contributions to the work that we're doing here and to making the conference today possible. So quick round of applause for them. All right, lunch is down on the second floor, so just out that way, and we'll be return here for our second keynote just after 12:30. So we have just under a half hour, just under an hour for lunch. See you back in about 45 minutes.
My name is Ann Newman, and I am the research director at the McCoy Family Center for Ethics and Society here at Stanford, and also the program director of the Embedded Ethics program here. It is my great honor to introduce our second keynote speaker today, Mariano Florentino Cuellar. He is the 10th president of the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, and he previously served as a justice of the Supreme Court of California, served 2 US presidents at the White House and in federal agencies, and was a faculty member here at Stanford for 2 decades. And lucky for us, he maintains close ties to the Stanford community and serves now on the HAI Advisory Council. Tino Cuellar is a leading voice in the issues that have brought us together today. How technological change is reshaping our society, and how ethics, policy, law, and education can help us address the challenges that we face. He has written and taught about the governance of AI. He served on the National Academy of Sciences Committee on Social and Ethical Implications of Computing Research. And through his leadership at the Carnegie Endowment, he continues to stimulate interdisciplinary conversations about the sweeping changes that technology is bringing into our lives and how we can forge responses to these changes that hold on to human values. So we're so lucky to have this chance to learn from him today as we think in particular about teaching students to be responsible designers and users of technology. So please join me in welcoming Tino Cuellar. Thank you so much.
Thank you and good afternoon. It's really a pleasure and an honor to be with you today. Just a little bit of context. When Rob called and asked me to do this, I have a pretty simple heuristic, which is that if Rob Reach tells me to do something and he says Barbara Grosz is going to be in the audience, I'm there. So here I am. I also want to just say, by way of context, I lean in favor of not using slides when I have a prospect of maintaining people's attention. That's a question mark, but it's not a very long talk. So, and then the last point I'll just make as an introductory matter is to say, I'm used to giving talks where there's Q&A afterwards, and that has pros and cons from the speaker's perspective. The best thing about it is all of us who speak will say things that people disagree with or that are not fully formed ideas or we don't quite find the right words for it. And then as a speaker you can say, well, you know, at the Q&A it'll kind of get cleaned up and people say, well, is this what you mean? You'll say, well, this is the nuance, and people go, okay, I get it now. I don't have that opportunity, so I have to trust that I'll get across what I can with you. On the other hand, there's no opportunity for you to disagree with me, so there. The only thing I can really do in 14 or 15 minutes is give you a pretty personal, textured sense of why somebody like me, interested in law, interested in transnational global issues, interested in policy, interested in organizations, has gotten to be so passionate about this issue of teaching ethics in the context of computing, and in my case, particularly AI issues, although the discussion is broader than that. I could start way back when I was growing up on the border, and I scrounged together the money to buy a Commodore VIC-20 and actually face the conundrum of how to get it across the border back when globalization was not what it is now. But I'll start instead a couple of years ago, let's say about 10 years ago, when my interest in AI, which had not really found many teammates and fellow travelers in law, although there were some, was still very much viewed as being a bit on the fringes. And obviously now with the benefit of hindsight, it's so clear that so many of the challenges that we deal with now that bring us together about data and privacy, about who controls the technology, about how the technology intersects with our brains, we're already kind of latent there. But I would say that period for me was the tail end of what I'll call round one of the discussion of AI ethics or computing ethics from my perspective. Obviously, many people had been at this for a long time before me. But in round one, my challenge was fundamentally getting people to care a lot, getting them to feel like the intersection of ethics, policy, computing, data was massively important and would affect everything ranging from drug discovery to relationships between people. I would often try to start a conversation by sharing the story of Eliza, which most of us have heard of, and the incredible sort of dilemma that arose when you thought of a framework for computing that was pretty low tech at the end of the day, and yet could create such powerful reactions in people. That was also when people were still thinking about whether the nascent interest in kind of deep learning was going to sort of continue, or whether someday we'd go back to thinking about expert systems. But in that whole moment, my goal was simply to just start conversations with people and try to generate interest. That led to an effort to teach a class about this, first at Harvard, then at Stanford, and then eventually at NYU as well. And I'm grateful for people not only who thought that was a good idea, but who enrolled in the class and were fellow travelers with me. All right, that's round one. Round two, the era of, for me, sort of going from about 2013 to about 2018 of like obvious concern from people in government, from people in universities, from people in the private sector. This is the growth inside the private sector of teams working on ethics and AI ethics in particular. And here I felt like there was just a recurring conversation about deep learning and what it meant, about the application of what we now call big data to surveillance, to privacy issues, to authoritarian governments to some extent. There was interest in how public sector institutions would develop the capabilities to be full players in those discussions, questions about what technologies should flow across borders, which should not. And what was the capstone for me of round 2 was a conversation that I was lucky enough to participate in a class taught by Dorsa Sadik, one of our Stanford colleagues, and some others on AI safety. That was a class of maybe 60 people or so. And in that class, I was asked to come in as a guest speaker, and I talked a little bit about the dilemmas that I saw coming in the legal system around who's liable for AI systems and their performance, how you start with autonomous vehicles, but then you get to these discussions about decision-making more generally in the public and private sectors. And at the end of my talk, my pitch to the students there, who were almost all technical, was that they consider working in the public sector at least this summer to spend some time learning about the dilemmas in the public sector, but also delivering their expertise and their insight. And so I started the conversation, and there were some questions about what it had been like for me to work in the executive branch, or whether these issues really came up in the court so far or not. And then I remember one student with probably an unusual amount of candor saying, well, Justice Professor, thank you, that's a nice thought, but you know how much money any one of us could make if we just spent a summer working in the private sector? Do you realistically think we can leave that aside? Look, we don't get that much paid as grad students, so how is your proposal realistic? And that was the sound I heard, deafening silence. And for those of you who have taught, most of us here, I feel like I'm among fellow travelers, you know one of the hardest things to do in a pedagogical setting is to just be quiet. And I was biting my tongue, and I was quiet, and a second went by, 5 seconds went by, and then suddenly other students began to chime in, and they began to have a conversation about how ethics was not just about like what government did or what a big corporation did or what a court did, but it was like about their own choices, how they used their own expertise. And it was a very lightly curated conversation. I didn't do much other than kind of this or that, or occasionally make an encouraging comment or say, well, might you think about it a different way? And it lasted a good 40 minutes. I was quite happy with that conversation. I do not in any way take credit for it. I feel like the students kind of got to where they needed to get to. And by the way, that did not mean that they all agreed they should go work in government or in civil society, but they gave the perspective of full airing, and many of them expressed real enthusiasm for doing it, and they talked profoundly about the question of the trade-off between their own personal well-being and what they could contribute to the world. But as I think back on that conversation, I feel increasingly not fully satisfied, because it feels to me like there are some issues that are very prominent in what I'll call round 3, which is the era of generative AI and the chat models and all that feel like they take some sense of a mixture of hope and real concern. Because even when you get conversations like that one, you have to ask yourself, like, how do we wrap our minds around all the concerns, the questions, the settings where these issues will come up, particularly when the reality that is playing out right now, which is familiar to some extent but is maybe even more disconcerting, is that we're all part of a kind of A/B testing cycle, that the technology is evolving in real time as we are the subjects. And in some ways, it's hard to imagine it any other way nowadays. In other respects, that makes it really hard to take a step back and ask, well, what is working well right now? How would you want this done in an ideal world? So as we think about that round 3 set of issues, I'll make 2 prefatory comments and then just close highlighting a few tentative suggestions for us, which if there were Q&A you could disagree with and tell me I'm wrong, but since there isn't, you'll just have to take it and we'll move on, right? The first prefatory comment is that a concept that I felt was interesting coming out of the classes that I taught with law students mostly was the idea of just simulated artificial general intelligence. The law students, once you got them excited, and the other PhD students and MA students I had, would generally say, let's not get so caught up on like when we reach artificial general intelligence. Let's take some of the insights of the Turing test seriously and recognize that for most people, once they get to the point where they can have what they view as a satisfying conversation with a piece of technology, some of the AGI questions are going to be upon us. And this was like 5-7 years ago, so it's a different conversation and time then. But I feel like that, to me, is an important point that might be a check on those of us who also have the impulse to really say, there's just so much hype around this technology. There's so much that is not understood by the public. It's like a basically souped up autocomplete system. Sure, but that doesn't fully speak to how this shapes the minds of people who interact with the system. The second point that I would make is that the real interesting point for me here is not about whether you can have a satisfying conversation, but about whether our assumptions about what social interaction is about begin to change and how quickly they begin to change. And I think here it's just incumbent upon us to keep the normative and the descriptive separate. We may all have ideas about what it means for humans to have satisfying social interactions. That may map on only very poorly to how people begin to use the technologies that are now pretty much upon us. The generative AI stuff that can particularly generate text and have communication. So with that as prefatory comments, I would highlight a few places where I think those of us who care about ethics, pedagogy, research, technology, particularly around AI, can do some good. Let me start by saying a word against any more writing of principles. However well-meaning they are and however thoughtful they are and however fundamentally right they are, the analogy I give people is like, think of how unhelpful it is to ask whether we can reach agreement about the principles that should govern FDA drug approval. Well, you know, we should have scientists involved, and this should be for the good, and there should be efficacy, but you know, there should obviously be some concern about safety and not just efficacy, and it should be a consultative process, and we should make sure that people who need access to pharmaceutical products who are not able to get the regulated product have some sort of way of doing that. It will not take long to get agreement on that. What will be really, really, really hard is deciding who's on what committee and how to vote, like on the specifics. And that leads me to think that the work ahead in ethics is about scenarios. It's about envisioning real problems and opportunities, beneficial uses of AI that we can imagine in a low-income country involving summarization of medical records and who's going to be in charge of that and what's the ethical issue and who should make the decision, for example. Or specific pathways to catastrophic risk. Or specific ways in which the very hyper-social technology we're developing now is actually going to be really good for people who are isolated and lonely and cut off from the world, and what the trade-offs are in maybe imposing what means to be a sort of more universal set of values on people who want to do their own thing with the technology. That's what I think we need to focus on. Second, I would say real trade-offs, not being too seduced by the idea that with the right people around the table and the right technical framework, we're going to mostly solve these problems, and then we can align human, AI, whatever, and just move on to other things. I think here I'm going to channel my inner Judith Cuellar, one of the political theorists I admire the most, because she always tended to sort of counsel people to not make too much of what thoughtful deliberation and good process values could achieve. That's very important, and I agree, as a lawyer, in particular as a former judge, that that matters. But in the end, there are going to be winners and losers, as with international trade. And I think the record of many countries that have thought about this era of globalization as being partly about compensating the losers when the pie gets bigger have mostly a not great record of doing that. So I think just it's incumbent to be honest about who's going to win and lose. I think it's worth taking seriously that the alignment discussion sometimes suffers from a lack of recognition that there are 20 different versions of the public good that can be defended around almost every issue that really matters. So we mostly just temporarily smooth over the conflict and channel it in a productive direction rather than kind of figuring out a deep moral truth, although there are certainly exceptions to that and probably some disagreement in this room about that. Then I'd say maybe we can all work together to help each other avoid intellectual shortcuts. And I'm sure I'm as guilty about this as many of you are. And I'm sure many of the things on my list as an intellectual shortcut wouldn't count as an intellectual shortcut for you. But I would say I don't find the precautionary principle really satisfying, in part because my bias as a former law professor is to think that we tend to make too much of the act-omission distinction. I'm not prepared to say that it doesn't matter at all, but I am prepared to say that very often it can be alluring, misleading, kind of illusory in terms of what actual value it has. And if I have a technology that has a real possibility of making people's lives better, I'm not sure that the best answer is simply, well, don't deploy it unless you can make sure it does no harm. I think the question of what benefit we're foregoing and what harm we're risking are more similar, at least in my mind, than people might sometimes think. I think also we often tend to essentialize the advice decision-making distinction. So this is a comforting idea that if the technology is put in the position where it's not making decisions, but it's just advising or clarifying, then that's a pretty stable distinction. And I don't think so. I think, it's useful here to think about evolutionary biologists and how they think of language really as, first and foremost, from a biological perspective, a means of manipulating your audience. They don't mean it in a sort of cruel psychological way, but they mean like I say something, people write. Maybe, sometimes they do if I have something interesting to say. And in that respect, when a technology can talk to us in a convincing way, it can make choices for us, and it already is. I think a similar distinction that might be more alluring than it really deserves to be is between the setting of goals and the implementation of them. As an administrative law guy, my view is that you mostly adapt goals in the process of implementing, and there's a cycle around setting goals and implementing that once you actually incorporate a technology into implementation, it'll probably end up shaping your goals. And then near the last point here, I would just say there's plenty to be said about attending to both the micro and the macro, not just like what are the rules of competition policy that should apply here, is there a space for very light, carefully tailored regulation or not, but also like what's happening at the level of families, groups, organizations, and ultimately the human mind. So prepare for an interesting couple of years. I think we're going to need to be in this together. I'm excited, but I'm also concerned, and I'm glad to have you as fellow travelers. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. All right. Well, that gives us a lot to think about in terms of the trade-offs to reckon with and pitfalls to avoid, and also the unit of analysis point and how we think about what's close to us and more broad. So thank you so much, Tino. We're going to transition now to a panel on implementation issues. So getting back into the weeds of how we do embedded ethics at different institutions and what are some of the implementation issues that arise given different models. So I'm going to introduce our moderator for that panel. It is Mika Magnami. She's Assistant Teaching Professor of Philosophy and Computer Science at Northeastern, and she will be moderating our next panel. Thank you.
Hi there. So great. The theme of the next panel is going to be implementation. So the panelists will be discussing different approaches to implementing embedded ethics initiatives at their own institutions. They will address questions such as how are ethical contents integrated with technical contents? What guides the choice of courses? How are assignments and lectures developed? How can embedded ethics work alongside computer science faculty? And the panelists will also discuss the benefits and challenges of different approaches. So we have three people. The first is Mikey Goldweber. He is a professor and chair of computer science at Xavier University, former chair and current member of SIGCUS, Special Interest Group on Computers and Society, and one of the founders of the Computing for the Social Good movement in the computer science education. Next, we have Diana Acosta-Navas, who's currently an embedded ethics postdoctoral fellow here at the McCoy Family Center for Ethics and Society at Stanford University. Before that, she was a graduate teaching fellow in Harvard's embedded ethics program, and next year she is off to be an assistant professor of philosophy at Loyola University in Chicago. Oh. And we have someone coming in on Zoom, I believe. Oh, there he is. David Danks, who's joining us on Zoom, is professor of data science and philosophy and an affiliate faculty in computer science and engineering at the University of California in San Diego. He serves on a number of advisory boards for various organizations, including, and this is just a few, National AI Advisory Committee, Partnership to Advance Responsible Technology, and AI Community of Practice with the US government. So welcome.
right, wonderful. Well, thanks, Mika, for the introduction. As you'll know, my name is Diana. I'm going to say again, I have had the fortune and the privilege really of being a member of both the Harvard and Stanford embedded ethics teams, and that has been a fantastic, extremely rewarding professional experience for me. So let me just begin by saying that the really innovative and, in my view, the most promising aspect of embedded ethics is this idea that ethical reasoning should be taught as a skill and a habit that can be integrated with other kinds of skills and habits that students develop across their education and in the course of their studies. Right? I really like the way that Miran described the vision behind the program as changing the way that people think about how software development should be done. And I think embedded ethics targets that very, very well. So today I'm going to be wearing my Stanford hat, at least for the moment, and talking about how we have attempted to implement that vision that Miran described earlier. So the first question about the choice of courses for embedded ethics. One of the interesting features of the Stanford approach to embedded ethics, as my colleague Katie Creel mentioned before, is that it has aimed to cover all required core computer science courses and then building on top of these courses. Now, this creates fantastic opportunities for making ethics a really integral, omnipresent, inescapable part of computer science education at Stanford. And it allows us to develop a consistent sequence of ethics contents for all computer science majors and Stanford students taking these intro-level computer science courses. Now, this creates a challenge which we have began to approach slowly, which is the streamlining of the ethics curriculum so as to avoid overlapping of contents and eventually enabling students to be exposed to a progression of ethics contents going from more basic contents to more sophisticated ethics materials. That is something we haven't yet got into, but it is in our plans for the future. As some have mentioned before, that requires quite a bit of finely tuned planning and coordination, so that's something we're hoping to address in the future. And actually, my colleague Benji has taken the lead on that. Now, a different kind of challenge that arises from that course selection is that core courses, especially in a quarter system like Stanford's, have limited time and limited flexibility to add or remove contents from their curricula. So far, we have tackled that with somewhat creative approaches like pre-recorded lectures, having ethics bites scattered throughout the term. But there's always a very delicate dance going on for precious class time, especially in these core courses. Now, the second question is, how can embedded ethics work alongside computer science faculty to develop lectures and assignment with ethics components? Now that, of course, varies course by course. It depends on the existing teaching teams for each course. But I want to talk about one kind of course that we have engaged with here, and it's these courses where there are complex teaching teams. And in some of those courses, there's been a deep immersion of the embedded ethics fellows into the teaching teams and the decision-making structure shaping the course as a whole, not just the ethics modules. So it's not just the ethics, but the ethics fellows that are embedded into the courses. And that creates a fantastic opportunities for two-sided conversations and for tailoring contents, assignments, lectures, for making ethics a really central and standing part of the courses. In other courses, we work in direct collaboration with faculty leads. In others, we work with dedicated CAs who are part of the teaching structure of the course, but work directly with us in developing assignments and contents. Now, a third question is how ethical contents are integrated with the technical contents of the courses. And I'm going to talk about some of the ways in which the Stanford program has allowed us to do this really well, from my perspective. The first is that there is interdisciplinary expertise and collaboration inside the team, the embedded ethics team. The second is the fact that we have lectures and assignments with ethics components across the academic terms, which raise ethical issues related to technical skills that students develop as they are learning those skills. So as Katie mentioned, in the intro-level programming course, when students learn about encryption, they also learn about the importance of privacy and some of the trade-offs that go into creating privacy protections, right? We also tailor the ethics modules to different versions of the courses that are taught by different instructors. So the tailoring is quite narrow in this case. And so to end, I want to tell you a little bit about one of my favorite examples of courses that we have worked with, and one of the really nice ways in which we've made ethical reasoning be taught as a habit and a skill when students are developing software. And I'm going to use this as an excuse to showcase our newly launched website. I won't give you a full tour, but only a glimpse of it as I tell you about the course. Before doing that, I want to give full credit to Michael Chang and Madison Fan, who are responsible for the design and construction of this beautiful site. Also credit to Ann Newman, Benji Shi, and Katie Creel for their fantastic work on this website. So as you can see here, the website makes materials available both as self-standing assignments and lectures and as complete modules in courses. So here I'm going to go to the Introduction to Human-Computer Interaction, which is the course I want to tell you about. So this course introduces fundamental methods and principles for designing, implementing, and evaluating user interfaces. The course is structured around a group project which students develop throughout the academic term, and they apply the methods and principles that they learn in class to the different stages of design. The embedded ethics module in this course aims to raise students' awareness of the ethical and societal implications of their design decisions at all stages of the product lifecycle. So we provide them with some lectures that expose them to frameworks such as values in design and design justice to guide them in thinking through some of their design decisions. In addition, as they go through the product lifecycle, they're confronted with ethical questions that are relevant for that stage of the design process. So for each assignment that they must deliver on their projects, they must answer ethics questions. So for instance, in the need finding stage, they get questions aimed at getting them to reflect who their potential users are, whose perspectives they're privileging in determining what problems they want to address with their product and so on. In the design discovery and exploration phase, they're given questions that try to get them to think explicitly about what values they encode in their products. Are there conflicts between those values? Are there ways in which the operation of the system in the world can erode or undermine the values that they want to encode, and so on? We also developed 2 ethics-focused heuristics for students to evaluate their peers' project. And so they have to think about others' projects in terms of ethics, in terms of value alignment. And they have to be exposed to others' evaluation of their own projects. They have to address criticisms from ethical perspectives. And they have to provide reasons for their decisions. So this means that they get to very deliberately and explicitly think about the ethics of their projects. Lastly, as part of their projects, they must submit concept videos. And we came up with a Value Coherence Award that students can vote on other projects for their value coherence. So all of these things, just to close, just put values and ethics on a par with other aspects of product designs that students must learn about and explicitly reflect on. And I'm going to leave it here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I next?
Yes. So, next we have Daniel Danks.
Thanks. Yeah, so
Sorry, David, sorry.
that's okay.
One job.
Well, thank you very much. And I'm very, very sorry that I'm not able to be there in person. Like Tino, I have the rule of thumb that if Barbara Grosz says to do something, I do it. And if Tino says something, it's going to be at something I want to be there. But unfortunately, a family challenge has come up and made it so I'm not able to get up there for the day. And I'm sorry to not be able to be there and be a part of all the great conversations that are happening. So I wanted to talk a bit about a somewhat different approach to trying to embed ethics within more technical curricula. I've not been at Harvard nor Stanford and have instead been teaching at now UC San Diego. But as of about a year and a half ago, I was finishing up 18 years at Carnegie Mellon. And so what I'll be talking about are strategies that I and others have developed for teaching in environments where we don't necessarily have postdocs who can assist with it. And in many cases where we don't necessarily have the full buy-in of the computer science faculty. At UC San Diego, I'm half appointed in data science, and we do have a sort of universal acceptance and understanding that ethics and responsibility should be a critical part of the data science curriculum. But we're also creating the curriculum on the fly. The Halegiolu Data Science Institute was only created 4.5 years ago, and so we're still figuring out exactly how to teach this to our students. So I'm happy to tell you about a few things, but I'm also looking forward to learning more from my co-panelists. So when I think about the implementation challenge, I think one of the things that I would like to start with is an observation, which is that I find that it is nearly impossible for me to teach my technical students to be ethicists. I simply don't have enough exposure to them. And if I can't embed these notions into every single class that they're taking on the technical side, it's nearly impossible for them to reach the kind of skill level in doing ethics that I think is really necessary for them to be the kind of truly interdisciplinary scholars that we would all aspire for our students to be. But of course, I don't want to not have them learn anything. And so the focus in my teaching and then the projects and programs that I've been developing, such as the minor at Carnegie Mellon in Societal and Human Impacts of Future Technologies, is to emphasize the importance of collaboration. Many of the students that I teach, whether on the philosophy side or on the data science and computer science side, are not going to go off and work on their own. They're mostly not going to go off to graduate school. They're not going to become professors with the sometimes solitary research life that involves. Rather, they're much more likely to end up in companies where they're part of larger teams that are working to solve these kinds of challenges collaboratively. Now, what that means is that I'm very focused on my students not developing the skills to do what other disciplines do, but rather the skills and concepts to understand what other disciplines do. In the context of technical students, this means trying to teach them how to think like an ethicist, even if they can't actually do an ethical analysis, or to think like a sociologist, even if they can't do a detailed sociological study of the impacts of data and algorithms in some context. More practically, this means a lot of group work, a lot of working with them to understand the ways in which other disciplines talk, trying to help my students become multilingual, as it were. And as an example, one of the kinds of assignments that I frequently give to my students is to provide them with example use cases or descriptions of a potential technology that might be developed. For example, the development of an autonomous drone swarm that can assist in search and rescue in urban environments after disasters could strike. And I ask the students to identify both the technical challenges that should be overcome in order to realize the technology and the ethical challenges. Now, they don't have to explain how they would solve those ethical challenges. That's the part where I think they would have to develop the skills to be ethicists. But the recognition that there is an issue that they should try to resolve, and the ability to articulate that challenge as a question using the languages and concepts of ethics and philosophy, is a sort of step that I have found that the students are readily able to achieve. And I think that that's an important middle ground between what I would hope students might come out of things like the embedded ethics program with, which is the ability to not only understand ethics and philosophy, but to oftentimes do it themselves. And what I think is perhaps more practical in terms of implementation for those of us who are operating in a bit more, there's only a few of us trying to do this, which is to focus on collaboration and identification of challenges. To be able to say, all right, here's the problem. Now I need to go get some help in trying to solve it. Now, one of the things that I like about that assignment, where I ask students to identify both the technical and ethical issues, is precisely that it puts the ethics on a par with the technical and forces the students to think about both sides of the coin. Of course, I think, and I think many of you in the room probably think, that there's no bright line to be drawn between technical challenges and ethical challenges. They overlap in many, many ways and blur together. Nonetheless, I find that technical students, or at least the ones I've taught at Carnegie Mellon and at UC San Diego, frequently think that there is this entirely different world of ethics. And so this is a way to start to bring them into an understanding by exposing them to the idea that any particular real world challenge inevitably is going to have both technical and ethical dimensions to it. Another kind of assignment that I frequently give my more technically minded students is to be able to translate what it is that they have done technically into language and reports that are appropriate for non-technical audiences. So I'll ask my students to, for example, produce a 5-minute video explaining how they would do ethical data collection for a particular problem, and in particular to explain why what they propose is ethical. This forces them to think about the concepts that they're using and to be able to direct their language in ways that isn't just for other technically minded folks, but actually for the people who are most likely to consume this kind of information. It also enables the students to feel, to be blunt, validated in their technical skills. They see that what they're doing has real value, and that the technical choices that the technical choices that they are making have a broader impact beyond just the local system that they're developing. And I'll just conclude by noting that in many cases, what I've been finding over the last 5 to 7 years is that these kinds of assignments actually can be transferred pretty easily into other people's more technical courses. The lift, as it were, is much smaller when all people have to do is give an assignment in which the students are expected to identify ethical challenges, not necessarily resolve those challenges themselves. I find that many computer science and data science faculty feel comfortable grading those kinds of assignments, even if they become much less comfortable when they have to grade an assignment that talks about real ethical analyses. So I think that there's many middle grounds between the sort of amazing embedded ethics program that's being developed at Harvard and Stanford, and simply what many of my colleagues say, which is, well, you ethicists figure out what we should do and then we'll teach it to our students. I think we can better integrate these teachings in a variety of ways, primarily by focusing on concepts and collaboration, rather than worrying about necessarily people being able to do the things that we all can do. So with that, I'll pass it back to the room.
Thank you. So next we have Mikey Goldweber.
Okay, so I'm really bad at time, so somewhere around 7 minutes or 6.5. Say something or kick me. Hi, so first of all, thank you for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to share what we're doing at Xavier. So Mikey Goldweber, professor at Xavier University, and some institutional context. Xavier is a Jesuit. I see you're going to be heading off to Loyola. Yep. It's interesting the number of Jesuit schools here. That may actually say something. It's a Jesuit university. It's a small university, so about 4,000 undergrads. It is a liberal arts school. It's also interesting how many people say they're a liberal arts school, but it's a liberal arts school in the older tradition. So 40% of your course load, of your courses are in the major, and another 40% are what you might call breadth requirement distribution, though of course we have to have a fancier term. It's called the core. You have to lower your voice when you say that. And then you have another 20%. So that is part of the institutional context. Every student has to take 2 courses in philosophy and a 3rd humanity elective either in philosophy or in theology. That's in addition to 2 more courses in theology and another course in moral imagination. So one of the things that makes our life easy is that every freshman has taken a course where they've studied Plato. And part of that is they've learned to take part of ethical analyses and conversations. Every sophomore takes another course where they have to study Descartes. Now we can talk about the kinds of philosophy that we're limiting ourselves to, but that's a different discussion. But they come in some sort of sense like, paper trained or prepackaged with some knowledge of, and I'll use Irina's vocabulary, some ethical lenses, though we call them frameworks, ethical frameworks, utilitarianism, contractarianism, some ethical frameworks, and we can add to that, plus some training, they're not always good at it, some training that when they're in a discussion, they have this notion that there is no right and wrong, and that you don't say, I believe or I think, you would say, from the perspective of, and you describe what framework you're talking about, and then you talk about a conclusion, and you say, is my argument, we could talk about, is it a good argument? Is it a valid argument? Does their conclusion draw correctly? But we never say you're right or you're wrong, and we don't vote and say this is what you should do. So there is some of that training. What we can do is we provided some resources, because we have identified, with the help of our philosophy friends, who are literally one floor above. Again, it's a small school. Oh, I meant to also indicate that it's a small school. There are no graduate program. There is no graduate TAs. We don't have undergraduate TAs. All of the courses are taught by the permanent faculty, and the class size is never larger than 25 because the rooms that we teach in can only fit 25. So we are the professors. There is no undergraduates. It's all on us. So we worked with our philosophy colleagues. We've identified, as Irina says, 6. We've identified 4, and we're actually talking about which ones, where's the overlap. We limit it to 4. We've produced some material so that the students are all working from the same foundation. Okay, so that's the context. So the students are all taking philosophy courses, so that relieves some of our burden, and they've had practice taking part of these kinds of conversations. They need to be reminded about how to do that. Another aspect of this context is that in my department, we have complete buy-in by the whole department, it's all 5 of us, the whole department, in that there is this kind of departmental mission or statement, we call it computing for social good. It's related to socially responsible computing, but it's actually this idea that we want to present computing as the discipline, kind of like environmental engineering or maybe medicine. It's a discipline that you go into because you want to improve the world. Oh, I want to make my impact positive in the world. Computer science is my vehicle for doing that. So we deliver our curriculum, it's the same technical content, from that perspective. And I'll come back to that in a moment. So one other aspect related to the institutional context is that every course has to have at least one student learning outcome related to the mission of the university, this Ignatian statement. And Irina, you actually captured, you read Santa Clara's statement, very similar. We should be living in solidarity with each other, and we should be doing what we can to improve the world's condition, human condition. I mean, that's kind of, the Jesuits, if they were here, they might shoot me with that kind of summary, but they're not here, and there's not that many Jesuits anymore anyway. So we're going to go with that. Okay, so every course has to have one learning outcome related to that. Every department's major has to have one writing. I know there was a gentleman on this side earlier about buy-in. Every department has to have one writing-intensive course, and theoretically, every course is supposed to have writing across the curriculum, have some writing. So implementation. How do we get to that? What we want to do is for every course have another book that we read in addition to whatever the primary textbook is. So if we're teaching CS1, right now we're using Hello World, Being a Human in the Algorithmic Age. Though I recently got a copy of this book called System Air in the mail, and I'm deciding whether that's going to work. Okay. Yes, I get a thumb up from 2 minutes. Oh, come on, no, that's not possible. Data and Goliath for a database class. You get the idea, but what we're going to do is about every 2 weeks, we're going to have a 15-minute conversation about an ethical issue that's raised by the book that's related to the course material, and often it's amazing how much there's an article from the popular press that ties in. It's really, you don't have to plan for it, they just show up. Okay, turning that around, so in addition to that, basically every course has to have an auxiliary book, and some are easier than others. Programming languages, that's a hard one. Okay. So the other thing that we do is in Computer for Social Good is that we do a lot of community engaged learning, right? That's kind of our hallmark. So that means we are working with our local, always nonprofits, on projects. Typically, we never complete them. As we tell our partners, failure is an option, okay? And every student, we want every student to be involved in at least 2 of these over the last 2 years of their time. So what that gives them is an authentic experience after going through these kinds of conversations, reading books, talking about ethical issues the first 2 years, to go through in an authentic way discussing the ethical conundrums, the ethical trade-offs from the beginning of a software design cycle and through the whole software design cycle. Okay, now this all sounds great. In reality, it doesn't work anywhere near as good as I said, but we're trying. Now, they're not going to be professional ethicists, but they have participated in these kinds of conversations. And I loved, again, I'm going to refer to what Irina said, I hope our students have the same insight, that when they're in this situation in a professional setting, they say the same things in a professional setting that they did in the class. So they've practiced being in these settings. They've practiced using ethical frameworks and not saying, I think, I believe, but to look at an issue from a particular framework, and we have them write. I'm not, all right, so I have like another 60 seconds. Yeah, okay. So we have them write things, you know, at the end of a semester. Here, you know, here's oh, and the prompts for these. Where's Kathy, right? We get them, the English department helps us. You know, writing prompts is not easy, right? We get them from the English department. They help us. Here, evaluate this situation from at least 2 ethical frameworks, and then draw, because if you just, they're just going to always pick utilitarianism if you just give them no choice. It's consequentialism or nothing, right? That's how it works. So, okay, I've run out of time. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm going to ask each of the panelists a question. So
Hold on, there's no fourth? I could have gone on.
So the first is for Diana. So you have the advantage of having a perspective of having worked at both Stanford and Harvard, who have slightly different programs. So I was wondering if you could talk a bit about the 2 different implementation strategies, strengths of either, or any sort of reflections you have about the comparison between the 2.
Of course. All right, so I think thinking about the strengths of each of the programs, I think Stanford, the way that the program is set up, in the way that it immerses the embedded ethics fellows into the teaching teams of the courses that we work with, and the way that it makes ethics contents present across the academic terms, it really creates the opportunity to embed and integrate ethical contents with technical contents very, very closely. And so the ethics are very narrowly tailored to the courses. As I mentioned before, we work with each instructor teaching each course, even different instructors teaching the same course. We tailor our ethics contents to the specific versions of the courses that they teach. So that allows a very clear integration of the ethics and the technical materials of the courses. I think that's a great strength of the Stanford strategy. As for Harvard, I think one of the greatest things about the Harvard program is the existence of the teaching lab and the creation of this space for really intense collaboration in the planning of the ethics modules, not just with the people teaching the class, but with other grad fellows and postdoctoral fellows who are also in the process of developing their modules, workshopping their modules, really finely tuning the materials that go into those courses. It's not just a great advantage for the quality of the materials that go into the computer science courses, but also for the experience of the fellows. That is, Mika, you were there, but it's a highly rewarding experience to be part of that team and to be part of that intensely collaborative environment.
Wonderful, great, thanks. Next question is for you, David, and apologies about the name misstep earlier. Okay, so one thing that you said is in terms of a goal, the goal is not to get the technical students to start solving ethical problems because they're not the ethicists. But your goal was to get them thinking like an ethicist to the point that they could identify the ethical considerations. I totally agree with you that this is like the fundamental thing that a lot of us should be aiming for, is cultivating this underlying sensibility or sensitivity. But this seems to me almost the most complex and hardest thing to figure out how to cultivate that sensitivity or that sensibility. So I was curious if you could give us a bit more insight into, is there certain concepts you think, or frameworks you think, or exercises that help develop that deeper sensitivity or sensibility such that a student or a person can identify what the ethical considerations are in a situation?
Yeah, no, you're right that in some ways, of all the different pieces, it's the most complex one. it's also, I think, the one that we should start with. So one of the big strategies that I've tried to use is providing students with concepts, say the concept of power, or the concept of fairness or justice, and then basically spending almost an entire class talking about how to redescribe existing situations in terms of that concept. So rather than simply saying, well, here's this abstract concept, now let's move on to the next one, I will introduce a concept and then proceed to spend the entire class just stepping through example after example and showing how to pick up on the things that are most relevant to that particular concept. And I find that if I sort of do that iteratively over the span of maybe 4 or 5 classes, and then essentially have a class that is an integration. So now let's think back about everything that, here's another example. Let's talk about it in terms of all of these concepts. Now, the reason I'm emphasizing concepts is because I think that that shows people the factors that matter. And then I find that the students have pretty good intuitions once they think about something. If you think about how is this technology going to change power relations between different groups, they pretty quickly see, oh, wait, that's going to be a big problem. I don't know how to fix it. I don't know how to solve it. I don't know who should be having, the correct sort of decision-making power in this situation. But I can recognize that it's something that somebody ought to think about. And so I do that on the one hand. Then the other is to very much, and this I think fits straightforwardly with the embedded ethics ideas, is to ground everything in practice. So I focus, for example, my data ethics class is not built around the concepts, it's built around the stages of the data science pipeline. So we don't talk about privacy, we talk about how privacy issues arise in data collection. And then later, how privacy issues arise in data analysis. So we also get the advantage of the students seeing the concepts grounded in the practices that they themselves are going to go on into. And so I find that really helps it to be something that they can resonate with, and then they see how they didn't talk about this in their other classes. I mean, I frequently have students come up, this will warm the hearts of all the embedded ethics folks. I have students come up and say, why didn't we talk about that in our databases class? Or why aren't we talking about this in our algorithms class? And I go, I don't know, ask your professors, let's have a conversation about that. So yeah.
Can I just also throw in something, because it's supposed to be, a way to, what I do is just a way to start that notion of recognizing ethical considerations is to tie it back to computer science. It's what test cases are you missing, right? You think about it from a debugging perspective, right? Test cases, boundary cases, what's going to break it? You think about the classic story about the, automatic door openers that didn't recognize people of color, or the soap dispensers. Well, that was because you were missing test cases. I mean, I'm not saying that you view it from that technical perspective, but you use that as the segue into that larger discussion, is starting from what they know to what is new, and they know, hopefully they know about test cases and debugging. So one can take the disciplinary expertise and use that as a wedge into the larger discussion.
Great.
Oh, you have a question for me now.
I do. I have a question for you. So you're coming from a program where you have this amazing advantage of students having taken all these philosophy courses, hopefully cultivating broader, more general skills of being reflective, asking questions. And I was wondering, and then you talk about how bringing these students to analyze different issues that come up in technical situations, and bringing different frameworks to apply or to be used in those reflections. I was wondering if you could say a bit more in detail, like the integration of the technical stuff and the normative stuff, and where it happens and at what level. So is it happening at like choice points that they might make as like a software designer, or is it talking about bigger picture things about should we design this piece of technology in general, or at what level is the analysis happening?
So if we're talking about, let's say, when they're doing kind of software development for a community partner, we do a lot of work with some of the local food banks. I'm sure there's probably an on-campus food bank, and if you didn't know that your campus had a food bank, it probably does. You just don't know it, and wonderful opportunity for projects. Or we also work with second chance hiring. We try to infuse it not just at various interesting points, not just at various choice points, but it's kind of like, again, as we heard from Mehran, it should be part and parcel of all the steps. So at least that's what we try, okay? It's really interesting. You go to these things, and often I'm on the other side of something. This is like really fun for me. And I hear what's going on at Stanford, and I hear what's going on at MIT and Carnegie Mellon, and I think, oh, we don't have the resources for that kind of thing. So to come here and say, you know, my students have all taken 2 or 3 philosophy classes, it's like, oh, good, we win once. So, but yeah, we try to make it as normative, right? It's not an add-on. It's just this notion from the beginning. Let's just start thinking about, and we decide. We talk about ethical frameworks, and from that perspective, what are we missing? What decisions should be made? It's part of the design. It should be part of the software design process. You're not, you know. And the other thing that I wanted to mention is that people talk about giving up content for these ethical discussions, and I'm thinking you're thinking about that in the wrong way, right? What's more important? You know, another 15 minutes on balanced binary trees or the ethical conversation. And if you think that's a trade-off, then you don't belong in this room, right? In some sense, it's not a trade-off because it's just as important and maybe more so. So you're not giving up technical content. You're doing what you can to create a wholer or rounder computer scientist. There's no content
if I can just
up. It's just you choose between this data structure or that data structure. It's like you're choosing between that data structure and ethics.
Great. David, did you try to jump in there for a sec?
Well, I just wanted to add a PS or a +1 on the normalization point. One of the things that we're trying to do with our new data science major, you know, we have 300 majors a year in that program. And one of the things we're really trying to emphasize is actually that, this is the way I describe it to the students, there's no such thing as data science and responsible data science. There's good data science and irresponsible data science. That it's not, just as if you've got, you know, data that look like this, you wouldn't fit it with a linear function, you should think about why you're picking this loss function to optimize rather than that one, in the value-centered sense, right? That it's not, it isn't that there's this, you know, gold star you get if you do it ethically. It's you're either doing it well or you're not. And doing it well has technical elements and ethical elements and societal elements. And just these are all a package. You can't be good at it technically and bad at it ethically. If you do that, you're just not good at data science anymore. And so really that normalization of ethical issues, I think, is important in the culture of the major.
You're here.
Fantastic. Okay, so I think it's time to switch over to Q&A. Yeah.
Hi. So we are talking about implementation. How do you see the effectiveness and how do you evaluate your curriculum? Are there pieces of evidence or metrics that help you evaluate the activities you are including? And how do you see if they are effective or not?
For me or?
For panel, you know, general, but maybe David and you, yeah.
I'll just go really first briefly. So the question is assessment, right? There's always the question of assessment. So to me, it's not a question of doing it versus not doing it. There's a number of studies and papers out that talk about, hey, we did this, and this is what the students' reaction were. That's not, to me, that's not the question. We should be doing it. Now the question is, should I be doing it this way or that way? We could talk about how you teach recursion. Is this a more effective way to teach recursion than another way to teach recursion, right? So to me, that's the question, and I don't, that's a hard thing. I don't have any data to give you, but I do think that that's the more interesting question, not do it versus not do it. I'll let.
So the assessment that I've done has been unfortunately purely longitudinal in nature, in the sense of I teach the course one way, then I teach it the next way, and I get people that I know to sort of do blind coding almost, nothing systematic, but you know, do the student reports or projects seem to be better? And you know, it seems like they get a little bit better, but it's hard to know exactly. One challenge with this is the challenge that exists for all educational psychology, which is actually the relatively small numbers of participants that we have in these studies. It's just hard to get enough to have good significance because there's so much random variability in student performance. So actually one of the things that we're considering, we haven't done it yet, but I think we might be able to pull it off next year, is to do almost a kind of A/B with our senior capstones, where some, because of the structure of the capstones, we could have it be that some are taught to think about one kind of problem. Some are taught a different framework, perhaps. We have some do data sheets, some do model cards, some do something else. And then we have about 75 capstones per year because they work in teams, and then look to see whether we're getting systematic differences between them. So we're thinking about trying to experiment on our students for exactly these reasons, because we need to have better evidence for what does and doesn't work to help students do better data science.
Yeah, just to add to that, not really an answer, but more like pointing to things that will be coming in the future. There's an ongoing effort and an interinstitutional collaboration seeking to not necessarily assess the effectiveness of ethics teaching, but more assessing the alignment of instructor goals with students' perceptions of ethics pedagogy. And there will be more of that coming in the near future.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your insights. I was curious if you could speak to having had prior students and alumni coming back to the class and talk about their experience of how they use some of the things that you discussed in the real world, or having alumni from your different schools and departments coming and talking to the students. Any sort of experiences that you could share about that?
Well, someone mentioned that this morning, and I wrote it down. That's something I want to do because I think that's just fantastic.
Unfortunately, because I left Carnegie Mellon a year and a half ago, I didn't quite have enough time for the alumni from those programs to come back. But I will say that I regularly use guest speakers, especially in a post-COVID world where people can just jump on Zoom. I regularly have guest speakers from industry. And the students consistently report that that is their favorite part of the class, is hearing from people in industry about the ways in which they think about ethics and how in their everyday life they are not able to not think about ethics. So I think it helps the students see the practical value of it because many of them are looking to go into industry jobs after graduating.
Okay, another question here.
I wanted to ask about the way, or if you use stakeholder theory when in your modules or in your embedded ethics. So if you're an ethicist, you're used to like the big ethical theories like consequentialism, deontology. So being exposed to stakeholder theory is a little bit surprising. And I'm wondering, what lessons do you hope students take away from stakeholder theory, and what do you see its limitations as being?
Yes, we all turn to David.
I mean, I certainly do a lot of stakeholder analyses, and we talk about how do you engage with communities and how do you understand the needs and interests. You are not your user kinds of ideas. And so that's much more the lens I use is people's values and interests rather than consequentialism, deontology, and so forth. This might be heretical, but I teach an entire data ethics course and I never mention the words consequentialism, deontology, utility. I don't use that language ever, except on the first class when I tell the students I won't be using those terms. Everything is in terms of stakeholder values and interests. So I'm very sympathetic to that.
More of the same, I know we don't apply stakeholder theory. I'm not a philosopher enough to know, but beyond that notion of identifying stakeholders, you are not your stakeholder. But we do use the terms of the framework because that's what they're taught in their philosophy classes. So that's the vocabulary that they come in with.
And do you see any limitations with the stakeholder analysis approach, either of you?
Well, I don't really know. Go ahead.
Well, there's a pedagogical limitation, which is if you really want to do it right, you need to have your students go out and talk to people. And so to the extent that there are those connections in place and you can have the students go out and do engagements with external stakeholders and really elicit values and think about the interests that they may not have occurred to them, then I think it can be really powerful pedagogically. That's not something I've been in a position to be able to do with a 75-person class. And 75 to 100 is the typical size of an ethics class I'm teaching. So it's something that would be great to find scalable ways to do. If people have ideas, I'd love to hear them.
Hi, David. I don't know if you can see me, but this is Raja from Carnegie Mellon. I was actually hoping to see you in person here, and yeah, thank you again to the committee. The question that I have is the following, and this is one of the mantras that I preach to my students, is that companies don't care about what you know. They only care about what you can do. So knowing ethics is one thing, doing ethics is another thing altogether here. So my question is leading up to this, and I said Carnegie Mellon, at least the IS program, we're just now getting into bringing in ethical concepts and so on in a more formal notion in our curriculum. I earlier talked about building in ethics into the capstone experience. What I'm curious about at your respective institutions, this came up very, very briefly earlier in the morning, and this is about ethics in practice and ethics during their internships. So one of the things that we're toying with is that, and we can actually do this with international students, because international students have to register for a one-unit course in order to be able to do an internship during the summer here in the US. And one of the things we're requiring them to do is to write a reflective essay on what their internship experience has been. What we haven't included yet so far, but what we are thinking about doing is having an ethical component of that. Like, what did you see? Okay, how was everything that you've learned here? How was that practiced and so on? Like one of the sayings of Mahatma Gandhi that I like very much is that be the change that you seek in this world. Okay, what was it that you saw during the internship that you weren't comfortable with, but you would like to change? So my question to the panel is, in terms of internships and so on at your respective institutions, what are you doing in terms of ethical doing and having the students like observe what happens and bring it back and making it part of them?
Want to go first?
I can go first because this will be very quick. I'm sorry. Good to see you, Raja. Just to be very quick, between our undergraduate and graduate program, we have nearly 1,000 students every year trying to get internships. So we're not able to do very much, quite frankly. That scale, we can't ask all of them to do reflections. Even if they did, we wouldn't be able to get through them and provide them with feedback. So we support those students who want to integrate that, but we have not yet found a scalable way at the size of the program that we're operating with.
My answer is going to be similar, though we don't have the same scale. We do ask our people who do often go off internships to give a presentation. And they also typically write something, but the idea of as part of the prompt or maybe part of the presentation to reflect on an ethical issue that they were presented with or that happened would be an excellent idea. So I will write that one down as well.
Well, I cannot speak directly to your question about internships, but in previous work before joining Embedded Ethics, I did work with students that had some professional experience in developing case studies for moral challenges that they had faced in their professional lives, providing them with frameworks to think through some of those challenges, how they approached those challenges, what decisions they made in the different scenarios that they faced. And for those who volunteered, workshopping those cases with their peers, and that was actually quite powerful as a pedagogical instrument. So not exactly in the context of internships, but that is something I have done in the past, and it is quite powerful.
Hello. I want to add a quick two-finger to this, which I don't know if anyone here is from MIT, but we were just, Tristan, you hosted an event at MIT a few months ago, and somebody had talked about this program they were doing where while students were on internships, they also had a cohort back home where if questions arose on the fly, they had a community where they're going like, hey, and people were just deployed everywhere, right, on their internships, and they came, I thought this was so brilliant, they had a community to come back to in real time and question with each other some of these topics, because it can be pretty lonely when you're doing an internship, so I wanted to just add that bit as, I don't know who ran that program, somebody can probably provide more details, but it really stuck out to me as an interesting way versus like a post write-up, have your community on the fly to build on that pedagogy. Oh, Barbara said I had to introduce myself. I'm Kathy Pham, and I helped start the Responsible Computing Challenge at Mozilla a few years ago.
Great, that was our last question, I believe. So join me in thanking the panelists.
All right, we're going to transition now to lightning talks. And I am going to be an ominous presence for those of you presenting. I will appear after 5 minutes to let you know that your time is up, because these are going to move really quickly. So I'm first going to introduce and invite to the stage for her talk Noelle Brown. Hi. All right, so Noelle is a PhD student in the School of Computing at the University of Utah.
Welcome. You. All right. I have 5 minutes to synthesize 40 years of research related to how we are teaching ethics in computer science. So let's dive in. Overall, we've responded to the call of teaching ethics in computer science for decades. And we've done really great work, as we're seeing at this conference. So it's a really great time to pause and reflect on where we're at as a community, what have we done as a field, what kind of resources are out there. This can inspire us to come up with some more focused calls rather than maybe an overall call to integrate ethics within computing, because at least us in this room, we are already doing this. So what exactly are we teaching, or what exactly have we been teaching? And what have we been sharing with our community specifically through research? To answer these questions, we conducted a systematic literature review in which we analyzed nearly 100 papers from the past 40 years published in computer science education venues. We then read all of these papers and qualitatively coded them, and then further thematically analyzed the data generated from the coding process to come up with broader themes related to how we are teaching ethics in computer science and how we're reporting that in our research. What we found overall is that there's a lot of really great work that people are doing, but we're doing it in a lot of different ways. We found a lot of variety in how people are teaching and how we're reporting on teaching ethics in computer science. So based on the results of this literature review, I'm going to present some of the results, because it's just a lightning talk, of what we found, and I'm going to frame those results with a call to action. Now, these call to actions are specific to people that publish in computer science education venues, because that's what our data set was from. Philosophers in the room might say we're already doing this. But I think this can really inspire us as a field to kind of fill those gaps that have been there that we see now based on the past 40 years of research. So our first call to action is to define what we mean by ethics. We found that only 41% of the papers in our data set defined or framed what they meant by ethics. And while this might not seem like a big deal, we found a ton of variety among the papers that did frame this, among what they're teaching. So, this is just a subset of what we found: formal ethical theories, teaching the social impact of computing, professionalism, or teaching computing concepts that relate to ethics, among others. So as a field, can we define what we mean a little bit more specifically so that we're all understanding all of these different important aspects of ethics that we're teaching? The second call to action is to share our resources. When we analyze the pedagogical strategies that people report on in these papers, we found the most common being discussions, lectures, readings, and writing assignments, but we found a ton more also. People are really creatively, pedagogically engaging students, which is really awesome. And a lot of us are sharing our resources, as we saw. Stanford and Harvard have open source repositories, but there are also people out there reporting on teaching ethics that aren't sharing exactly how they're doing this in enough detail that another instructor could replicate that process. So this call is to really share, maybe not in our publications, but somewhere out there, share these resources so that so the other instructors can further embed ethics across their courses as well. My next call is to develop strategies to overcome the challenges. We know there are challenges to teaching ethics. When we analyzed the data among challenges, what people are reporting on, and grouped these into themes, we found these themes. Faculty reporting there's not enough time, it's a packed curriculum. Faculty not being trained or having the expertise in ethics, not feeling qualified to teach it as a computer science instructor. Students viewing the ethical components as less important than the technical components. A lack of resources, as I mentioned on the previous slide. And of course, the challenge of assessing this. So A lot of papers are reporting these challenges and grappling with the challenges, but very few are coming up with specific suggestions to overcome these challenges. So as a field, can we move towards coming up with specific suggestions like sharing our resources, as I talked about, or coming up with more robust assessment strategies? And my final call to action based on our literature review is to move towards specific suggestions for how we can best teach ethics in computer science. And this call to action came about because as we were analyzing the data regarding what people recommend how to teach ethics in computer science, it's all over the map. There's a lot of recommendations, but there's very little consensus. So as a field, we're lacking specific guidelines for how to do this, which makes it really hard for an instructor who may not know where to start incorporating ethics within their classes. So overall, we found a lot of people are doing really great work. All of us in the room today have been talking about really awesome stuff. But there's also people out there that are reporting on other strategies as well that would be really useful to bring their perspectives and share their resources. It's awesome that we as a community are talking about teaching ethics in computer science. And I think especially us in this room, as a field, we're ready to start talking about how we can do this even better. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Noelle. Our next presenter is Stacy Dorr. Stacy is a Claire Luce Assistant Professor of Computer Science at Colby College. Welcome, Stacy.
Thank you. Yes. Okay, terrific. Thank you so much. I'm really delighted to be here. I represent not only Colby College, but I also represent Bowdoin College because this is a cross-institutional partnership. And I'm going to talk a little bit, the call for the lightning talks was what do we have now, or what resources do we have? So I'm going to talk about a set of resources that we've developed together called the Computing Ethics Narratives Project. And I'm actually going to encourage you to maybe go through and look at your phone, but only if you're going to go look at computingnarratives.com. So that as I'm kind of going through my slides, I can maybe have you look through the website. So this is the website that we developed. It was iterative. We started to develop our own, and we decided that we were not UX, UI specialists. It is an interdisciplinary project, not only across institutional. So I represent computer science. My colleague, Fernando Nascimento at Bowdoin, his specialty is applied ethics. He teaches in the digital and computational humanities program. And then my other colleague, Allison Cooper, is in also DCS, but film and cinema studies and Italian language. And so we came together to put together a set of resources that look at different types of narratives. So in particular, we're very broad in our definition of narratives. We are looking at everything from film and series clips to podcasts, news articles, academic articles, poetry, short stories, those kinds of things. And the reason why we focused on the narrative as opposed to the modules or the lessons that many other folks have focused on is that we found that there were, for computer science professors, they didn't necessarily know how to go out and find a lot of resources to kind of embed some of these different discussions and lessons into their classes. And we thought that a repository where we could continually update the newest types of conversations that were being had, in addition to resources on Plato or other types of philosophical kinds of resources, would be important and also engaging. And we have included a lot of different types of interdisciplinary approaches in this that really are founded in Fernando's applied ethics expertise, where we look at this as really an opportunity for professors to engage in ethical narratives as laboratories, right? So computer scientists, we feel very comfortable in a laboratory type of setting. And we really want to be able to have a chance for students to be able to develop what is often called an ethical sensibility. So if you're surfing the website, you'll notice that there's different types of icons there, and also there's a filtering system, search system, that is based on the Berkman-Klein taxonomy for our ethical themes, and also the ACM computing classification system for all of the different types of technologies. And mostly what we wanted to do was to really try and engage faculty with different ways of really designing their own modules. So I don't know about you, but a lot of my colleagues don't necessarily want to take somebody's kind of already created module if they've been doing things. They want to create their own, and they're sure that they have a better way to do it than what you just did, which is great because we all learn from each other. And what this does is it's kind of a mix and match type of approach. You can search for really specific types of themes or technologies and embed those into the discussions that make the most sense in your class. We do, if you're looking at the website, we do have things that are really kind of sample modules that are based on our own type of framework, where we do a pre-assessment, we do narrative sharing, we do other types of activities, and we give you examples about how all of those narratives can be woven in at different points in the lesson, along with like a post-assessment, so that you can check to see if there were changes perhaps in students' attitudes or beliefs about whatever it is that you were talking about. One of the main things that I do want to stress is we are both undergraduate institutions, which means that our undergraduates are very much involved in the creation of the modules that we actually use as teaching in our own classes, and also finding the different, or curating the different narratives that wind up in the repository. So this is a really important piece, because the things that they're interested in are the things that we want to be interested in. We want to be able to ask them to collect that information for us, and then think about the kinds of questions that would be important to them to be thinking about and asking about. And so our student researchers have been invaluable in this piece. One of the things that was really good for us as an interdisciplinary team, and also getting buy-in from other colleagues, is the fact that you have to find something, some common ground. So in other words, for us, this worked for us because these were all parts of our own individual research areas. And then when we go and talk with colleagues, we try and find out what are the things that they're really passionate about, what are the questions that they have in their own fields, and then that's how you get buy-in. Like, oh, that's fascinating. I've always wondered, like, what are you thinking? This is your research field. How do you kind of handle these types of ethical decisions in your own research and your own work? And so that's one of the ways that we try and get buy-in is by finding common ground. For other things, we really thought that it was important to signal this interdisciplinary cross-institutional collaboration by having shared leadership as a part of this process. So it wasn't just kind of going across the disciplines, but also recognizing that we all bring a unique amount of experience and expertise to this project. And I can't do what Allison does or Fernando, and vice versa. So it's really important to signal the importance of having your colleagues as equal partners in the project. This was all funded by Mozilla, and one of the strengths of our original project and continuing project is this interdisciplinary lens. If you happen to be at SIGC, here's a plug, we're going to be doing a workshop where a lot of the people in this room will be there talking about the different approaches that they've used in their own classes. I'm not necessarily talking about my teaching this time, but I will be talking about it at the SIGC workshop. So if you happen to be there and you want to spend St. Patrick's Day with us, we'd really like to have you. Anyway, the other piece is that I just wanted to say that we're always looking for collaborators to help us find really unique and compelling and meaningful narratives, and then different ways that you're maybe applying them in your own classes and working with your students. So if you have any interest at all in finding a little bit more about what we're doing, we would love to talk with you and work with you, and I really appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stacy. So our last lightning talk is by Kevin Lin, teaching professor in the Paul G. Allen School of Computer Science and Engineering at the University of Washington.
All right, hello. Hi, everyone. My name is Kevin Lin. I'm an assistant teaching professor at the University of Washington, Seattle. And I feel like actually all that context is quite important for me, and in terms of the classes I'm teaching and the ways in which I'm an individual faculty member trying to make change, trying to design new approaches to teaching ethics, teaching social responsibility, teaching this work toward greater justice in the world. And so I'll spend some time, half the time really talking about what that means in my context and how you might also reflect on that for yourself. So the title of my talk is Experiences Teaching Critical Comparative Data Structures and Algorithms. So I'm teaching an advanced data structures course. This is typically going to be a third course in a sequence. So the students coming into my class have done some programming, a decent amount of it, maybe even a full year's worth of programming courses before entering my course. And in my course, we're teaching them things like how do you implement a binary search tree, how do you implement hash tables. And that ends up being kind of an interesting place to have this conversation. I noticed, I think, Mikey was talking earlier about thinking about trade-offs between spending time on implementing balanced search trees. And that's actually where I'm kind of situated in, is I'm thinking about these really detailed implementations of actual data structures. Now, for those of you who are following my work or have seen my work previously at Respect or SIGSI, I want to point out that I am indicating with this little sparkles emoji places where my work is, I kind of improved my thinking in the past year. And I want to first start by pointing out that I'm actually published all of my materials open source on the web. So if you're interested in the actual course materials, this is kind of like a deep dive into my course. But I think there's also lots of broad lessons that can be taken away from this. cs.uw.edu/373. All right, well, heading in. I first think it's helpful to have a bit of context, and I want to share with you a reference that may not be necessarily in your circles. This is a reference by Malazid and Resetar in 2019, talking about their work in digital creativity. And their paper was titled Infrastructures of Abstraction, How CS Education Produces Anti-Political Subjects. And I think there's a stress there on what it means to be anti-political and what it means that CS education and the structures of our CS education and our curricula pushes students toward that path. In their paper, they discuss this idea that if you think about apolitical, that's a way to refer to an idea about disregarding the political or ethical implications of technologies. Anti-political is a different statement that suggests that you're putting it in a box and you're saying, oh, all the CS stuff that I'm learning is not just not regarded, not connected, but it's not in the bounds of what I should be learning. And this, I think, goes back to some of the things we've been talking about before around how students, through even the structures of things that we're teaching them, very foundational concepts to computer science, like abstraction, are essentially the same act of putting things into boxes and saying, here's an implementation of this data type, and this data type just does its own thing, and it's not connected to the rest of the world. We had a lot of discussions about this on the mathematical side. I wanted to spend some time also discussing my own positionality and identity and the ways in which I've kind of changed over time, and I think this is interesting ramifications for us as educators especially. For me, I always want to ask, like, why am I doing this work? What drew me to this career path in the first place? I'm a relatively young Asian male, male-presenting cisgender heterosexual man, and all of those identities, I think, are both strengths that I can use to communicate better with my students, but also potentially ways in which I might not communicate my messages efficiently. For me, the reason why I chose this career path rather than, say, going industry was that I felt like there was so much moral ambiguity going on in the world. And I think there are so many of our students who are sitting in that same position where they were pushed down this path of, let's get that tech internship, let's get that tech job. But we're just so, rarely have that opportunity or space or kind of normativity in our conversations with each other as students to be able to actually engage that. So I feel like embedded ethics is a powerful way to engage that, to give students space and opportunity to reflect on their own purposes for being, how they wish to live and move through the world. And I see that as really my greater purpose in doing all of this work. So I see this as an opportunity to engage all the students' skills and their thinking and bring all of the knowledge that they might otherwise have in all their experiences in college, and to use that to reflect on how they would see themselves living in the world. Now, I'm operating in a very different headspace from my students. I've spent a lot of time thinking about this. I chose this career path. I went upstream against what students are typically doing. What can I do to meet students where they are? Like I said, I'm in Seattle. And Seattle, Washington, there's a lot of tech companies there. And students are just banging on those doors. And that's the mindset that they're in. That's the mind space, the head space that they're in. How do I communicate this to them? How do I give them that space to think about it and to address kind of technical issues, ethical issues through this course? So I think oftentimes we're posed with this question that we just talked about in the buy-in panel too, of it feeling like a zero-sum game. That am I teaching the technical, or by teaching ethical, am I taking away from the technical? And I think there are ways in which we might better kind of align those two. And I think these are still kind of central questions around my work. Now to actually kind of, now that we have the context, share what I've been doing, here's what a traditional data structures course might discuss. It would discuss things like data structures, resizing arrays, linked nodes, search trees, hash tables, heaps. Those are potential data structures you would cover in a data structures and algorithms course. And typically, you would analyze those data structures using asymptotic analysis, basically asking the question, how much time does a data structure take to run a function given some big data? And each of these will implement one or more abstract data types. And abstract data types are things like lists, sets, maps, priority queues, graphs. They're mathematical concepts for representing potential operations that you may want to perform on those data types. Now, one of the contributions I did recently in the past 2 years was come up with a term called affordance analysis. And this affordance analysis is a way that I can put on the same grounding as asymptotic analysis. On one hand, you have asymptotic analysis for your data structures. On the other hand, affordance analysis for your data types. It gives us a way to be able to talk about social implications on equal footing. So when I ask students to work on projects, I'm asking them both of these questions, both questions about efficiency and also questions about how are we posing this problem to you? How might you redesign your data types to better address potential concerns? And this affordance analysis actually does tie into a lot of things that we've discussed. So we notice we've been bringing up value-sensitive design a lot. That's the primary framework that I use within affordance analysis. Affordance analysis, the contribution is just adding that you can think about this even for very abstract concepts, even things like lists, sets, maps, and priority queues. Things that, if you think about them as defined as mathematical objects, they're very devoid of context. But when you situate them, and this is how I'm using it to solve a problem, then that has a lot of questions that are raised to the forefront. Now, the main contribution that I've been thinking about more recently is how to connect these two columns. The way I've presented them is that these are two separate columns. You have one on the left, kind of a mathematical efficiency mindset that is traditional in computer science. On the right-hand side, you have abstract data types, and you have affordance analysis. So I've been spending a lot of time thinking about how can we pose this question? Why did we choose to write the specification that way, in the broadest of terms? Because if you approach that question from our traditional stance, you would just wonder, well, how might I implement a data structure more efficiently? But nowadays, I'm thinking also about how I might be able to inspire them to think about how might I rewrite that specification? And that's been kind of the next step for me. And so that really pulls in on this side, trying to ask them, how might I use different ADTs, different data types to be able to solve this problem? And in doing so, by changing my ADT, I would also need to revise what data structures I'm using. So I'm pulling in their technical knowledge by thinking about redesign as a process. When you change your data structures, you may realize, actually, this implementation is too slow. So I need to change my ADT, go back in this cycle, and then redesign that again. And I think this really brings in this idea that my social and technical skills can coalesce and come together in a way that gives me more knowledge of both. And we call this process iterative design. And that's really been one of the places where I've been thinking a lot about. So I'm going to wrap up my talk in the next slide. This is a good opportunity to take a picture. This is kind of the main, I would say, the main, if you just want like a curriculum thing, this is a good slide for that one. Because the next slide's going to be nice and short, relatively short. So the last parts I want to wrap up with a bit about what I mentioned earlier with my positionality and my identity and how that is connecting to students. And really, if you think about that previous slide with iterative design, that's really a way to try to figure out how can I make this ethical thinking knowledge more valuable to students. And I see that as a way to build it into a cycle where their technical skill is informing their ethical thinking. So in my paper from last year, I proposed an argument for political vision, which is this idea of why are we even doing all of this work? What's the end goal of this work? One argument that I made was teaching CS to right historical wrongs. I still deeply believe in that. And I think some of my students, many of my students believe in that too, but not everyone. And I think about this question of how can I move those last few people, maybe it's 20%, whatever percentage you might have within your own courses, people who might feel that this is not satisfying to me, that they haven't necessarily gone through the thinking for themselves about what they want to do in the world, but they're seeing that there are so many messages society sends them about what is a valuable job, what kinds of jobs will give them prestige or happiness in life. And I really want to meet them where they are on that. And so more recently, I've been thinking about this aspect of teaching political vision for student agency. That the reasons why we teach you ethics and embedded ethics and teach you it in this class is to give you agency for how you can move through the world, for how you might be able to better make decisions about where you work, who you work for, how you interact on that team, what products you want to design, and how you design all of that. I feel this is a really urgent need for us to be able to reach our students, to give them greater agency in thinking through their work. And I see ethics as a vehicle for achieving that. And so I really am focusing on things that we've already actually discussed today, things like identifying the real ways that students have power to choose their employers, to think about the roles they have on those teams, to think about ways they might be able to collaborate, grassroots organize with other employees in their companies to be able to make the changes that they can in their positions of power. So with that, I'll thank you all for your time and also give a brief kudos to all of my collaborators, including many of the people in the Code and Cognition Lab at the University of Washington, including Benji, including Steph, Alana, Jane who's in the back, Leo's here as well. Lots of people from the University of Washington. I encourage you to say hi to them as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kevin, and thank you again to Noelle and Stacy. All right, so we are going to have a brief sort of change of scenery. We're going to move downstairs to the second floor terrace where we had lunch, and we are going to move into breakout groups. There are questions at each table. The tables are not pre-assigned, so I strongly encourage you to sit with folks you haven't talked to yet. And this is going to be a nice space for reflection, to continue to share resources, learn about each other's work. We'll be down there for about a half hour. Then we'll come back up for teaching demos. So please make your way downstairs, grab a snack if you'd like, take your coat, might be a bit chilly, and we'll reconvene up here in half an hour. All right. I apologize, I misspoke just before our break. We are not doing the teaching demos just yet. We have our panel next focused on diversity of approaches in teaching ethics in the CS curriculum. And this panel will be moderated by Macy Salzberger, who is Assistant Professor of Philosophy at San Francisco State. So welcome, Macy, and then all the panelists will come on as well.
Thank you, Anne, for the introduction. So for this panel, the goal is to showcase different ways instructors have approached teaching ethics in the context of computer science classes, including how to get colleagues on board, how to address difficulties and resistance, and how to frame the ethics context for students. So I'm delighted to introduce our panelists for today. So first we will have Brett Becker, who is an assistant professor at the School of Computer Science at the University of College Dublin. Then we have Casey Fiesler, yes, okay, who is an associate professor of information science and by courtesy of computer science at UC Boulder. Then we have Ryan Jenkins, associate professor and senior fellow at the Ethics and Emerging Sciences group at another CSU, which I'm always excited to see, which is Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. And then we'll have Evan Peck, associate professor of comp sci at Bucknell University. So each panelist will have roughly 7 minutes, and then we will have a general discussion followed by a Q&A with the audience. Thank you so much. I'll leave it to our first panelist. Great, take it away.
Okay, thanks very much. Is my audio coming through? Is that a yes? I'll take that as a yes. So, hi, I'm Brett Becker from University College Dublin in Ireland. Due to last minute circumstances, I couldn't be there in person, which I'm really bummed about, but I'm thrilled that I could still participate online, and I really thank the organizers for the opportunity. Today, I'm going to discuss curricular efforts in the form of a project that's a bit of a mouthful in its official title, the ACM IEEE Computer Society AAAI 2023 Curriculum Guidelines for Undergraduate Degree Programs in Computer Science, more commonly referred to as CS 2023. I'm on the CS 2023 Steering Committee, and I chair the Society Ethics and Professionalism Subcommittee. Mikey Goldweber, who's there with you today, who we heard from earlier, is also on the Steering Committee, and he's also on the Society Ethics and Professionalism Subcommittee. So if you have any questions later, you can corner Mikey. I know that many in the audience are familiar with what's often called the joint curricula, but I'll give you a 30-second history just so we're all on the same page. The ACM and the IEEE Computer Society have a long history of sponsoring efforts to establish international curricular guidelines for undergraduate programs in computing on a roughly 10-year cycle, starting with the publication of Curriculum 68 more than 50 years ago. The current version is CS 2013, which was co-chaired by Maron, along with Steve Roach. And that is what CS 23 is updating and will replace later this year. So these guidelines are used by universities across the world when constructing new programs and in updating existing ones. And these guidelines obviously evolve, and for CS 2023, the AAAI, the Association for the Advancement of Artificial Intelligence, was added as a partner along with ACM and the IEEE Computer Society. So these guidelines are comprised of knowledge areas such as graphics, human-computer interaction, operating systems, and so on. And these knowledge areas are further broken down into knowledge units. CS 2023 has 18 knowledge areas, which is the same number as CS 2013 had. So let's get down to what we really want to talk about. The 2023 Society, Ethics, and Professionalism, or SEP, knowledge area has grown from the CS 2013 Social Issues and Professional Practice knowledge area. So if you were listening, you noticed that we've added the word ethics. When constructing model curricula, hours are the common commodity, just like in teaching and in building new courses. So the CS 2013 Social Issues and Professional Practice knowledge area had 16 total hours attributed to it. And currently the Society, Ethics, and Professionalism knowledge area in the current beta version of CS 2023 has 31. So it's nearly doubled in size since 2013. And most of those new hours are attributed to ethical considerations. So CS 2023 obviously has a limit on the total number of hours that it can allocate across the knowledge areas. But I'm happy to say that our proposition to essentially double the size of the Society, Ethics, and Professionalism knowledge area has been unanimously supported by the entire steering committee of 20 people. So, you know, that proposition to double the size of the Society, Ethics, and Professionalism knowledge area is largely due to the inclusion of ethical considerations. Besides quibbling over hours, there's a number of difficulties that arise when constructing model curricula. For Society, Ethics, and Professionalism, one of the biggest challenges that we face, and something that I think the audience here can appreciate, is integrating ethical concepts within programs and degrees. So we are just authoring curricular guidelines. We can't control how they're applied in practice, but we want to discourage Society, Ethics, and Professionalism from being siloed, isolated, or otherwise special cased or ignorable. The subcommittee strongly feels that putting the entire Society, Ethics, and Professionalism knowledge area into a dedicated course, for instance, would likely lead to such siloing. Some institutions may not be able to avoid this for any number of logistical or operational reasons, and we do strive to be useful for diverse institutional shapes, such as liberal arts universities, as well as other institutional models worldwide. And that's a big challenge for us. We're trying to encourage an integrative approach. So in reality, like was said a few times this morning, we're trying to make ethical issues unavoidable, essentially. The biggest effort that we've made on that front is that every single knowledge area in CS 2023, so think human-computer interaction, graphics, operating systems, and so on, will have a dedicated Society, Ethics, and Professionalism knowledge unit within those knowledge areas, where context and subject-specific society ethics and professionalism considerations are dealt with from within the context of that knowledge area. So we hope that this will encourage an embedded approach where ethical considerations are tackled as they arise naturally within a degree. We anticipate one of the biggest operational challenges for those who are applying these guidelines, as we've discussed already today, being a lack of expertise and buy-in at the faculty level. Another one of our challenges is our timeframes. We're trying to write curricular guidelines that need to last roughly 10 years. So if you think back when CS 2013 was published, the world hadn't yet dealt with Cambridge Analytica, the large-scale technological election influences that we've seen, widespread implications of algorithmic bias, the scale of computer crime and hackings that we've pretty much become numb to lately. Very recently, generative AI is another example of an area that's loaded with ethical pitfalls and also, I feel, opportunities in terms of teaching opportunities. And that didn't essentially exist in 2013. So what ethical challenges are we going to be dealing with in 2033? That's something that the subcommittee thinks about a lot. But needless to say, we can't predict the future. So that's another really big challenge. I suspect I'm coming to the end of my 7 minutes here. So the alpha version of CS 2023 is available right now on our website, which is fairly easy to remember. It's csed.acm.org. However, next week for the SIGC Technical Symposium, we will be releasing the beta version. So it might be best to wait about a week before you dive into the details if you're interested. The most important thing really is that we welcome feedback from the community on society ethics and professionalism or any of the other knowledge areas. The website has a form for giving us feedback, but also my contact details if you'd like to contact me or any of the other knowledge area subcommittee leaders directly. Going forward, we will be releasing a gamma version in the summer, followed by another round of community feedback. And then we'll be releasing the final version of the CS 2023 curricular guidelines by the end of 2023. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Casey Fiesler. 5 or 6 years ago, there was an op-ed in the New York Times where someone said that academics were asleep at the wheel when it came to tech ethics. And some of the response to that was also making the point that we just weren't teaching these things. And as a bright-eyed, bushy-tailed new professor who was teaching tech ethics, I was so deeply offended by that I made an openly editable spreadsheet and asked people to add their ethics syllabi to it. Which is, you see, is getting me applause. That's literally all I did, though. It's the most low-effort, high-impact thing I will ever do. But as a result of this, people suddenly started thinking that I was an expert on ethics education. And as a bright-eyed, bushy-tailed young professor with imposter syndrome, I therefore felt like I had to become one right away. So I actually did a lot of work then analyzing the classes that were in the syllabus so that I could write a paper about it, because that's also all I wanted to do at the time. And so I got a pretty deep understanding of how people were teaching like standalone tech ethics classes, and also who was teaching them and these kinds of things. But around the same time, Cambridge Analytica happened, and there was this great op-ed somewhere that was written by a former Google engineer where he made the point that part of the problem here was that software engineers were teaching ethics as a specialty, or were treating ethics as a specialty instead of the foundations of all design. And having taught the required computer science ethics class at Georgia Tech, where I had done my PhD, I was thinking, yep, that makes total sense, because that's also how we teach ethics as a specialty rather than the foundation of everything. And so I started thinking a lot about this particular problem. And I actually agree a lot with what David said earlier, which is that part of what we're doing in embedding ethics into classes isn't to like turn every computer scientist into an ethicist, but you have to know enough to be able to spot the problems and know when to seek more expertise. And I have a law degree too, and so we learned issue spotting because that's what lawyers do, right? You see a bunch of stuff, and then you have to find all the things you sue over. And so that's also what I've thought a lot about is like, how do we get that spark of like issue spotting, right? And so one of the projects that I've worked on was what is something that I could give someone like plug and play to put into any class just to get that like spark of this is a thing that you should be thinking about. So I created this teaching exercise called the Black Mirror Writer's Room. And oh, see, some people have seen it. If you haven't, you should Google it. It's really fun. I was using this in my tech ethics class as a way of like doing something fun and creative that could get students thinking about the future. And the basic premise is that imagine a future technology or a future issue related to technology, and then pitch me a Black Mirror episode about it. Think about what's going to go wrong, what could go wrong. Think about who this is going to impact, what's going to happen, write a Black Mirror episode. And it's really fun. There's like a slide template. It looks just like the episode blurbs. You go find an image, and then we talk about it. And then we also talk about how do we not get there? What are the things that could happen between now and 50 years in the future that might make this thing not happen? You can do this in any class by taking it and being like, come up with something related to computer vision or come up with something related to data science. But as a result of this, a lot of people have used this exercise. And a couple of years ago, my PhD student, Shamika, interviewed I think 12 people who had used this teaching exercise in their classes. And one of the great things about it was that the answer to like, why did you decide to use this, was in part, it was there. I saw it on Twitter. It was there. I just wanted something in my class that would help students just think about this a little bit. Like I knew I wasn't gonna teach them like traditional ethical theory, and I wasn't, I don't feel like I'm an expert on these kinds of things, but I just wanted them to think about it a little bit. And so I think that's a really good first step. And one of the issues that I think has come up a few times here is this sort of like it feeling kind of intimidating, like this ask to like teach ethics if you're not an ethicist. And I hear this a lot, right? And when I say like, oh, I think it would be great to integrate some ethics into the machine learning class, the machine learning instructor like looks horrified. And I'm like, I'm not asking you to read Kant, I promise. Like, I think that you, as a machine learning researcher, can learn enough about machine learning ethics to teach it to undergrads. And I think there's this sense of like, that you have to do a lot more than we're maybe suggesting. But I also think this is one of the reasons why it is so important that we're not only integrating ethics into technical classes, but also having it taught by deep subject matter experts, whether that's in computer science, because ethics is computer science, and computer science departments should be hiring ethicists and giving them tenure and having them teach classes, or philosophers, STS departments, that kind of thing. And so the last thing I'll mention is that I also, some of my students led a survey of instructors in computing departments about whether they include ethics in their classes, where ethics might be shorthand for responsibility, justice-related issues. And if they do, what helped them do that? And if they don't, why? What are the barriers? Every single barrier that is in this paper has already come up over the course of the day so far. We don't have enough time. It's distracting to students from more important things that have higher priority. Ethics is not relevant to this course, an algorithms person told us that.
I don't have the ability to control the course curriculum at all. There are poor incentive structures. This will not get me tenure, and a lack of confidence or competence in this. So I'll mention 3 things to finish that we showed help in these cases that might help people. So one is open resources. Everyone who has major materials available online, whether that's sticking your syllabus in my spreadsheet or whether that is, one of the open repositories or that kind of thing, it is really helping people because people are out there looking for resources. Another thing that is helpful is having incentives within the department. Letting people know that this actually is going to be helpful to them. Sometimes it means funding. Sometimes it means making sure that it will count for their tenure case. And the other thing, the only statistically significant thing in this entire study is that people are more likely to include ethics in their classes if they report having a professional community with which to talk about ethics with. So congratulations, we are helping. Please go back to your own research communities and your department and your university and continue having these conversations because that's really going to help as well. Thanks.
All right, so good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ryan Jenkins. I'm at Cal Poly in San Luis Obispo, just a few hours south of here. And I wanted to talk a little bit about the format of our class and the way that we've structured it. So our format, I would say, I would contrast against the embedded ethics model, which is one that's fairly, say, broad and shallow, whereas ours is deep and narrow. So ours is the standalone ethics class that we have. It was outsourced to us from our computer science department for a few reasons. One reason, I think, is that they failed to staff it and retain the faculty with the relevant expertise. And secondly, I think that they weren't confident enough in their own competence. And they said, you know what, we're going to let the philosophers take this one. And we said, that sounds great. And we'll take all the students you have. So I have this recurring experience when I'm teaching the class, which is in the first or second week, I'll have a student come into my office hours and they'll say, I'm really nervous about taking this philosophy class. And I say, well, why is that? And they'll say, well, I'm an engineer, I'm a computer scientist, and I really think of myself as a logical person. And I say, well, that should be fine, right? Welcome to philosophy. It's the discipline that invented logic, so you ought to do well in a class like this. What I want to talk about here for the rest of my time is how I try to make computer scientists and computer engineers a little bit more comfortable and how to sort of bridge that gap between the humanities, the conversations that we have in philosophy, and the kinds of conversations that they might be more used to. So as we've heard from some other people already this morning, from Vance, from Irina, from Diana, we've heard that ethics is something that these students are already doing, whether they know it or not. And I like to tell my students that engineers are people who are interested in making the world better. That's one thing that inspires someone to be an engineer. And philosophers are people who have been thinking systematically about what it means for the world to be better or worse, what kinds of things are good or bad for people, what kinds of things enable or encumber human flourishing. And philosophers have some things to offer to these conversations. In particular, we have some subject matter expertise, and we have some ideas about processes and methods that can allow people to systematize and interrogate their own thinking. So what we've done in the class is we've taken, because this is part of the accreditation requirement for the computer science department, we have taken the codes of ethics from the major engineering organizations, the IEEE, the ACM, the NSPE, and we have built our syllabus around the ethical concepts that are embedded into those codes of ethics. And we can say to the computer scientists, this is the code of ethics that your professional organization has drawn up. These are the expectations that you will have as a professional computer scientist. Let's try to work through what terms like privacy mean. When the code of ethics says to hold paramount to the public welfare, what does that really mean? And so we investigate those things, we draw those things out. We have a lot of examples in class, a lot of case studies
that allow students to respond positively or to identify the salient factors in some situation. So we might have a conversation and the students sort of gravitate towards some concept of rights or something like that. And we'll say, that's great. We know all about rights in philosophy. Let's talk about some theories of rights. Let's talk about the moral foundations of rights. Let's talk about some ways that rights are criticized, ways that they might come into contact with or conflict with other things that we already deeply care about. And this is the way that I see the value of this class, is offering a kind of scaffold to the intuitions and the moral commitments that the students already bring to the table. What I want to do in the class is to show students that they can treat these concerns, things like privacy, rights, what have you, they can treat those kinds of concerns as a kind of moralized set of design requirements. So all of the students understand that they need to build a product that has certain kinds of requirements, that has to meet certain thresholds or what have you. They're used to optimizing within constraints. And so we say, look, here's a new set of ways to look at the problem. Here's a new set of constraints or trade-offs to think about. And we do that through several case studies that illustrate and demonstrate some concrete instruments and tools that they can use to do this. So for example, one of the examples I use in class is taken from real events on campus. The Cal Poly, my employer, in their infinite wisdom, this mic isn't even on. In their infinite wisdom, they implemented a system on campus that would track the location in real time of any Wi-Fi connected device. Many universities have something like this. They did it, of course, without consultation with the students and so on. And so we talked about this and we said, look, here's a problem that the university is trying to solve. Here's the solution that they've decided to deploy. And we acknowledge, first of all, that the people that implemented this system had good motivations and good intentions. And we say this data can be used for good purposes that benefit the students, right? That benefit the data subjects themselves. But there are also lots of uses we can imagine that are problematic, that are abusive, that subject the most vulnerable groups on campus to untoward scrutiny or what have you. And so we say, look, imagine that we want to implement this system. Everyone take out a sheet of paper, a note card. Let's brainstorm 20 things that the university might be able to do with this system. And then we say, we can evaluate each of those proposals in terms of their helpfulness or their utility for the university. And we can also evaluate them according to the threats that they pose to privacy. And we can plot those on a chart. And we can, of XY coordinates, and we can draw a line. And we can say, you know what? These have no obvious utility, very serious threats to privacy. Those solutions, those applications in this quadrant have relatively low threats to privacy and a lot of utility. These are the ones that we can endorse, and so on. So we take the conversation from being something like, well, we really got to worry about privacy trade-offs. Good luck out there. And we say something like, no, let's make this concrete. Let's operationalize this. Let's give the students some tools where they can actually draw a line. And they can make arguments to their employers or their coworkers. And ultimately, they can arrive at a place where they can articulate and defend a reasonable position. And they can speak and they can act from that position of principled consistency that's backed by real plausible moral theories. And if I can get my students to there by the end of the quarter, then I think I've done as much as I can do in 40 hours with them. Thanks.
All right, I'm going to try to do this sitting. We'll see if I get riled up enough to stand at some point. But so I'm from Bucknell University. This is another one of these universities. It's undergraduate only, smaller classes, no graduate students. And my origin story is probably similar to some of yours, right? I'm teaching an upper level CS course. It was a human-computer interaction course. In that course, I had a bunch of students who wanted to propose apps that had some sort of, well, we'll say broadly, social impact on their campus. I had some of my best students. They're all at fantastic tech companies now. And they would propose these systems that they were really excited about that would have some sort of positive social impact. But I could see some extremely clear exploitable levers in their systems, like tracking people's the tracking people's Wi-Fi location was actually one of the examples they used. Like, we'll have you make friends outside the fraternity system by tracking everyone's Wi-Fi system. You can see where they all are, right? And what was fascinating to me about this moment and disturbing, I mean, we have had a dedicated computer society course in our curriculum the entire time. They had all taken it, actually half of them were taking it concurrently to that class. And what struck me was, like, if I had explicitly asked them to think about the ethical ramifications of their system, I think they would have gotten it. But the fact that I didn't ask it up front made me realize there's some sort of habit that it's not there and it's not built. And maybe the habits they have in system building are already developed to the point that it might be hard to get it back. So I got really interested in the CS1 space. I started building these exercises. Some of you have run across them online, in which I basically really tightly couple their programming exercises. When they learn things like conditionals in Python, they used to code rock, paper, scissors. And I said, let's have you code a housing allocation algorithm instead. And think about what are the ramifications of that. When they learned about for loops, they stopped doing exercises with just like swapping values in arrays. They started coding a hiring algorithm, a really basic, simplistic hiring algorithm. And I basically revised our entire CS1 course to have 5 or 6, 7 different weeks of this, in which they are making explicit decisions through their code, reading, I think, some important voices in these spaces, and then reevaluating that. Okay. Now, I took that approach partly because I was an untenured faculty, and modules are really nice and easy, I think, to insert into your classes. They don't disturb the entire system. And I wasn't adding space. I wasn't saying, let's delete things, let's add it. And so I think one thing I am most interested in talking with all of you about, because I could keep going on this for like 5 more minutes and then we'd all just nod enthusiastically and we could just like all have a great time. But I'm really much more curious about the fundamental limitations of these approaches as well. And sort of the thought exercise I like telling people is, if you imagine someone from like a nearby multiverse comes, and in their multiverse they don't have computer science. So they come to, and they're like, I'm going to learn about computer science through your curriculum. What's there? And they say, oh, I see that you say that AI is important to you. I see that you require calculus and you require linear algebra. Oh, you say that theory is important to you. I see that you require discrete mathematics. Oh, you say that the social impact of your systems is important to you. What's the foundational piece that's required? And I'll tell you, I see this. I've run this version of my CS1 course now for 4 years, so I'm kind of 4 years into it. And I can see this in some of our conversations because I think there is a low ceiling of how far they can get without some sort of foundational background. Let me put it this way. Why would I expect my students to be able to articulate the way that algorithms can amplify existing systemic biases in this country when they don't know what those biases are? When they've never taken a course that really fundamentally pins down these things. And actually, I'm really happy that actually Nikki, who's right here, Nikki Washington is giving a talk later on, because I think she's really been a leader in this space of talking about the background that students need to have in order to be able to even address some of these questions. So the reason I'm kind of poking at this a little bit is I think that I'm interested in how can we articulate to each other what these kind of approaches are good at and what they're bad at. I'm here because I have created a bunch of these modules and I've packaged them up in a way that's really easy for other people to use, and a bunch of other people have used them. And I have these moments, like people who know me best and have heard me say this to them, that at times I worry that what makes them easy to plug in and easy to plug in to our curriculum, that ease makes it easy to plug in and make us feel good about what we're doing, and stop before we actually critique the larger structures of our major overall. So I think that is sort of the where I want to land a little bit here, and that I love all the modules that we're creating. I think they're fantastic, but I think we need a kind of this is what I love talking to all of you about, right? This is what I want to talk to you all about, is how can we articulate what are they good at, and what might we need to really critique our larger entire curriculum? And that's the hard part, right? I hate to break it to you, the inserting modules, I know we've been debating about how do we get buy-in. That's the easy step, right? The next step is the hard one. So I'll land on that upbeat note, but I'll stop there, and hopefully we can have lots of great conversations about it.
All right, fabulous. Before we turn to Q&A, I want to return to a theme that's been present in a number of panels. And so there's this, despite the history of philosophy, there's this perceived divide between the humanities and the sciences. And as y'all have been commenting on, this can lead to students feeling intimidated by the ethics component, right? Or the instructors feeling intimidated by embedding the ethics content into their curriculum. And so I invite you to discuss particular strategies that you found to be successful in reducing that anxiety of students or making the ethics content less intimidating. How do you get the students to feel as if they genuinely are authors of the ideas that they're discussing within the classroom?
I can speak a little bit to this. So it either comes from Markula or it comes from Omidyar. They have a great presentation about introducing the idea of ethics to engineers. And I've co-opted a lot of those ideas, and you heard some of them in my presentation. But some of the things they say, they compare ethics issue spotting to bird spotting. And they say, yeah, it's Markula. Yeah, great. Shannon Valor, particularly. Yeah. Yeah, so it's a phenomenal analogy, super helpful, and what it means is it's a skill that it takes practice to learn. You can get better at it. It's enjoyable to do with it's enjoyable to do with a partner, so it needs to be done in conversation. And there's specific lenses that make it easier to spot these issues. And birds are everywhere. But once you get better at spotting them, and once you know the tools that you can use to get better at spotting them, it makes the activity a lot more enjoyable. And all of those things are true about issue spotting and ethics too. And I think primarily communicating to students that they're capable of doing it, and they've been doing it already. And in this class, we're here to get a little bit better at doing something that all of us do and care about.
So someone pointed out earlier that it's just amazing how there's always a news story that relates to whatever we're talking about in class when it comes to these issues. Absolutely. So actually every class I teach, not only my ethics class, I start every class by talking about things that are in the news. And they're almost always around some issue of like ethical controversies or social justice issues in computing or something like that, because it's constant. So when people say to me, like, how do you get students to care about this? I'm like, I don't know how you couldn't when it's just constant, right? And so you want an easy thing to get students practice issue spotting, pass-fail assignment, give me a topic, give me something about tech in the news once a week or something like that. And I actually have, on the issue of speculation and unintended consequences and that sort of thing, I have an assignment too where I have students write future news headlines. So you've been talking about news all semester, give me a news headline from a year, give me one in 5 years, give me one in 20 years. And then they're always terrible. So always, I mean, there'll be one person who's and we saved the world. And then we rewrite them so that they're better, right? So what would be the good version of this? And students get excited about this kind of thing because it's creative and kind of fun. But yeah, I think tying things to current events is really, really helpful.
Fabulous, thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just add that I think that if you think of all the computing systems our students have interacted with before they arrived at our door, right? Their social systems, their Instagram, their TikTok, this is a driving force for a lot of our students, and they want to be able to, they have this sort of narrative for themselves, almost this hero's journey of I want to change the world in these spaces. And when I make them do these programming exercises in CS1 in which there is no clear decision, some of them get really paralyzed. And they say, I don't know what I'm doing here. And to me, those are some of my favorite moments, because I say, yes, that is exactly the right answer. That's exactly what I hope you say, right? Because what I'm hoping to show in those exercises, right, that you have a hard limit on your expertise, at least so far anyways. And hopefully what I can do is sort of, the goal for me is not just to like pull humanities and social sciences into my class, but be a force that says, okay, I can see now why I need to go take classes in those spaces, because I can't accomplish my goals in this space in computing. So that's why I try to couple them so tightly together as much as possible.
Fabulous. So I was hearing some maybe skepticism regarding the implementation of modules within the curriculum. And so I'm wondering, what particular strategies have you found successful in implementing any kind of ethics curriculum within the computer science curriculum? Or what advice would you give to colleagues who are trying to incorporate ethics into their computer science curriculum if they maybe want to avoid some of the pitfalls that you've identified?
Well, and to be clear, I mean, if I sound skeptical, I've also done it, right? That's been the main approach. And so I think that it has to do a little bit with your spheres of influence a little bit. And so that was a really wonderful approach for me when my sphere of influence was a single class. And I think that would still probably be what I would say if I was still in that same position new in the university and I hadn't felt I think that where my thinking shifted is now that I have been at Bucknell for almost 9 years and I'm an associate professor, right? It's my job to start thinking about things at more the structural curricular level. So I'm not sure if it's so much a specific pitfall, but I think we just need people at both levels. We can't just land specifically on the module size. We need people thinking at this more coordinated level.
So despite espousing the benefits of like the plug and play thing that like people can just do, which I say that with the like, if your choices are like nothing, like if you're going 0, you know, it's better than nothing. That said, I agree with this, and I've actually done a bunch of intro programming assignments as well with the same strategy, which was what's the thing that they're already learning? Can I teach the exact same technical content using college admissions algorithms or personalized ads or that sort of thing? And it worked in that like I can give it to an instructor and it's not gonna take a bunch of their time, it's not gonna take away from it. It solves a lot of the problems. But it does have the same kind of like, you're not necessarily getting the deeper kind of thing if it's, you know, plugged in by someone who's not necessarily a deep subject matter expert, but it's still so much better, you know, than nothing. But I would like to figure out how we can sort of get to that next level.
Great, thank you all. So we've got about 10-15 minutes left, so I want to switch now to some Q&A. All right, let's go over here. Thank you.
Hello. Maybe not. Right, here we go. So Cuellar from Northeastern. So I love this in that I serve on our CS undergraduate curriculum committee within our college and also at the university level. It's a little bit scary because I have a lot of power. So with great power comes great responsibility, the reason I'm here. So the best approach to take to integrating all of this into the CS curricula. So we talked about it a little bit. So we have the modules, and I think you mentioned it, right? So maybe the modules are not enough. So maybe we need more foundation. So then what I'm getting out of this is maybe we have foundational courses, maybe not a single course, that are covering ethical issues and providing that like theory background. And then we also have these smaller, bite-sized, digestible, easily digestible modules integrated into different classes. So in like similar to CS1, 2, or 3 sequences that are very universal across CS colleges. So you start from like basics. In your first year, you cover basics, and then the other classes that you take throughout your career will build on that. So by the same token, can we apply the same model and start with foundational courses early in their undergrad years, And then these modules that are added and integrated into more specialized courses reinforce those ideas and build on those so that we don't have to go back to utilitarianism all the time, but we can just discuss those in relation to, let's say we have this data science algorithm, we are determining who gets a loan, and then let's look at the disparity metrics. Can we improve on these metrics to get better at equal outcomes, let's say? So is that the sense that you're describing, or does that sound like a good idea? Because I can implement it.
Yeah. I think it's an idea we should explore, right? Yeah. I mean, so my former colleague, Chris Dancy, who was at Bucknell with me for a long time, is now at Penn State and runs a fantastic race and AI lab there. He's floated the idea of, oh, I forget exactly what he calls it, either a systems of power or power hierarchies, almost prereq to a lot of CS courses. And I don't know what the answer is, but I also just don't see that anywhere, right? And so I think the idea is that we need to play with the core structure. And I don't know completely what the answer is, but I do know that right now we do have a value hierarchy in our content. And there is no, even if I succeeded in saturating every single one of my courses at Bucknell with modules, that value hierarchy still exists. And so I do think that I like the proposal. I don't know if it'll work, but I like it. Yeah.
I'll add just really briefly. In our case at Cal Poly, it was relatively easy for us to adopt this model because the computer science and computer engineering departments already had a professional responsibilities course that was in their curriculum and was required of them. So it didn't exert a lot of pressure on their major requirements to just swap that for a philosophy prefix course. I think the best approach would be to have both. I think you need some foundations, you need some deep study, you need some time devoted to it. But I also want to be clear, I'm not an expert in the technical realm, and I think that it would be great to have the technical experts engaging with this stuff too. So you sprinkle in the ethics modules all throughout their technical education too. I also think I don't denigrate or I'm not skeptical about the value of that at all. I think the best approach would be one that's both. But I appreciate it's probably not realistic for every computer science program to add one more class to their curriculum requirements. That's why it was easy for us, because they already had a spot in their degree requirements that we could fill.
Great. Over here. Oh, there's one person over there, and then.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Is that on? Okay. Yeah, Kathy Fizzler from Brown University. What I was thinking of as Evan was talking was the challenge of teaching students to test software. Purely technical software testing, setting aside the ethics side of it. And this is something that our research group has done a lot of work in, and we've built tools and strategies for incentivizing testing and required it in grading schemes. And they get to their upper level CS classes, and they come into office hours, and they say, my code doesn't work. And we say, okay, well, did you write test cases? Well, no. And it feels to me something like an analogous situation. As you said, the value system of what's on our courses is that code is everything. And I think this is in similar spaces. And in the case of ethics education, we don't even have these kind of standard deliverables that people agree on from course to course. I mean, this test suite is this thing that they potentially see over and over again in different courses. We're not even at that point yet, and obviously we're a lot younger, but it just struck me that is a similar kind of challenge, and with all the work that's gone into software testing, students don't do that either. So I think there is a lot to look at. So it was more of a comment than a question, and I'm sorry to be a downer at the end of the day. But
Anyone want to add on to that before we go to the next question? All right, great.
Hello, I promise not to be a downer. I've been a downer for most of the conference. Ed Hackett, Southern University, and A&M College in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. So this is kind of a question for the philosophers in the room. And then I also have another question. Well, I guess it's more of a comment. I'll go with the comment first, and then I'll end on the question. One of the things that we're building a grad program, I'm in an English and philosophy program, and one of the people said, wouldn't it be really great if we in this grad program, like we could have you do graduate teaching, but someone could do like literature and philosophy. And I was like, well, Purdue has this program. It's philosophy and literature. Now, here's the thing. Is there a program that incorporates computer science and ethics? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe it's out there, or it needs to be redesigned, but there needs to be something like the Purdue Philosophy and Literature program. It's easy to bridge the humanities. I don't necessarily know the challenges here. Obviously, I'm just learning them. Now, the second question I have for Ryan in particular, and the philosophers in the room, I heard a lot of people say that when they frame their ethics classes, they say, oh, well, there's no right answer. But you could teach logically within a framework, right? And I've heard a lot about the embedded ethics modules, about, different things in computer science. But what I haven't heard from the philosophers in the room is any specific moral epistemology story, or there's no modules that are moral epistemology, right? Even though the computer scientists in the room are saying computer science is ethics, right? So there is perhaps another module that maybe, I don't know what a moral epistemology module might look like, right? But we have causal stories as philosophers. We give accounts as to how moral knowledge is achieved, at least on an objective level. Now, there might be theoretical disagreement in the literature as far as ethics is concerned, but I've heard nothing about a moral epistemology modules and what that might look like. So I don't necessarily know if you want to make a comment about, speculate what that might be.
Sure. So first of all, I think that it's rhetorically useful to compare ethics to engineering by saying that there's no right or wrong, there's no single best answer. And again, the same line appears in the Markkula slides or kit. However, there are clearly some wrong answers. There are clearly answers that we can rule out very easily. And we can reduce the set of solutions down to a set that's acceptable, and we can argue within that set about which ones are better or worse and why. And so we can narrow down the set. Ultimately, you're never going to have a single best answer, which is why I say that the skill that I try to impart to my students is the ability to select an answer and defend it, understand how it will be criticized, and to anticipate those objections. That's just bread and butter philosophy. And so I'm trying to do the same thing with questions about engineering and design. As for moral epistemology, sometimes I'd love to talk with you offline about this, but sometimes I do a unit about what are arguments, what are reasons, what's the nature of morality, how is the normative different from the descriptive? We've heard that those terms mentioned a little bit earlier today. And where does our moral knowledge come from, and why should we trust it? Well, it turns out there's lots of things we know through pure cognition and reflection. Morality happens to be one of those things, but there's many things that none of us would doubt. And we know those things purely on the basis of our introspection. And so I would give a speech like that to my students and give some examples, something like that. I do that in many of my applied ethics classes. I don't think I have a day on that in my tech ethics class, but a lot of times we just sort of take people's intuitions as reflective of their deep commitments once they survive some kind of reflection or interrogation. And we say, yeah, you know what, all of us care about justice. Here's a case that shows all of us care about justice. Let's see some different theories of justice and how they're implicated in design. We don't have a ton of time to spend, a week or two dismissing like other theories of moral epistemology and so on. But let's talk about that later.
Hello, my name is Jay Nias. I'm from Spelman College. My question, I'm trying to not make it a comment, so I don't want to assume that it's not being addressed. But I think I've heard a little bit of talk about positionality and about human-centered factors of ethics when we talk about marginalized or disparate populations. And I am wondering if there's any conversations within these CS and ethics frameworks that afford an opportunity to use like a non-deficit model for groups that situate themselves outside of the power. Because that's concerning to me, that it's always positioning like a challenge within our society, rooted in that just exacerbates people's biases further. So that's that was a question, right? That's my question. Okay.
I love that question. So one of the things that came out of Shamika interviewing people about the Black Mirror exercise was someone said, oh, you know, one of the problems with this, like having students speculate about, you know, things that might go wrong with technology is that or having students like imagine anything at all really, like what might happen, is that it's sort of like user personas, and they're like, here's my user, it's a middle-class white person, and here, you know, here are the things that might happen. So we've been trying to think about ways to encourage people to think outside their own experiences in ways that are not just a deficit model. So I don't have a great answer to this yet, but that is something that that my PhD student is actively working on, and so I hope to. I hope to have some better answers to this in the future, except that I really like the way you framed that, because I think you're absolutely right. I think that's what people focus on, is like even if you encourage people to think outside their own experiences, they're like, here are all of the things that are going to go wrong. It's very common. Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Accessibility is important. And so I do understand. It's like the next level. I think you were talking about that, Ethan, like the next stage of like how we engage this work in a way that really changes like how we visualize a better society, a better world. My second question, which I don't have time for, or thought was like, do we also consider extractive computing and tech when we think about ethical computer science? Like, at what point do we say maybe computing doesn't need to situate itself in this environment, or we can look at more analog or humanistic engagements, and that may be more important and valuable? Sorry.
Great. Any last thoughts from our panelists?
The only thing I'd say real quickly to you, Jay, is Andre Brock came to Bucknell and gave a talk, and he's at Georgia Tech, and I actually asked him a very similar question that you asked us. Because I sort of like, I feel like all my framing of race and gender in my classes is from a little bit of this, like more of a deficit model than I would like. And actually, and part of what informed a little bit of like where I was coming from today was his answer back to me, basically saying, I'm not sure if basically, and I'm going to paraphrase this widely, but basically, I'm not sure if CS professors have the range to walk that line right now. They need more background in this space. Yeah.
Great. All right, thank you so much. That's all the time we have. Please join me in thanking our speakers.
Thank you, Brett, Casey, Ryan, and Evan, and thank you, Macy, for moderating. All right, we are going to transition now to teaching demos. I think this is going to be a really great opportunity to see firsthand what is happening at some of the institutions that we have been hearing from in different ways. Our first teaching demo is by William Cochran and Tristan Getz. And they are both postdoctoral fellows in Harvard's Embedded Ethics program. So I'm going to turn it over to them.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. I'm William Cochran, and I'm a postdoctoral fellow in Embedded Ethics at Harvard, along with Tristan. And we're both very excited to be here to kick off this teaching demo session and have the chance to do a lot of the things we've been talking about throughout the day and embody, just for a little bit, the perspective of our students again. So maybe just to get everybody ready and get the blood flowing, if you want to, feel free to stand up, shake your arms, shake your legs out, stretch, do whatever you want, just to get that blood going through up to the brain again. All right, great. So just a little bit of stage setting before we begin. This is a condensed version of a module that Tristan and I have each taught. at different parts of the Harvard CS curriculum. Tristan's taught this in CS 290, which is a first-year seminar for computer science PhDs. And I've taught it in CS 50, which is Harvard's Introduction to Computer Science. So we've really covered sort of both ends of the computer science curriculum with this module. Also, whenever we go into a computer science course, typically we have the module instructor who teaches the module and a postdoctoral fellow, which is usually myself, or my counterpart, the excellent Jenna Donahue, who unfortunately couldn't be here today, to observe and facilitate as necessary. So that's what I'll be doing, and so you all will get a real taste of the full Harvard embedded ethics experience. And then lastly, one of the things, very briefly, we like to do when we go into the computer science courses is try to get students to practice at least one of these 4 goals, which are to identify ethical and social issues, reason through those issues, communicate a reasoned position on those issues, and then ultimately, hopefully, be able to design ethically and socially responsible systems. And one of the things I like about value-sensitive design is that in many ways it can sort of hit upon all 4 of those at once, and perhaps most of all the final one, though, the designing ethically and socially responsible systems. So in order to help you all practice doing that today, here's our agenda. We're going to have a brief introduction of value-sensitive design, although it's surprisingly enough come up quite a few times, so maybe we don't need to spend a ton of time talking about it, which is nice. But then Tristan's going to lead you through a toy example of applying a value-sensitive design framework to that example. And then we'll do a breakout activity where you all will apply that framework to a new case. And we'll have some discussion. And then at the end, if there's time, I'll talk a little bit about how this module fed into an ethics component for students' final projects in CS 50. Okay, take it away, Tristan.
All right. Thanks, William. So we've heard a bit about value-sensitive design from a couple of people so far today, so I won't linger too long on this framework. If you're not familiar with it, I highly recommend you go to Batya Friedman's Value-Sensitive Design Lab website and read this book that she co-authored with David Hendry and many other people from her career in developing this framework since the 1990s. But the basic idea of this framework is that it uses theory-informed practical tools to guide the design process so that considerations that are relevant to human flourishing find their place amongst the criteria that designers are using when they design, prototype, deploy, and evaluate technologies and systems. The specific exercise that we're going to do together today touches on a bunch of different elements of value-sensitive design. And I'll just briefly talk through some of these, and then I'll illustrate it. So the exercise we're doing is called a value scenario analysis. And the basic framework is this. You're given a hypothetical or real technology or system, and then we ask the following questions. 1, who are the stakeholders? Who are the people for whom this is relevant and will impact them in their lives? And there are 2 kinds of stakeholders we're primarily concerned with. Direct stakeholders. These are people who use the technology or on whom it's used. And then there are indirect stakeholders, people who don't interact directly with the technology, but who are still impacted in their lives by its existence and use in society. We then ask, what are the values that these stakeholders have? What's important to them? What are considerations that they think are necessary for a good or flourishing life? And we want to focus, the main reason we do this is we want to shift the focus onto ethical values, away from instrumental or economic values. So we're thinking about things like justice or community, privacy, and freedom. Once we have a sense of who the stakeholders are and what they value, we want to evaluate the technology or system in terms of the stakeholders' values along these 2 dimensions. The first is time. So we want to think about both how the stakeholders are impacted in terms of their values that we've identified, both in the immediate and short term, and in the long term. The other dimension is pervasiveness. You can think of this as the spatial dimension, maybe. And the idea here is that the impacts could shift depending on whether the technology is adopted by a small number of people to when it's adopted by large numbers of people across many different communities, and perhaps becomes integrated into the structure of society. Once we've done this analysis, this all informs recommendations that we can make for the design, whether that's about mitigating negative impacts or anticipating changes in impact as the scope expands, or trying to enhance the positive impacts that we see, or trying to mitigate tensions between different stakeholder groups' values. So here's an illustration that comes out of the paper by some of Friedman's students that proposed this particular exercise. The hypothetical technology that this example uses is called Safety Net. And the idea is that this is a commercial app that goes on your mobile device. It uses a combination of public arrest records and satellite imagery to create heat maps of urban areas that indicate regions that the designers consider, based on the arrest records, to be risky. And then the app will alert you using GPS and push notifications when you enter an area that is considered risky. We think about who the stakeholders are, and at first we might be thinking about tourists who are in an unfamiliar urban area. They would like some information about where it might be dangerous or unpleasant to travel. And so the value that they're concerned about is safety. But then in the medium to long term, maybe we think more about parents and children. Maybe parents are making their children install this app on their phones so that the children can have a little bit of autonomy while they're wandering around the city, but can still be alerted when they enter an unsafe place. Indirect stakeholders could include residents who live in the neighborhoods, or unhoused populations who camp out in particular neighborhoods, and whose interactions with police might inform the criminological data that goes into building this app in the first place. And so these indirect stakeholders might be concerned also for their safety, but for different reasons. The unhoused people might be worried that this access to criminological data will put them at risk of harassment, for instance. Or in the long term, maybe residents will start to see the impacts of tourists being driven away from their community and how that might affect their local small businesses. So that's just a small bit about how that framework can be applied. We're now going to go into a breakout discussion. And the scenario that I'm going to ask you to discuss is that I'd like you to imagine that you are working on a new social media platform. And based on some of the research that's come out about how, online spaces can be kind of mixed when you're a young person, especially a teenager, in terms of your experience of it and how it impacts your self-identity. You want to make a safe online space for teenagers. And you're considering a system inspired by this thing that Twitter has been experimenting with to remind users of the community standards and to try to discourage problematic content without outright banning it or censoring it. So the basic way this works is when it detects that a post you're about to make contains some potentially unpleasant content, it prompts you to consider the community standards and then choose between revising, deleting, or just sending it as it is. So that's the particular intervention we'd like you to consider. There is a worksheet that is just a Google Doc. You can get to it by going to bit.ly/StanfordVSD. Stanford is capitalized, VSD are all caps. Or you can scan this QR code. This should make a copy in your Google Drive that you'll be able to edit. And we'd like you to work in small groups of maybe 2 to 4, just with the people you're sitting around. And we'll take maybe 10 minutes on this and consider whatever jumps out most obviously to you as the important stakeholders and their values and some of the impacts in terms of those values, short and long term, and narrow scope, society-wide scope, to work towards some recommendations. Okay. We'll check back in a little bit. We're going to take maybe one more minute here.
Can you get the,
yeah. Just make this full screen. Okay, you should be able to type directly in here.
and then to get back, I just go to that tab.
Yeah, just go back there, and then hit slideshow.
Slideshow.
It'll get you back in the slides.
Perfect. Okay.
All right. Let's share what we have been coming up with. So in the classroom, we would do this on the whiteboard, or we would do something like this, where we've got exactly the same worksheet, and we'll just type in as folks have things they'd like to add. We don't have a ton of time, so maybe if I could get a few groups to share what were some of the most important or interesting stakeholders that you identified and what their values were, and then you can say a little about the impacts you considered. Yes, Kathy.
No one raises their hand in my class. Kathy, Casey, Francisco, and Nutangu. And one of the indirect ones that we one of the indirect ones that we talked about were schools. Because we focus on the teenager part of it and how teenagers may or may not have agency to even get on the platform, and if there's any bullying for teenagers, then oftentimes, it depends on your jurisdiction, but schools will get involved in figuring out what to do if there are concerns with some of the posts. And I think, Casey, you mentioned one of the values might be, you talk about the values.
I was just going to say, yeah, safety, like in particular, in a very like risk-averse kind of way. So
For teenagers? Or for
the
schools?
school.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I would say the same might be true of parents.
Mm-hmm. Great. Let's hear about another stakeholder group. Yes.
So we discussed teenagers who are not going to use the technology because they either opt out or their parents won't let them. And their values are going to be privacy because they don't want information about them shared on this app if they're not even privy to it, and then safety as well.
Okay. Let's hear about a direct stakeholder group. Yes.
We actually split the direct stakeholders from the teenagers' perspective up into senders versus receivers. And so we split that a little bit rather than just all as one. And so with the senders, we were talking about things like autonomy, free speech, things of that nature.
Okay, great. In the interest of time, I want to consider maybe one of either the time or pervasiveness dimensions. So if there was a particularly interesting contrast that you identify between like the short-term impact versus the long-term impact, or the small scope versus wide scope.
Anybody get that far?
Yes, in the back.
So, am I there? Yes. So one of the things that we thought about was value shaping. And so, whatever the algorithm that decides what things can be posted, as people use the system, their implicit value systems have the risk of being shaped to fit that. And the background example that we used was Facebook. Facebook was terrible from day one because it was, how to evaluate people is by how they look in a single photograph. And that then leads to an attitude towards other people that their facial presentation is the value that should be used in choosing them. Similarly, Twitter is a piece of junk from day one because it suggests that the appropriate mode of communication is whatever you can fit in 144 characters. And so it instills a value of make it be short and pithy, but never go into depth in anything. Mm-hmm. And so we were concerned that a system like this would have the effect of developing implicit value systems that were matching with the value system of whatever algorithm it is that decides what's good and bad.
Yeah, so over time, as you're forced to engage with the technology in the way it makes you, gradually, maybe you start to think it's more valuable to have these like short, pithy comments that attract a lot of attention because it makes people angry or something. That's great. Okay, so I want to maybe end on, before I turn it back to William to talk about how this kind of grew into something bigger in CS50. I want to hear one recommendation for the design based on your reflections. Yes.
Well, we had thought, but we didn't think it through. It was just spitballing that if a post was flagged and the person sent it anyway, or revised it and it was still flagged, that somehow the recipient would know that. There would be a chili pepper or 2 chili peppers or something. Now, I'm not sure that's a good solution, but it was a spitballed idea that would then need to be further evaluated.
Yeah, it at least adds a little bit more to what's going on. Okay. Yeah, let's hear from here.
Okay, you guys can take this idea and make money off of it, all right? So, like, my students and I wrote a paper on AI microaggressions for Black women, but one of the things that's not considered is among culture is how language is constructed in different communities and societies, and so language that could be perceived using standard American English may be perceived as threatening or violent, may not be that in the case of African American vernacular English. So creating a system that can learn and grow, so it could be agile and learn and grow, because right now these systems don't. So if I say, girl, you're killing it, like it's gonna be like, yeah, you're blocked. You can't say that, right? And so someone needs to do that. Thank you.
Great. All right. I wish we could keep talking, but we only have half an hour, so I'm going to hand it back to William to wrap up with a bit on how this went in CS50.
All right, thanks everybody for participating in this. I just wanted to show some examples of what students have done with this sort of module as well. These are some pictures of how the module ran in CS50 last spring. You see lots of dynamic shots of them gathering around computers and writing things on whiteboards. It was actually really great. And here's the prompt that we used where students were asked to think about or reflect on the choices that they made throughout the development process of their final projects, both at a technical level and right alongside of that at an ethical level too. Here is the design document prompt that we used. As you'll note, we dropped some of the language of stakeholders and adopted more of a language of users just to make it more accessible for CS students. But we still kept the discussion about scale, which was important. And we asked them to reflect on some other questions about potential misuse as well. And you'll see here too, some summaries of what students did with this sort of framework. In the interest of time, I think I'll just talk about the one on the right. Students had developed a project which could auto-generate haiku in the style of 3 Japanese poets. And they'd said that they did this mostly because it was fun to see the weird sorts of things that their proto-ChatGPT-like project could do. But by going through the exercise and thinking through some of the stakeholders involved, they actually identified these 3 long-dead Japanese poets as indirect stakeholders in their project and came to voice a real concern to uphold the artistic integrity of these poets. And so I think the lesson that was learned there is actually captured quite well by one of these poets himself. He says, "My horse clip-clopping down the road, oh ho, I'm part of the landscape." And so I think that this is a nice way for students to get to see that their work is part of a larger moral landscape as well. So thank you all for participating in this with us, and we'll end it there.
Thank you very much, both to William and Tristan. So our second teaching demo is by John Sullins. He is professor of philosophy and the director of programming for the Center for Ethics, Law, and Society at Sonoma State.
Hey, thank you.
learning curve here, how to use this thing. Okay, so what I wanted to show you today is just going to go through a little bit of the history of how I got to this course and where it is today, and then take a look at how it fits into our embedded ethics program at Sonoma State University, and then take a look right at the end at the way I use an ethical assessment activity as a module for the class. Okay, so let's see if we can get this to advance. There we go. Okay, so the way I got into this is a circuitous route. I became an embedded ethicist at Xerox PARC, just up the hill here in 96, 97 as an assistant to Dr. Scott Noam Cook. And there we were embedded epistemologists, really. But it turned out that most of the things that engineers would come to consult us for tended to be ethical in nature. So we went from being interested in corporate knowledge management to ethical concerns in the really interesting and cutting edge research that was going on at Xerox PARC. I needed to get a PhD in order to continue my career at Xerox, and so I left to go get a PhD, and while I was getting it, they tanked, and I never got that job again. But it was a wonderful place to be for a while, and I had to find some other career, so I wound up teaching in philosophy. So I got my PhD in philosophy, computers, and cognitive science. And I had this weird idea to some of the first classes that you teach as a young philosopher is Introduction to Logic. And I had this weird idea to use robots in teaching logic, mostly because I put some cards on the table. I'm kind of an American pragmatist in my leanings, and I was trying to apply Deweyan pedagogy to a logic class. So it turned out really well, and over the years here, that class has slowly evolved into something different. So I turned it to cognitive robotics, and then after a while, I turned it into, I took pieces of that course out, and I created this cyber ethics course, and then we got this really amazing grant in 2015 to build this makerspace on our campus. And so I built this embedded robo-ethics class, and we teach it into the makerspace. So I don't think I've seen anybody talk about a similar class yet today, so hopefully this will be some new stuff. Okay, so how does it fit into, we've been discussing this problem, like how do you get embedded ethics into a program, especially like at a school like mine where it's small, there's not a lot of resources, it's a public institution, we have GE requirements to contend with, there's strict regulation of that from Long Beach, and so it's a really difficult problem. So the way I've solved it is in our philosophy department, I created a science, technology, and ethics concentration. So that's for the philosophers that want to become, embedded ethicists at some point in their future. So that's for them. And then I got this class set up so that it is an official elective in the CS major. So that's been really great. So now the CS students come in, so it's an upper division elective. That's why it has to be at this 300 level. It has to be an upper division thing. Can't be intro. So that brought up this new problem, like how do you do something upper division, yet you're dealing with students who probably don't have much in the way of ethics background. So we'll talk about that. And then I created this minor in technology ethics so that, especially for my CS students, they can do most of these courses are GE courses, and then all they have to do is take 4 of them, and then they can put this on their diploma that they have this tech ethics specialization. So this has been pretty popular and effective way of solving this problem when you work at a smaller university like mine. So this one I'm going to go through relatively quickly because you guys all have courses like this, but this is part of that minor. So I do this thing, cyber ethics. You can see how old I am. When I started this class, putting cyber in front of things was actually cool. It's not anymore. I got to think, give me a good hip name for this so that I can change it. But this is an online, asynchronous, and high flex course in which computer scientists, but also anybody from the university can take and start learning about information ethics. These are some of the various modules that I go through. Not too different than what everybody else is talking about today. I think maybe the biggest difference would be Module 9 there. I come from this from a very virtue ethics standpoint. I'm really influenced by Shannon Valor, whose name's been dropped a few times. And so I have them really think about what their role is as a professional and how ethics is going to fit into that. And they do a bunch of different exercises where they leave the class with their own statement of ethics, what their ethical commitments are on all of these things. And then the idea is that they can take that with them and use it in their professional lives. Those are some examples of the various projects that we do in that class. Okay, this is the class that's pretty different than what everybody else has been talking about in here. So I come at this, why choose robots, right? I think because I wanted this class to be for philosophers and for computer scientists, and I wanted them both to be extremely uncomfortable. So robotics achieves that, right? So the computer scientists come in and they say, you know, I know everything about coding. Great. Do you know how to solder? And they don't. So do you know about hardware? Do you know how software interfaces with hardware? So so they get decentered right away. The philosophers come in. They don't know anything about coding. But they do know maybe a little bit about ethics. So they have one foot that's comfortable, one foot that's decentered and uncomfortable. So we go through these various modules here, and each one of them has a reading. Each one has maybe 2 different lessons involved and we're in a semester system, so we have about 16 weeks to get through all of this stuff, and I do it as a 4-unit course. So there's a lot of time that we can spend in this course. You can kind of see the room that we use. So that's looking in one way, and then this is looking back out another way. And you can see that we've got these big long tables. We've got 3D printers. We have laser cutters. We have sewing machines, we've got vinyl cutters, we've got all kinds of fun stuff in there. And then I have a whole bin filled with broken robot toys and different things that we will hack and pull apart and turn into various monstrosities. So what we are attempting to do then is I set up these projects, and then I want to my whole idea is to set up something similar to what we were doing at Xerox those many years ago, which was we'd have some engineers, we'd have the philosophers like myself, we'd have anthropologists, biologists, all kinds of different people, artists, right? And so I make these multidisciplinary teams, and that's part of the magic of making a course like this work, is to break up the natural affinity students have to sit with their own type of person. So you make them make friends across the disciplines. And I have a lot of little icebreaker things and stuff that I do with them to make that happen. So once we've set this thing up, we've got at least one philosopher in each group, and we've got at least 2 CS students in each group, and then whatever else, we've got a mix of other majors in there. And they take a look at these various things. So multi-rotor drones. So we build a multi-rotor drone. They can fly it. And then I take that, so they build a little toy system, and then they use that as a model for a more comprehensive system, like the use of drones in law enforcement or rescue. We do, one group could be working on that, another one on educational robotics. I've linked with the local Sonoma County Office of Education, and they have a Lego robotics a competition that they have for middle schoolers. And so I make all my students, volunteer for that, and we do a little project on that, trying to look at the ethics of educational robotics, environmental robotics and sustainability, and then of course my favorite, social robots, effective computing, and robotic nudging. All right, so this, just make sure I'm on time, doing okay. So we go through, I have my little lab set up so that I have them first just look at simple machines. Next they build an automaton. They turn that into a robotic system by adding a CPU, sensors, and actuators. Then they put wheels on it to make it move. And then that's about as far up the tree as we can go. We would need a much more a massive lab in order to get into these cognitive robots and artificial agents. But we do talk about these things, and we talk about where they would go. And each one of these has different and increasing ethical implications. Okay. Zing. There's simple machines. Here's the fun automaton. I stole this from Exploratorium, but then I added to it so that the students make theirs. They can use laser cutter, make theirs a little more permanent. And then they add to it these pretty simple little boards here, which are a little scary, I guess, to learn how to use, but they're really not too bad. I get a lot of work out of this one, this microbit, which was made for grade school kids in England, and it just uses Scratch interface. And so it's a low bar of entry that even the philosophers in the class can cross and get some experience with programming. And then they just add that gear to whatever automaton they built and learn how to construct a robotic system. So these are various things that have, these last two were just last week. I'm teaching this class right now, and we're up to about this lab at this point. We use the 3D printer to expand on our wonderful kits. This Lego RCX EVA, these systems are really fantastic, and we got a grant to buy a number of them that we use in the class. I've used these for years, ever since they first came out, and they are a really great product. Some of the sample projects that we have used are things like this, where we've got this robot that one there is sort of meant to start you thinking about how robots can be used to clean up environments. And so they learn how difficult it is just to get one to clean up a very small and uncluttered environment, and then they apply that knowledge to their assessment of more complex systems. The one over here was a really cheap mechano toy robot, and so I work with the robotics lab in Palermo in Italy, and they use a really fancy SoftBank robot, right, that costs tens of thousands of dollars, and we do the experiments, and I do them with this thing that costs like $180, and I don't see a big difference in what they can do. They both have the same sort of limitations, and people will anthropomorphize that thing as well. And so that's one of the lessons that we learn in this class, is about anthropomorphization. Here's just some sample educational robot stuff. This is the kids that we work with, and we'll do we do a little ethical analysis of this. We volunteer at this event. We do interviews with the parents and the educators and the organizers and the students, and then they are able to apply this little rubric that I'm going to show you to that experience and develop their ideas. We do this one on robot cars, so instead of owning a robot car, we just pull out this little cute educational robot, and they learn some stuff about robot navigation and then apply that to their ethical analysis. All right, so here's the thing that I wanted to spend some time on with you guys that might be of use to you. So I want to draw your attention to this paper that I did with my co-authors there. We developed this for the Swiss Military Procurement Agency. So they paid for it, but they're nice enough to let anybody use it. And so we put a lot of work into this thing. And I put the link to it in our Google Doc with all the resources and stuff. So you'll be able to click it there and take a look at this. So each one of these we have, we go through all of the various things that where a robot could impact ethics. And then I just pulled out one of these. We've got many of these kinds of tables. So we have this little rubric, and this schema is used by the students in this class. So for instance, when they're looking at their machine, they analyzed its autarky, its independence from human control, its interaction with the environment, its learning capabilities, its mobility status. And then you can get this degree of fulfillment, right, by low, medium, and high. And you can kind of use that to figure things out. So once we get into that, then this is the entire schema. I pick and choose from this during the class, just so that they can get a sense of how this thing works. So what it was intended for was the Swiss military wanted to be able to make an assessment of anything that they wished to buy. And so talking about what motivates engineers to think about ethics, I think this is the kind of tool that motivates them to have to think about ethics. Because I say, what if you had some robotic system that your company designed and you wanted to sell it to the Swiss military? You would have to go through this process to prove to them that you have properly designed it in an ethical way. So we have each one of these, each one of the categories is fully described in the larger document, and they just crank their way through this. For instance, what was the training data used? What kind of training does the operator get? Ethical decision framing. How does the robot machine, our machine system, frame its ethical decisions, if it makes any? And they mark these low, medium, and high, or green, amber, red, and gray. And then there you can see on the very bottom, you count all that up, and then you have an assessment. This assessment tool will allow you to now make a pronouncement about the robotic system. So, we got about 10 minutes here. So I just wanted to kind of open up to the floor to ask, what do you guys think of using this kind of a rubric to analyze robotic systems for their ethical content, right?
Can you tell us a little bit about how these judgments might be context sensitive?
Right.
So for example, if the robot is intended to be deployed in context X versus Y, then we might have to judge the rating differently.
Right. Yeah, so, you're right, context really matters. So this works really well when we do the educational robot, right? Because a lot of times people, especially my CS students, I'll say, what are the ethical problems of educational robot competitions, right? And they'll say, none, like there's none. Like what could possibly go wrong, right? What could possibly go wrong at one of these things? And so, I leave that discussion, I let it percolate with them, and then we go to the event, right, and we ask the questions, right, and then you start to see the context of this competition. It's going to be happening next month, and I guarantee you this is exactly what will happen. It will open up, the competitions will start, and then this one school, Petaluma Accelerated Charter School, will start winning, and they will win, and they will win, and they will win, right? And then when we come back, right, I ask the students, right, why do you think that school was the winners, right? And who were they competing against? And then they start to draw the context of, oh yeah, that's a private school, right? That's a private school, and all the parents were there. Like every single parent of every single kid is there, right? And they're hovering over the process, right? And then you look at the schools that weren't doing so well, right? These are schools that tend to skew demographically non-white, and they don't have the resources, and they're using old kits, and they got like one haggard coach, right? Their parents aren't there, right? And then you start, then I think they can start to see, like there is a reason why this school wins and these schools don't, right? And then I ask them to make this next connection. Of these students that you saw today, who's likely to wind up working at a tech company, right? And it's going to be these kids, right? Are going to be the more likely ones. And then so now we can have a discussion. What blocks people from entering this career, right? When we started with this thing that was just this kind of open competition for every kid, right? So that's how I try to address that. So that was a really great question. Thank you.
Thank
Hey,
you.
Susan.
This looks awesome. Hi, John. I can say I have seen the Maker Lab and some of the examples of the robots in there, and it's really cool. So one question I have about this particular evaluation scheme is, one of the worries I have teaching ethics, like I think you're right that it can be something that shows there's this external motivation, right? Like, well, if you want to sell something like this, in this particular case, well, these are the things that you would have to do. But I worry, does this blur the lines between sort of ethics and compliance thinking, where, okay, so ethics is just a checklist, and if we address the things on this list and we do well enough, then we've done our job? Or do you think it's still possible to motivate students beyond this kind of, what's listed on here, or the kinds of ways in which it's been divvied up in the, green, amber, red?
Right.
How can you maintain the kind of complexity and nuance of ethics? I don't know. I'm torn. Do I want the structure? Do I want the complexity? Is there some way to get in between?
Right.
But I want to know, I guess, your experience teaching
Yeah,
this.
well, I think the structure really helps because I think we've talked about this earlier today when you just sort of open up, what do you think of this situation? It's so big and there's so many complex interactions that students and myself, right, have a hard time grasping all of the ways that we can approach this. So I find a structure like this at least starts the conversation, right? And then we can have this really, what you bring up is really important, like what's the difference between ethics and compliance, and that's where we get into the argument that I have about personal professional virtues, right? And so you do it to make yourself, and you do it for your own and your society's human flourishing, right? So you would then do it whether or not this was a piece of thing that you had to comply with. But you really do, I feel, with the CS students in particular, you have to make this argument like, why take this step in the first place, right? And then once you give them these tools, it gives them a scaffolding upon which they can then get to these more complex philosophical revelations, right?
So in response to your question, what we think of that, the previous speaker commented on the very fixed categories of green, amber, red, gray. I think one of the problems with this rather prescriptive list, a way to improve it would be you'd have 3 blank lines, and everyone has to fill in another criteria, because this kind of fixed thinking, these are all the dimensions they think they need to think about. And I think getting them to think about and forcing them to come up with other dimensions would improve that. Now, whether we stick with the color scheme or not, but I think the idea of saying that this is not the complete list, saying this is the complete list, you're just sending an implicit message.
Right, right. Oh, I like that. So do you mind if I steal that idea? Yeah, I will definitely use that, because you're right. Like any time you put a schema up, it shuts down conversation. But I like that, the idea of ... so that you can add to the conversation. Yeah.
I was wondering if you had any data about what perception the students had about robotics and AI before coming into the class, and how that played a role in what they tried to do and how they thought and explain what they tried to do. And in particular, I'm curious if you observe, like, what were their theories about the intelligence of the robots, or how they, because in my prior studies, it seems like that intelligence attribution trickles down into all the other, like, truthfulness. And so if you could speak a bit more about why their perception and maybe attitudes at home and attitudes towards the technology matters.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's great. Thanks for bringing that up. I did fail to talk about that. But yeah, before we come in, we do some pre-testing. You know, what is a robot? Are robots intelligent? Are they trustworthy? Are they friendly? Right? Because I've done a lot of research on robots and trust, and robots and friendship, and robots and affective relationships, and intimate relationships, and it always comes down to this issue of over-ascribing the capabilities, right? Like I said, you know, you look at that stupid little toy, right? They will ascribe unbelievable levels of intelligence and emotion to just this piece of plastic, just because it can move and, you know, has the googly, like putting the googly eyes is really all you need to really sell this. And so it's a weird cognitive bias that we have for anthropomorphizing these machines, or zoomorphism, right? It's really strong in us. And so I use a paper by Matthias Scheutz, where he kind of brilliantly brings up, you know, how that is something that robot systems designers can and do use against us, right? And so that's a huge part of the class, and thank you for bringing that up, because it's really important.
One of the questions I have about your step 3 in the right, I would think that if you have multiple stakeholders interacting with this system, that those answers could be different for different stakeholders. And how do you kind of tease that apart or keep track of which stakeholders you're doing that exercise for?
Yeah, so this will be, you know, this data, they go through this process, and then they write, as a group, they write a pretty extensive white paper, because that's pretty much all I ever did at Xerox, was write white paper after white paper. So, you know, I tell them that if they're going to work in R&D world, for sure, white papers are their future, right? So that's an additional, that's sort of the GE component of this course, right? Is learning that style of technical writing, and so that will hopefully be teased out. They've got a section where they have to tease out those nuances.
Really sorry, but we actually have to stop now.
Oh, excellent. You're
But
right.
we can continue the conversation at the reception. Thank you so much,
Thank
John.
you.
All right. So our third and final teaching demo today is going to be by David Grant. David is assistant professor of philosophy at the University of Florida and also a senior research fellow in digital ethics and governance at the Jane Family Institute.
All right, just got to get my slides set up here. All right. Okay. Oh no. Okay. I'm gonna get it. All right, there we go. Turns out PowerPoint does have some advantages. All right. Great. Oh, and now this is locked up. Oh boy. Okay. Good. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to demo like part of a module on algorithmic fairness for an audience of computer and data science students. So this would be like suitable for a machine learning class. It's like part of the first unit, part of the first lesson in a unit I do on algorithmic fairness in my data ethics class. All right, so there's not enough time to go through the whole thing, so I'm just going to strip it down to a few key elements. And what I'm hoping to do is to illustrate sort of two different things. So one is how to use a variety of cases to both illustrate concepts and build engagement. And the other is how to use like quite simple theoretical ideas to structure discussion and help students think through ethical problems more carefully. All right, so here we go. So institutions increasingly rely on predictive algorithms to make high-stakes decisions about how to treat particular individuals. So financial institutions have been doing this for a long time, using statistical models to predict the likelihood that someone will default on a loan. But more recently, the practice has extended to a wide variety of domains. So employers use algorithms to predict candidates' future job performance. Courts use them to predict the likelihood that defendants will commit crimes if released on bail. And hospitals use them to predict which patients are going to become gravely ill so they can treat them more aggressively. So in each of these cases, there's some feature of individuals that's taken to be a justification for allocating some burden or benefit, such as whether they're likely to repay a loan. And the institution wants to determine how likely it is that particular individuals have that feature given the evidence that's available. And so to do that, they take data about how other individuals have behaved in the past, such as people who were previously granted loans, and they train a predictive algorithm on that data. All right, so a growing body of evidence shows that predictive algorithms used by institutions to decide how to treat people can be unfairly biased against members of particular social groups. So this phenomenon is often called algorithmic discrimination, where that's just wrongful discrimination that results from the use of predictive algorithms to decide how to treat people. So I'm going to first give a couple of examples, a couple of candidate examples of algorithmic discrimination. So these are going to be cases that some people think are cases of discrimination. And then at the end, we're going to come back and we're going to think about whether they really are examples of algorithmic discrimination. All right, so first case. So in 2014, Amazon started developing a machine learning system to help automate the hiring process. So the idea is that it would analyze candidates' resumes and then spit out a score representing candidate quality. And they thought that this was really going to be a silver bullet. So here's a quote from someone at Amazon describing the project. Everyone wanted this holy grail. They literally wanted it to be an engine where I'm going to give you 100 resumes, and it will spit out the top 5, and we'll just hire those. OK, so Amazon was forced to mothball the system sometime later after they discovered that it had learned to systematically penalize applications from women. So for example, it tended to penalize resumes who attended women's colleges or that resumes that contain phrases like women's soccer. OK, so that's the first case. Second case comes from Obermeyer et al. A single algorithm drives an important healthcare decision for over 70 million people in the US. When health systems anticipate that a patient will have especially complex and intensive future healthcare needs, she is enrolled in a care management program, which provides considerable additional resources. To determine which patients will have complex future healthcare needs and thus benefit from program enrollment, many systems rely on an algorithmically generated commercial risk score. Okay, so this is an algorithm that's used throughout the US healthcare system, affects 70 million people. Okay, so Obermeyer and his colleagues analyzed data from more than 40,000 patients that had been evaluated by the algorithm, and they found that it appears to be biased against Black patients. So this again is from the article. Health systems rely on commercial prediction algorithms to identify and help patients with complex health needs. We show that a widely used algorithm typical of this approach in affecting millions of patients exhibits significant racial bias. At any given risk score, Black patients are considerably sicker than white patients, as evidenced by signs of uncontrolled illness. And they say remedying this disparity would increase the percentage of Black patients receiving additional help from 17.7% to 46.5%. So there's a very large disparity. Okay, last case, prime same-day delivery. So this is from an article in 2016 that was published by Bloomberg. In cities where the service is available, Amazon offers Prime members same-day delivery of more than 1 million products for no extra fee on orders over $35. 11 months after it started, the service includes 27 metropolitan areas, and in most of them, it provides broad coverage within the city limits. But what their investigation found was that there were several cities where Amazon didn't roll out same-day delivery service to every zip code. So here's a visualization from the article which shows where Amazon did and didn't roll it out in 6 major cities. So the blue areas are the areas that received same-day delivery service, and the gray areas are the areas that didn't. So what's going on here? Here's how Bloomberg explained it. In 6 major same-day delivery cities, the service area excludes predominantly Black zip codes to varying degrees. In Atlanta, Chicago, Dallas, and Washington, cities still struggling to overcome generations of racial segregation and economic inequality, Black citizens are about half as likely to live in neighborhoods with access to same-day delivery service as white residents. Okay, so in each of these cases, we can ask 2 questions. So the first is, so what's going on here? So why is the system behaving in a way that seems to be biased against members of particular social groups? So these are all cases where data was used to make a decision. And second, is this really a case of wrongful discrimination, as some people have claimed? But before we get to that, we need to say a bit more about what wrongful discrimination is. So that's the first question I want to ask. What is wrongful discrimination? So we can start with the idea of discrimination, which is just treating some people differently than others because they have different features. So there's nothing morally problematic about that in and of itself. So when a professor gives you an A on your paper, but gives other students a B because your paper was better, that's an example of discrimination, but not wrongful discrimination. Okay, so what we're interested in is wrongful discrimination, which is necessarily wrong. So it's part of the concept that it's wrong. Okay, so what is that? So you might be tempted to think that it's really straightforward. It's just going to be discrimination that's also wrong. So here's a case that's supposed to show that there's more to it than that. Suppose a teacher lines up students whose names begin with the letters A to G on one side of the room and students whose names begin with the letters H to Z on the other. The teacher then ridicules the first group of students, but not the second. Okay, so this is adapted from Debbie Hellman's book on discrimination. And what it seems to show is that, so this is an example where what the teacher is doing is wrongful, and it's a case of discrimination. The teacher's treating people differently on the basis of their differing features, but it's not wrongful discrimination. So why is that? Well, part of the concept of what we call wrongful discrimination is that it's supposed to have something to do with how we treat members of different social groups. So, but students who form, students with the last names starting with A to G just don't form a social group in the relevant sense. So to do that, they would need to be treated as a group by society in general for like a relatively wide range of purposes. Okay, so wrongful discrimination isn't just discrimination that's wrong. Okay, so ethicists disagree about exactly how we should define the concept, but we don't need to worry about that for our purposes. We're going to define wrongful discrimination in the following way. Okay, so a decision procedure wrongfully discriminates against social group X if and only if, first, there's a social group Y such that the procedure treats the members of X less favorably than the members of Y. Second, part of the explanation for the difference in treatment is their membership in X and Y respectively. And 3, the difference in treatment is not morally justified. So why do we need all of these conditions? So the first condition does 2 things. So one is that it captures the fact that wrongful discrimination is a comparative notion. If you're discriminating against one group, there must be some other group that you're treating more favorably. Second, it captures the fact that we just discussed, which is that wrongful discrimination has to do with how we treat social groups. Okay, the second condition's needed to rule out cases where one group's treated more favorably than others, but just by chance, not due to some sort of bias in the decision-making process. And we need the third one because, again, it's supposed to be part of the concept of wrongful discrimination that it's wrongful. So if there's a perfectly acceptable justification for treating members of one group more favorably than another, then it seems to follow that it's not wrong to do so, and so it's not wrongful discrimination. And one consequence of this is that disagreements about what constitutes wrongful discrimination are going to often be moral disagreements. They're going to turn on claims about what we owe to others. Okay, so now we're gonna do a little activity. What I want you to do is to apply this definition to a couple of simple cases where the idea here is just to sort of like get this firmly cemented in your heads and really show you how it's supposed to work. So first case, a school runs a lottery for tickets to the school play, and men receive 75% of the tickets, but just by chance. Second case, a hospital has a policy of scheduling women over 40 for annual mammograms, but not men or women under 40. Okay, so take a minute and talk to your neighbors, just a couple minutes, and ask the question, are these wrongful discrimination? All right. So these are just our warm-up cases. So I'm going to do a little straw poll. So the first case, we have this randomized school lottery, which results in men receiving more of the tickets, but not because the lottery is weighted in some way. It just sort of happens randomly. So, who thinks that according to this definition, this counts as wrongful discrimination? So we'll say who thinks it is, who's not sure, and who thinks it isn't. So who thinks it is? Okay. Who's not sure? Who thinks it isn't? All right, so this is just a simple illustration of the second condition. So there's a difference in how the two groups are treated, but it's not part of the explanation for that. Like group membership plays no role in explaining why that is. It just sort of happened that way by chance to a randomized process. Okay, what about the second one? This one might be more controversial. So who thinks this is wrongful discrimination? Anybody? Sometimes people do. Okay, who's like a little bit on the fence? And who thinks it's not? All right, so just tell me briefly, so why would you think that this difference in the way you're treating two groups like isn't a case of wrongful discrimination? What was your reasoning? Yeah.
It could be a case of wrongful discrimination because of the way that gender seems to be defined by the question and the way that healthcare needs kind of carry across gender identities and presentations.
Okay, good. So you might worry about how this is operationalized, and in particular, like how are we classifying women? That might raise some concerns. But what's the sort of intuitive argument? Why did most of you say this just isn't a case of discrimination? What's the sort of flat-footed thing to say here? Yeah.
Justified in that, like, as far as I know, women over 40 are at a greater risk of getting breast cancer.
Yeah.
Hence the reason why they might have this policy of scheduling them for an annual mammogram. But at the same time, I think they're not necessarily treating them less favorably, like men and women under 40, because I think they would have the option to still schedule one if they chose to.
Okay, good. So this might depend on background details that haven't been spelled out. But the core thought was just, look, there's a perfectly acceptable moral justification for doing this. Even though we're allocating healthcare resources to one group that we're not allocating to another, that's justified. All right, so that was just some warm-up. So now we're going to turn back to our candidate examples of algorithmic discrimination from the beginning. And we're going to ask whether they really are wrongful discrimination. OK, so I'm not here to tell you whether they are cases of wrongful discrimination. So the goal is just to give you some tools to help you think that through for yourself. So in each case, we're going to start by asking, so why is this happening? Why is the system behaving in a seemingly biased way? OK, so Amazon's resume evaluation system. Does anyone know what was going on here? I know you know, Ryan. Does anyone know what was happening? Yeah, I don't know how the microphone situation works. But.
They were using the reinforcement learning. They were using the data they already have, and
okay. Good. Say more.
And considering they don't have enough women in the workforce, they thought that's not a label that would be useful.
Okay. Yeah. So that's part of the explanation. So definitely part of why this was happening is that what they trained the system to do was to identify candidates that were similar to existing Amazon employees. So they didn't have a sort of like way to measure candidate quality directly, so they used a proxy for that. They said, like, well, if someone's similar to people that already work at the company, then that should like sort of roughly track how good of an Amazon employee they'll be. So they used that instead. But then it turns out that, as you mentioned, Amazon's employee base was overwhelmingly male at the time, especially their technical employee base. And so if you tell the system to give you resumes that look like existing employees, it's going to tend to give you a lot of men. OK, so importantly, it didn't use, the system they built wasn't using gender explicitly as a feature. So Amazon didn't give the model that information. But they found that it was explicitly using a sort of variety of proxies for gender. For example, the system would penalize resumes that include phrases that are more likely to appear on women's resumes, like women's soccer. And it would also give more points to resumes that used martial language, so like executing a task. And apparently this is something that men are more likely to do. OK, so that's an illustration of something that computer scientists call the problem of redundant encodings. So you might think that you can prevent algorithmic discrimination by just removing information about social group membership from your data set. But that information tends to be, quote unquote, redundantly encoded in such a way that it can be inferred from other features. So to say it's redundantly encoded means even if you remove explicit references, you can still infer it from other things that are in your data. OK, so good. So take a minute to think about this one. So would this be a case of wrongful discrimination? So maybe just take a minute to think about it, and then you can tell me. This one isn't. OK, so we'll do a poll. What do you think about this case? Who thinks yes, it would be wrongful discrimination? Anyone on the maybe or no side? Yeah. OK, good. So this doesn't seem like a particularly difficult case, and Amazon responded to this by shuttering the system. Similarly, this case doesn't seem like a particularly controversial case, but it illustrates a similar phenomenon. So does anyone know what was happening in this case? So why did the algorithm treat black patients as less sick than similarly sick white patients? Yeah. Yeah.
Healthcare spending as a proxy, and given differential access to healthcare, people who were really sick didn't necessarily mean that they were able to afford or access healthcare and spend more, and so ended up disadvantaging certain groups, particularly Black Americans.
That's right. So that's exactly what was going on, at least according to Obermeyer et al. The algorithm was using expected consumption of healthcare resources as a proxy for expected need for healthcare resources, because I guess that was easy to measure. And that leads to bias, because the healthcare system tends to spend less money on black patients than on similarly sick white patients. Okay, so, and then Obermeyer and his colleagues stress a point here, which is that it's very easy to make these kinds of mistakes. And if you want to avoid this kind of bias, it's very important to work with domain experts that have deep domain knowledge. Okay, so now we're going to talk about our last case, prime same-day delivery. So why was this happening? Anyone know what was going on here? Please.
Were they using spending as proxies to make the decision?
That's very close. So what was happening in this case is that, at least according to, they didn't fully disclose the way they were making these decisions, but they said, like, look, this was mostly just based on the number of Prime subscribers that we have in an area. So if we had a lot of Prime subscribers in the area, it's more cost effective for us to roll out same-day delivery service there. But then if you do that, then you end up seeing effects like you saw in Chicago, where because majority black neighborhoods tend to have fewer Prime subscribers, partly due to historical inequalities, you end up rolling out the service in a way that seems to systematically disadvantage your black customers. Okay. So this doesn't look like a case, this looks very different from our other cases. So it doesn't look like a case in which a decision maker was using some sort of biased proxy for the thing that they were really interested in. So they were trying to figure out, like, well, what would be the most sort of cost-effective areas for us to roll the service out in first? And there's not really much reason to think that, like, density of Prime subscribers in an area is a biased proxy for that has some sort of racial bias. For all we know, they were sort of accurately tracking what they were trying to track. So what's going on? Instead, it seems like what was going on is that the data that they were using reflected pre-existing socioeconomic inequality. And so then basing their decisions on that data led them to make decisions in a way that disadvantaged their black customers, to exacerbate those inequalities. OK, so for this one, I want you to sort of like try to take both sides of the case. So I want you to think about whether it's wrongful discrimination. And I want you to think about reasons on either side of that. So why might people think it is, and why might people think it isn't? So take a few minutes to think about that, and really try to argue both sides. Thing. Interesting. Excellent.
Because it's not really separating two different groups, but rather taking Prime users and making but there are no relevant groups.
Okay. So, good.
But I do think that, so there's the nuance of this, that that's designing the whole algorithm, taking into account not only numbers, but something else. So that goes beyond what you're framing, because it's more about taking into account social context and this relative discrimination,
And do you think they should take that into account? Definitely going to call on you. Andres? All right. So good. So I'm interested to hear arguments on both sides. So first, I'll just take your temperature. So who thinks, and this is usually more controversial, who thinks this is a case of wrongful discrimination? Who thinks that the allegations are right? Okay. Who's on the fence? Who doesn't think it's a case of wrongful discrimination? Okay, we have one. You're the only one. Yeah. All right, but we had a lot of people on the fence. It seemed like maybe you were also. Okay, good. So what's the case for thinking it is? Right, try to sell us on this being on the take that this is really discriminatory practice. Try to sell us on that. Yeah.
I don't know. Okay, so if this was the U.S. mail, and the U.S. mail was taking more time to deliver to Roseland Southside than everybody else, we would automatically consider that to be unfair. So if Amazon is taking on some of the roles of a public service like mail, then it has to have the same mandates.
Okay, so the sort of sophisticated argument, as you might expect. So okay, good first volley. So the thought is, look, if this were a public entity, then like this would seem clearly discriminatory. Maybe we should think about Amazon, given its role in society, as like a public entity. Anyone want to respond to that? Excellent. Yeah. Yes. Oh.
Thank you. Sorry. So I'm thinking about it also like a public entity, like schooling. And so I could say I'm someone who kind of grew up like on the South Side, right, where all the schools were kind of based on taxpayer dollars and taxes were what people paid. And now my children are growing up in another area where these schools have foundations and they have donors and they have access to resources based on like a Prime membership, right? You have extra resources coming in to those communities. And so is it a bias? I don't know. It really puts me in a strange space to consider how it's unfair. I don't like it. I'm not agreeing with it. But also, I don't know how it situates itself in this right or wrongness of life. Yeah.
Is it because of the stakes or because it's not clear whether it's Amazon's responsibility?
I don't know. Those are good questions.
Any other thoughts on this? Yeah. Everyone always looks behind themselves. Okay.
Like a higher level thought on the topic that we discussed was basically building off on the idea of having a mandate. That leads us to that high level question of what is actually the responsibility of computer scientists? Do we actually have to solve those societal issues, and is it like our fault if our systems are biased, if we work with biased data? So we were just like branching off on that. Just wanted to throw it in the audience.
Okay, so this is on the like why I think this is Amazon's problem to worry about. Isn't the social role of companies to sort of like produce goods and services efficiently? Are they really responsible for combating pre-existing inequality? Okay, we have a very.
I think it's critical to take into account not only the intentions, but the impacts. And so even if Amazon was like, oh, this is for profit, we didn't intend it to be discriminatory, the impact is that, you know, the availability of Prime depends on people's race, and that's wrong.
So why does that matter? Like, why does it matter whether you have same-day delivery service? Why is that a big deal? Yeah.
I asked myself a very different question. What if it was reversed? Would you conclude that it was wrongful discrimination? So, I mean, for example, it could be an Amazon marketing choice where if they reversed it, then maybe they could convince more people to sign up for Prime. So in other words, it might be a commercially beneficial choice on Amazon's part to make same-day delivery available in places where they had low Prime enrollment.
Okay, so I think there were two thoughts there. So one was if we reverse the roles and it's white customers that are being disadvantaged, what do we want to say about that? Because it seemed like the definition was set up in such a way that would count as wrongful discrimination. And you might wonder about that. And then the second thought was seemed to be like, well, it really depends on the commercial justification. Okay, I'm unfortunately out of time, but so. Yeah. I'm very sorry I didn't call on you.
So I should be called on. I doubt that I need a microphone. So I doubt that I need it. Oh, for the recording. Oh, I keep forgetting about recordings. So in a way, it's a follow-up on that, slightly different. Forget the racial composition altogether, right? So there's a distribution of prime members in some parts of a city and non-prime members. Amazon says, man, we got to pay for gas, right? It just makes a hell of a lot more sense to prioritize distribution in the neighborhoods with higher densities of prime members. Now, that leaves some neighborhoods with some prime members, just not so many, roughly, kind of, out in the cold a little.
Yeah.
Is that wrongful discrimination? I say no. And the way you describe this case, it matches that template.
Great.
Not wrongful
Okay,
discrimination.
Can I say one? I can stop.
15 seconds, go for it.
Yeah, well, anyway, as you can see, so if you pick a case where it's like not totally obvious what to say at first pass, that can really bring out sort of debates that would normally be suppressed because students might be reluctant to express clearly partisan opinions.
Thanks very much, and sorry to cut off what I'm sure would have been an interesting conversation to continue to have, something we could do at the reception afterwards. And thanks again to all of our speakers in the demonstration session. It is now my honor to introduce our invited speaker, Professor Nikki Washington. Professor Washington is a professor of the practice in computer science at Duke University. She's also the author of the book Unapologetically Dope: Lessons for Black Women and Girls in Surviving and Thriving in the Tech Field. She is co-creator and director of the Cultural Competence in Computing Fellows Program, as well as the co-creator and director of the Alliance for Identity Inclusive Computing Education, which aims to increase the entry, retention, and completion rates for high school and undergraduate students from groups that are historically underrepresented in computing through evidence-based identity inclusive education. Dr. Washington.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Miran. Thanks, y'all. I tell everybody this is the toughest spot to be in between the person before lunch and the person before the door. So I will ask you to just indulge me for a minute. I promise I'm trying to stick to the timing, but since a couple of other colleagues went over, I hope that y'all will indulge me as well if I do. But that said, I cannot change my slides. There we go. All right, so I usually start with this quote from Bell Hooks because I think it's really apropos in the context of this conversation, and I use it in my class as well. The classroom remains the most radical space of possibility in the academy. That is absolutely true because as instructors, even despite what we're seeing in certain states, we still hold a lot of power in what we bring into our classroom and, more important, who we bring into our classroom. However, in computer science, there's still this very binary way of thinking where it's zeros and ones or it's very black and white and there's not enough room for gray or nuance. So things are very rigid. And that often leads to this yes, but approach that I talk about. This idea that yes, it's a great idea of what you're talking about, but there's something else that will totally be stated and negate everything that was just affirmed in the first part. So for example, a lot of the work I do is in identity and computing, which looks at how identity impacts and is impacted by computing. It merges a lot of social science with computer science. It requires students to put away their laptops and not think about compiling code or writing code, because we're reading from a lot of scholars who are typically not brought into computer science. And what I get a lot of times in feedback, especially early on, was, yes, we need more topics like this in the curricula, but ABET. Right? There's this 120 credit hour requirement, and we've got to fit everything into that. And so we really don't have room to make this make sense as a required course in any kind of way in our program. Or if we get a little bit deeper, yes, we need more diversity in CS, and yes, we need more equity and inclusion, but it's a pipeline issue. And I hate this idea of a pipeline issue. I tell people all the time, there are over 100 HBCUs, historically black colleges and universities in this country, majority of which still have operating computer science departments. Please don't tell me you can't find black graduates when they are sitting there waiting for you to just reach out to them. But then there's also this idea of, yes, this is important work that we're all talking about, but I don't have time to focus on this right now for a myriad of reasons. And I've heard all of these along the way, but what we don't pay attention to when we're using this yes, but approach is who we are impacting as a result. And it's usually the people, both the students and the faculty, so your colleagues as well, from minoritized groups based on race, ethnicity, gender, sexuality, ability, and socioeconomic status, who end up impacted because they are trying to navigate these environments that are very rigid and that don't align and that don't allow them to feel a sense of belonging. And when we continue to use this yes, but approach, we're essentially saying, yes, we want you here, but not enough that we're willing to do anything about it, right? And what I want us to start thinking about is how that impacts us as well as our students when we use this yes, but approach. So I'm going to give the example of facial recognition technology. If you ask the average computer science student, no matter their classification, tell me what the problem is with facial recognition technology and who does it impact, they can quickly spout off it's biased against people with darker skin tones or black people, usually, if they'll tell you. Now, this is something that they don't have to really understand. They can just know because they've heard enough about it in the news, especially over the last 5 to 6 years. But what's harder for them to answer is, explain to me why that's an issue. Why is that going to matter down the road for someone who may be a black man who is incorrectly identified on facial recognition technology? Where have we seen this before historically? Make it make sense in terms of the inequities that we see in society. Because for so many students, we assume that computing is existing in this vacuum and that it has nothing to do with everything we're seeing in the world right now. And then last up, which identities are considered the default? Now, they can usually tell you one or two quickly, like, oh, white men maybe, or people who identify as white. But they can't tell you all the identities that still may be a default. And so what happens when students aren't able to connect those dots? So a lot of conversations I heard earlier talked about this idea of students saying, I hope that in the future I'll be able to make the right ethical decisions when I get to my job. And things that look very forward-facing. So they're talking about the future, but they're not paying attention to the right now. And the ways in which how they navigate an environment is impacting their peers, as well as their faculty and their staff and the world around them. So the issue becomes students are preparing for the next step in their lives without paying attention to all of the ways in which their identities and the identities of others around them are being impacted right now by what we're seeing in computing in a specific academic environment as well as in society. Some of those examples that are manifesting in departments: exclusionary environments, macroaggressions. I call them macro, they are never micro. Campus policing, being stereotyped. Again, this is happening not only to your students, but also to your colleagues who hold these minoritized identities. And we can keep going on, even if we throw out these false notions of meritocracy that we often hear a lot of times in academic and professional environments. So my argument is we need to really focus on this yes and approach. And with a yes and approach, it's really born out of improv. So the goal in improv is really that you take the work of the first person who started it, you build upon it. So there's never this cancellation of what they've done. It's just expanding it a little bit further. What we want to do is also recognize that by doing that, It's providing both an affirmation, so yes, I acknowledge and affirm that what you said is important, but also an opportunity to collaborate with the and instead of a but. And I think I heard Evan earlier say, I'm not adding anything when I'm doing this work. I'm sorry, I'm not deleting anything. I'm adding to what's already there. And that's really important to pay attention to, because it also moves us away from this binary and exclusionary kind of thinking that we tend to have in computer science as faculty, where it's one or the other, this zero-sum game. But it also allows us to expand what is considered CS knowledge. Because for way too long, who has been able to define CS knowledge does not look like anybody that represents me. Now, that also allows us to answer the question and change the answer to the question, who are the knowledge producers? So we have to start thinking about this yes and approach to bring more people into this work. So let's start to see a couple of these in action. Yes, we need embedded ethics in CS. I agree with everything y'all have said. And we also need to incorporate cultural competence. We need to make sure that the students that we are teaching understand the why behind all of those things that I discussed earlier. So for example, with facial recognition technology, if we start to bring more cultural competence into our classrooms, then we will see students be able to articulate answers to these questions in red. How is this an issue? They should be able to think through the harms that can happen with law enforcement if people from darker skin tones are now falsely incarcerated, arrested, or lose their lives. Because we have seen one too many times how even the call of police can result in the mere death of someone, whether they were guilty of something or not. When have we seen this before? So with this example, students would be able to put together the story of how black men especially have been falsely accused and identified historically since the time of slavery in this country to the time of civil rights and now. And what that means, including stories like, for example, Emmett Till, who was falsely accused of whistling at a white woman. Or the story of Susan Smith in South Carolina, who originally, before confessing to murdering her children, had blamed a black man and given a police sketch that looked identical to a black man in that South Carolina town, who was then persecuted and arrested and almost prosecuted if they had not put the dots together to realize that she was lying. And then which identities become the default? Well, racially, we could quickly talk about people who identify as white, but what about people who are cisgender? What about people who are able-bodied? Because facial recognition technology is going to impact people who don't have the ability to properly emote or use facial muscles. What about people who also are women? What about people who are Asian? So it's not even just black people, for example. And those are the kinds of ways in which students need to be able to make this make sense in the context of the work they're doing. In addition to that, yes, we need scholars from all fields, and we need to make sure that computer science faculty are more culturally competent themselves. Part of the issue has been that this work is relegated and punted to everyone in humanities, in social science. Because as computer science faculty, we say, well, I didn't have that kind of training. I never took those kinds of classes as a CS major or grad student. And so go take that class over there in sociology or gender, sexuality, and feminist studies. But the problem with that is that's one or two classes in a program. And so that means that the people who the students are engaging with the most, the computer science students, are going to be the people who refuse to develop a level of cultural competence to make sure that they're okay. But it also allows us to continue to maintain this status quo in computer science of not only what is CS knowledge, so it still remains this purely theoretical kind of idea of ones and zeros, but it also relegates us to this strict idea of who remains CS knowledge producers, the people who created the field, the people who are going to be the least impacted, again, by a lot of these harmful technologies that we're talking about. And so, yes, we need, or I need to make sure that I do the work personally. And I also need to know when to properly seed space. So here's where I'm going to use my own personal example. So I created a course at Duke called Race, Gender, Class, and Computing. It sits in the computer science department. It is born out of my own experiences as a black woman trying to navigate spaces that were entirely harmful, that were toxic, and that I was experiencing harm from not only students, but also colleagues. And so part of that was, how do I get students to understand the historical context? For example, when a student comes up to me and says, hey, Nikki, can I do this, this, and this? And I say, actually, it's Dr. or Professor Washington. what I would receive responses from ranged from, she thinks she owns the place, or she's uppity. Because they don't understand that for a very long time in this country, Black people could not be given proper deference. So even an adult who was dealing with a child was always called by their first name, boy, girl, or worse. But in reverse, an elderly Black person had to refer to a white baby as Miss or Mrs. and always give this honorific. And so I don't have the luxury of navigating like some of my colleagues who have been very honest about, I don't care about that. You know, just call me by my first name. It's fine. I'm on a first name basis with students. But they don't sit where I sit, and they haven't had the lived experiences that I've had. And so that's why that's important. And so in that class, I take students on a 16-week journey. So for the first 7 weeks, we're learning about identity. We're learning about forms of oppression on those different identities, social justice movements dedicated to those oppressions or trying to eradicate them, and policies that are designed to exclude and then include, i.e. eradicate those oppressions. And then at the halfway point, we flip it on its head and say, now let's make it all make sense in the context of computing. So then we start looking at the technologies, facial recognition technology, surveillance capitalism, fintech applications, voice recognition technology, healthcare algorithms. All of this now is being discussed after students have had a lengthy amount of time to not only reflect on identity, but reflect on how they show up in classrooms. So it's for the first time for a lot of students, the first time that they get the option to talk about their positionality or understand what positionality means and how they've been navigating spaces and journal about that, because we do a lot of writing. Again, there is no programming. There's a lot of class discussions and breakouts like we're doing here. And what that does is force students to start thinking about these topics in different ways, but situate them in computer science. Now, one of the other things that I'm really intentional about is making sure that we are centering the voices of the people who have been the most minoritized in the field. So for a very long time, the experts in the room and the people who become canon in CS are the people who do not look like me. And in this case, I am telling students that everyone I bring to you is going to have some marginalized identity based on their race all the way down to ability. These are the people we're learning from. And they are not always people who have formal education, because a large part of Black feminist thought is the understanding that expertise is not just based on book smarts. It's also based heavily on lived experience. And so for that reason, we talk about all of these topics. We learn, they read books like Sister Outsider, Racism Without Racists, Why Are All the Black Kids Sitting Together in the Cafeteria, Nice White Ladies. And they have to pick one of those books out of a range, do a reflection on the first half that correlates with the topics we've learned, and make sure that they are always talking about intersectionality in that reflection. But then on the second half, they've got a different set of books. Race After Technology, Invisible Women, Algorithms of Oppression. Books that are situating identity in the context of computing, but now they still have to make it make sense in the context of all of what we're seeing, current events that are happening in the news. So I think Casey was talking about bringing news in. That is an important part of every single class. We have a news you can use that starts with what's happening currently in the news that will situate all of what we're talking about. But then again, make that make sense in the context of the book they read in the first half and intersectionality again. But once I heard that, once that started to build, there was buzz and people asked, well, would you be willing to share your material? And I said no. And I said no for the reason that, one, it took a lot of learning and unlearning for me to be able to stand before a class and do this. So even though I am a Black woman, cisgender, heterosexual, able-bodied, from a middle-class background, I still had a lot of unlearning because I was trained in the dominant ways of knowing as well. And so it was important, one, that everybody go through that process, but two, people recognize that you can do a lot of harm by taking someone's material sometimes and then presenting it without doing that work to students. And then last up is because I really didn't have anything that sat as concrete material that remained on a per semester basis. So this spring is my 6th semester teaching that class in a row. That class has never looked the same because what's happening in the world changes. I have to be able to pivot with what's going on in current events. And I'm also dealing with a growing class size that started at 20 students via Zoom that is now up to 120 students in a classroom, which is really overwhelming and chaotic at times. But did I go backwards somehow? Sorry. Oh, I think I am going backwards. I apologize. All right, sorry about that. All right, so what I offered was this professional development program known as the 3C Fellows, Cultural Competence and Computing Fellows. And what we do is in a 2-year program, people participate virtually from around the world. They commit to this 2 years. And in the first year, they're reading a lot of those same books that the students are reading in my class. And then they participate in 10 professional development sessions over 2 hours on Saturdays, twice a month between February to June in year 1. And then in year 2, they actually are responsible for going out and designing and implementing either their own course, module in an existing course, or some other department activity that can be sustainable. So for example, we're on cohort 3 right now. These are the 10 lists of sessions that they have. What you'll notice, the savvy reader will notice that everything in italics on the left is a song specifically by a Black artist. I love that I'm able to incorporate Beyonce's Church Girl. The topic of the day, and then the experts that we bring in the first hour. These are the people that I was learning from. Dr. Lee Baker, a cultural anthropologist, Eduardo Bonilla Silva, sociology, Jesse Daniels, Jennifer Nash, Anthony Jack, author of The Privileged Poor, another book that we're reading. So everyone has the opportunity to learn from these experts, and in the second hour, figure out how to discuss the ways we see this manifesting in our departments and how that can impact all of us. So this is just a quick map of North America of all of the 3C fellows from cohorts 1 and 2, which are the blue and yellow dots. We also have fellows from Austria, Nigeria, and Kenya. There are some in the room too, so if y'all would raise your hands really quickly, that'd be great. Yeah, I'm really excited. It's so overwhelming to actually see it kind of come to life and see everybody in person. But I'm going to use that as my opportunity to make a shameless plug as well, because we are still accepting applications for cohort 4. Here is the website if you are interested, and I will note that this takes work. It's a commitment. You can ask any of those individuals who raised their hand. It is a 2-year commitment. So when you say I don't have time, I tell people, well, how much do you feel like the students who are the most minoritized matter to you? So are you willing to dedicate 2 years to do this for a long-term solution, or are you just going to keep punting this off to the next person in the next year? We encourage people to participate as groups in departments so that there's not one person with institutional knowledge, so that if they leave, I believe like Vance said, then when they leave, the program leaves with them. And we also encourage people to incorporate grad students because they are the next generation of educators who will be fanning out to different institutions and working as well. All of this is part of our Alliance for Identity Inclusive Education, or Computing Education that Mehran mentioned. That's our website in general. And then thank you again to Benji, Mehran, Casey. They were the 3 people who I've interacted with the most, and everyone else who made this happen, and for all of y'all for sticking around for this exhausting day. Thank you. And I went over. Sorry about that. I went over for 4 minutes.
No, that was wonderful. Thank you for giving us an exhilarating talk to be closing us out today, Dr. Washington. We have some time for questions.
Thank you.
So if there are questions, please go ahead.
The sound of silence.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a question about your students. Because you're talking about minorities, you're talking about a specific set of students that go to your class. Is this a mandatory class at Duke? Or are they choosing to do it? Because again, we're coming into this issue of those that are choosing to learn more about this are those that have experienced the oppression or the problem. So it's harder, to spread the voice to everybody.
That's a great question. Students opt into this class. It counts towards the major, but it is not required of all students. Also, I would say that out of those 120, the biggest parity that you'll probably see is gender, racially, because Duke Computer Science is just very underrepresented in terms of racial identities. But women, we tend to see a very good parity on this. And I created this course, one, so those students could feel like they were finally seen, but more important for the students who sat in dominant identities to understand this. So it really wasn't to target those students, but to make everybody aware of how they're responsible for this. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a fantastic talk. I'm Sachi Doshi. I represent USAID, and we're partnering with Mozilla Foundation, Kathy and folks, to expand the Responsible Computing Challenge to international development in developing countries. We actually just launched in Kenya, so I'm hoping in future years we'll have more people represented here from around the world. I wanted to pick up on the going from 20 to 120 that you've had happen. And if you have any lessons you can share with us as we launch this in very foreign places where we don't know how it'll go and how people will respond, and how we can sort of generate buy-in from students. Because one thing we've learned is like they design the courses for what kids are going to need to get into the workforce. That is the primary thing, right? Like people need jobs. Computer science is a very lucrative way to get into the job market, and it's fast. And so while we want to encourage that, we also want to encourage responsible computing. So it's going to start as opt-in classes. It's very hard to change core curricula in some of these countries. So yeah, any lessons for generating buy-in from students that are not used to talking about these things?
Yes, thank you for that question because it reminded me of something I forgot. So the first thing is that when you create anything, you leave a lot of room for flexibility. So this is a class that probably has 50% of the content ready to roll at any point in time because the students make the content, right? I have the topic of the day, but the conversation is really guided by them. I also begin the class by telling students that we are all situated knowers. We're showing up with certain lived experiences that make us experts, but we also are novices in other things that we don't hold identities around, self-included. So I tell them that I'm not following a banking model, right, like that is talked about in Pedagogy of the Oppressed. I am showing up as a facilitator. So I'm helping drive the conversation, but I'm learning from the students as well and throwing out positive things to them to think about that they may not be catching. So I think that's important. I think also getting the feedback from participants in every single iteration is important. I was never going to scale it to 120 students, but Duke graduates about 400 students a year in computer science. And so at 20, it was never going to reach a critical mass. And I would ask the students every semester, well, what do you think about if I increase this course? It's going to take away some of the safety that we create around our community agreements. And their argument was, yeah, but I know a lot of classmates who need this class. So I would rather that you open it up to more people than it be very selective and they graduate and go out and cause me harm. Now that's required me again to shift how I teach the class. So there are a lot more breakout groups. There's a lot more coming back and facilitating. There's a lot of anonymous polls that go up with conversations that allow students to see anonymously what their peers are thinking and then go into breakouts to discuss. But it's been a challenge. No semester has looked the same. And creating a critical mass of even TAs who can help has been really important. So now I'm at the point that I can have 9 to 10 TAs, undergrad TAs, who have taken the class, who can help guide students even in discussion hours when they come to office hours as well. So yeah, thank you for that.
Dr. Washington, thank you. This was tremendously touching. I'm a first-generation PhD student, and yeah, I really enjoyed your talk. I was curious if you could talk a bit more about this vulnerable journey of unlearning and the tensions that we face when we do research or when we are in academia, where we need to specialize and become an expert at the same time to hold space for unlearning and becoming more cultural competent. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a really good question. So I will say for me, a lot of my unlearning has been the ways in which I show up and the ways and the expectations I have of students. So I'll give an easy example. For a very long time in my career, I was a professor who would always require men to take their hats off in class or when they walked in a building. I'm from the South, and my argument was, I'm from the South. Everybody takes their hat off if you're a man coming in a building. But I had to also pay attention to how what I was doing was upholding, in a way, white supremacy, because it's creating this idea of what is considered acceptable attire, which was also very hypocritical because, right? And this is how I have always shown up since my first class I taught in 2006. So it was kind of a how dare you be so hard on, particularly at that time at Howard, which was black men who are just wearing a hat. What is that impacting? Right? But that's unlearning that I had to do as well, because again, I'm trained in this dominant way of thinking. And I think those are the kinds of honest assessments we have to do with ourselves, because sometimes it's something so minute that it doesn't seem like a big deal, but it's going to impact whether a student who's a black man is going to be comfortable coming to talk to me and get advice about something, or if they're going to always see me as an adversary and just somebody who's just trying to flex and pull rank on them, if that makes sense. Thank you for asking that. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Francisco. Yeah, go ahead.
Hello, thank you so much. I'm Christine. I'm with the McCoy Center for Ethics. And I have a question on your students with dominant identities in your class. I think earlier in the conference, someone said, you know, some students don't feel like these tools will ever be used against them. They will always feel like they're going to be just the creators of the tools and it's never going to be utilized. So I want to ask, do students of like dominant, what did I type? Of dominant groups of like, dominant groups, dominant identities, do they ever feel like these technical tools of oppression can be used against them in your class? If so, how do you reconcile that? How do you frame it with them, etc.?
Let me ask a clarifying question. When you say used against them in class, do you mean by me or just in general, like as they're out pursuing their academic career?
Yeah, let's say, for example, someone is developing an algorithm and they only view themselves as the creator of this algorithm or the person who is making these tools. They're never like, oh, this algorithm could potentially be targeted by me.
Got it.
Yeah.
I think there are a lot of students who come into the class with that idea. I have, for example, a lot of people who identify racially as white and Asian in my class, and about half of them are men. What the students don't see, but I do, is that one of the first assignments, they have to write a positionality statement, and they have to pick a song that reflects their identity and talk about why, using 3 descriptors. And there's a lot of commonality across the students. So even those who have a dominant identity racially have something else going on behind the scenes that other people don't know and they may not have shared. It may be their sexuality, it may be their ability, their socioeconomic class. And so this is actually opening it up for them to reflect on the ways in which, yes, I sit as someone who should be seen as privileged, but I'm really not I'm more than some, but I still have challenges in other ways. It also allows the students to be very honest. And what I've seen is those students who sit at the peak levels of privilege in class will say, you know, I'm a white man from a very upper income household in California, and I never really thought about this. But now that you're saying this, it makes perfect sense. And so I think a lot of times they don't see it at first. But even when we're talking about it from the context of the most minoritized, it allows everybody to be included. And I tell students all the time, like the people who are pushed to the margins have the widest view anyway. And so if we look at things from their perspective, kind of like the curb cut effect at Berkeley, right? If we look at everything from the widest perspective, then that means everybody as a catch-all, regardless of what your identity is, becomes included.
I think we have time for one more question.
Hi, Francisco Castro from New York University. I wanted to hear your thoughts on people's repulsion towards the word political. And I ask that because I am of the firm belief that everything is political. Our ways of knowing are political. The communities that we align with are political. The ways that we design our courses and what goes into them and the events that we think we're putting into those courses are driven by political forces. Yet, it's also where a lot of pushback comes from. We have like departmental pushback because like, you know, oh, these courses that you're designing are too political, or it like creates a rift amongst our students. But I feel like, you know, from also what I've learned from 3C is that these are spaces where we need to be able to sit with that discomfort and wonder where those forces are pushing us on all sides to think deeply about like how we're going to impact our field, as well as how this impact like propagates across the different people and the different institutions that we affiliate with.
Thank you, Francisco. And if you didn't catch that, he's one of our cohort 1 members. That's a great question. I agree. Every single thing we do is political, from how we show up, right? How we dress, how we present, who we bring into our classroom again. Not only that, and I think the problem is when we use the term political, people think GOP versus Democrat, and they don't think about these things like, who do you cite? And because that in itself is a political act. And when you don't see people who are traditionally cited, what do you do with that I will use myself as an example. I've written papers and submitted them where I've intentionally not cited the people who are the most dominant around the work I do because they are white women. And I should not have to give more elevation to white women when I know plenty of black women scholars, Jay, and others who are doing important work who never get the benefit of being the expert in the room. And so I am very intentional about bringing all of them to the forefront. But when I've been dinged and said, you didn't cite X, Y, and Z, and these people are doing this, that, and the other. And I say, yes, but you don't even know all of the people who have been so minoritized that were doing this work long before it became in fashion, long before 2020, who are doing relevant and necessary work but don't get the platforms to speak. For that reason, I tell students from the first day, everything you do is political. Everything I teach you is political. I bring in political conversations. We talked about the semester that the Don't Say Gay bill passed in Florida. I told students as we wrapped, we were talking about it was on the books. Now it's passed. Next up is going to be reproductive rights. Pay attention. The next semester, what happened? Roe v. Wade was overturned. And so now I'm having these discussions because I'm telling them it's not just women or people who can give birth in this classroom who need to be concerned with the legislation that's happening as a result of reproductive rights, especially as college students. Now we're in this situation of anti-LGBTQ+ laws as well. And I'm telling them again, how are you showing up? And to your point, I asked the students when we talk about the social justice movement, I asked them, does anybody know just offhand how many days the Montgomery bus boycott was? Vance, yeah. It was a little more than a year. Yeah, 381 days. And so I asked students, how many of you think you're down for the cause? Everybody's hand goes up. Okay, so what are you willing to give up for 381 days? And then a lot of hands go down. Are you willing to give up your phone? Don't know about that. Right? Are you willing to give up social media? Define which one, right? It becomes this negotiation. But I'm telling students, now you have to understand, what are you willing to give up to say that you are really about the business of this work? Because at any given point in time, your rights can be taken. And so if it's not you right now, it could be tomorrow. But are you willing to do the work to make sure that everybody is okay or just you're okay? And I appreciate the fact that even students, one of my students the other day said, yeah, it's like you always tell us, everything is political. And my heart skipped this beat like, oh gosh. They get it, yeah. So thank you, Francisco. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Washington.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So to wrap up on the day, first of all, I just want to say thank you all for coming and spending a full day with us here. It was just, I thought it was an incredible event. I want to thank once again our keynote and invited speakers, Barbara Grosz, Tino, Cuellar, Dr. Nikki Washington, for coming and sharing their perspectives. I want to thank all the panelists for taking the time to share the insights that they had, the work that they've been doing. When we had the demos that we went through, everyone can get a chance to participate and see what those are like. Thank you for doing that. So just thanks all around. It's lovely to actually see this many people in the room engaged in this work, and many others who will be following some of this stuff when we put out some of the videos. I want to make a little quote from our dean this morning, Jennifer Whittam. When she came, she looked around before the day started and she said, wow, there's a lot of people who showed up here. And that's what we need. We need people to show up. We need people to do the work. We need to help affect a change in the world. So thank you all for coming. We do have a little reception that's going to be going on in the HAI, the Human-Centered AI Institute, down in the Gates building. And I also wanted to do one more special thanks to Casey Peel, who's standing in the back, who's just done a tremendous job with organization. Thank you all for coming, and it's time for reception.